tide, marching across these fields where a million fascists died. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. I'm going into battle, gonna take my Union gun, and I ain't gonna lay it down till every battle's won. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. This hatred cannot break us, but I'm learning quick. Our children won't be sold on your poison rhetoric. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Here comes a big machine surrounding all your hate, forcing it to surrender. Now it's getting late. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite, who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
They say our day is over, they say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We birth anew from the ashes of the old, for the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the Union makes us strong.
Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Viva Bojack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Viva Bojack. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
Hello, 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 lovely beings. I gotta tweet out the stream. Gotta make sure everyone knows it's happening. I forgot that the mayoral election was debate was happening tonight. A little discombobulated. 1 second. We are live covering the NYC mayoral debate. Gotta turn out for our main man's Zoran. Get in the boat. Twitch, YouTube, and riverboat.gg. There we go. Nailed it. What material is that? This is like kind of like a silkish thing. I don't know. I got it for real cheap like 3 years ago. I don't know if it's real silk. I would imagine not. Hello, Miss Evelyn. Hello, Snoogan. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Girl Failure. Hello, Christinos. Hello, Potato Wraiths. Hello, Erica. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Underground Uncle. Hello, Zeke the Beast. I saw NYC debate and I want to see Zoran whoop Cuomo's ass. That's the thing I'm so excited about. I didn't know. I didn't know that Andrew Cuomo was going to be in the mayoral debate. I thought he was going to stay far away like Eric Adams. So like this is genuinely going to be great. I want to see Zoran Mamdani manhandle that that shit stain. You know? It's going to be real great. It is a real shirt. That is, Rob Adler, that is technically true. This is a real shirt. Hello, this is an early surprise. I know. It's very early for the Riverboat Gang. Andy Comover signed up to be dog walked. He did indeed.
Let them fight.
I should rephrase, when I saw River was going to live NYC debate, I was all in. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And full disclosure, I might not be completely sober for the debate, so you know we'll have our fun. We'll have our fun. I've only just finished my morning iced coffee. Hell yeah, let's go. I'd hate to see what passes for a fake shirt. I don't know. I feel like you can find a lot of fake shirts floating around at Pride, especially in the evenings in the risque zones. Hello, everyone. Hello, Sundry Clown Car. Ain't no party like an NYC Mayoral debate stream party. It's true. Hello. Genuinely have no idea how Andrew Cuomo still has a political career, considering, I mean, the thing is, he's friends with all of New York City's pieces of shit libs, you know, like he's friends with all those people. They didn't stop being friends with him just because he lost at politics. They all still go to the same cocktail parties, you know. Genuinely, the cocktail party circuit in NYC is like a very real political class, you know. There are people in New York City, like high society, that make all of their political decisions about who they like at cocktail parties. And I wish I was joking about that. It's not often we see daylight through the blinds. Yeah. How does he? Money that's out. True. Yeah. It should be starting, by the way, in about 10 minutes. I'm gonna go grab something real quick. if NYC fucks this up, boycott. You know, not even. Now, you don't even have to say joking. Unironically, just boycott New York City. You know? Why not? Let's give it a shot. Maybe we can collectively shame New York City into making better political decisions, you know? Oh, chat. How we all doing? Also, does anyone in Twitch chat want to give Erica a sub? That'd be very kind of you. Let's see here. Let's get rid of this banner on Twitch. Also, hello everyone. I'm a featured Pride content creator. Hello. Anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to Erica. That's very, very kind of you. Oh god, there are so many dog shit political takes to tackle today. I'm having trouble like figuring out which one we're going to go after, so I'm really glad that we have this mayoral debate here. Should be starting in about 5. I'm gonna bring up the live stream here. Yo, Ascend, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate that. Also, again, full disclosure, I will be drinking during this stream. I'll be partaking in some Crooked Water, Spirits of the North, Old Hell Roaring double-barreled whiskey, and I'm going to be enjoying that. And I think that's great. I'm happy for me. Watching Dylan Burns record a Bradley being used as artillery. Hey, did any of you guys hear about that Ukraine special forces operation that got carried out? It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Maybe we'll talk about that as a segment, because it's genuinely one of the craziest military things I've heard of in modern memory. Sean Fain endorsed Zoran Mamdani. That's true, Super Jet Guy. I'm expecting AOC to do an endorsement in like the next couple days as well. Did they? Well, I mean, Ukraine. The war isn't over yet, Lizabe. But for those who don't keep up with like the Ukraine war as much, and I'm guilty of that. I should talk more about it. But they spent a 1.5 year long operation smuggling drones and explosives into Russia in the ceilings of mobile cabins. And then they moved those, like they drove those cabins into position. Then they had people remotely pilot the drones, blasting the roof off of these these mobile cabins. And like they attacked one of Russia's biggest military airports and destroyed like 30% of Russian military bombers. Like it's like crazy. They did for the amount of money they spent, they did 1,000 times the amount of damage. They literally destroyed irreplaceable pieces of Russian Soviet technology. Like Russia can't just make more of those planes. It's a big deal. And as far as I know, and as far as I could read about it, it seemed like everyone who participated in the operation, like Ukraine got all of its guys out. So they literally got in, snuck into the country, pulled off the perfect attack, and then got away scot-free. It's crazy. Russian Air Force had 6 AWACS aircraft. 2 of them were destroyed. Yep. Yeah, like the bombers that were destroyed, I'm not entirely sure what the final figure was, but like it was definitely almost over $500 million in, or not $500 million, no, was it $500 million in damage? Like, yeah. Oh my god. As I was saying that didn't sound right, but that's how successful it was. You know? It's crazy. The total damage was 7 billion. I believe it. A difficult truth. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. You guys are just in time. We're gonna jump on over, cover the mayoral debate. Let's pull that up here. I want pictures of Spider-Man. Okay. Is it on C-SPAN? I assumed it was going to be... I mean, why would it... Is it big enough to be on C-SPAN? No. Yo, Story the Bard, hello! Howdy, 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 everybody! All right, got it. I think. Do-do. Oh my god. Okay. It's gonna be held Wednesday. Where can I watch it? Where can I watch it? Okay. Ah, god. I'm crashing out hard. All right. How to watch? I would love to know. Are you gonna tell me how to watch? Local news has been utterly decimated by the pivot to online. It sucks so hard. Do we need to worry about getting a strike from watching the debate? I don't think so.
Disabilities, a new sense of independence.
The property includes state-of-the-art technology, allowing them to live in the space with less restrictions. News.
Okay, that's not what we're looking for, obviously. Okay, this should be it right here. Live in 20 seconds. I don't know if we'll have to listen to the radio. I don't think we will. Nope, that is... It says that it's supposed to be streaming the mayoral debate. Oh, here we go.
The first Democratic primary debate for New York City mayor with City Council Speaker Adrian Adams, former State Assemblyman Michael Blake, former Governor Andrew Cuomo, City Comptroller Brad Lander, State Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani, State Senator Zelnor Myrie, State Senator
Zoran
Jessica
Mamdani,
Ramos,
there's a guy!
Former Comptroller Scott Stringer, and former hedge fund manager Whitney Tilson. Sponsored by News for New York, Telemundo 47, Politico, the New York City Campaign Finance Board, and NYC Votes. Here now, News for New York anchor.
Were you getting
David
this feed
Ushery.
over on the News
Good
New York
evening, everyone, from 30
website,
Rock, and
New York
welcome
4
to the
website.
first Democratic primary debate.
This is my donation for Jack to play Armored Core 6 voice acting is amazing, and I want to see how you do.
I could absolutely play Armored Core 6 again on stream. I enjoyed that game a lot.
47 anchor Rosarena Breton. This is a 2-hour debate
Damn!
live on all NBC New York and Telemundo 47 streaming and digital platforms.
Man, put that
Politico.com,
respect on that name.
Telexitos, and YouTube. This first hour also live on Channel 4. The lead.
Wait, can I make the text bigger? Extra large. There we go. Done.
For traditional question and answer, you'll have 1 minute to respond.
That
and
was
we'll offer
hardly better.
30-second
Story of the Bard,
rebuttals
thank you for the
moderator's
$50 dono.
We'll also be asking some questions where we're
Let's
looking
go.
for shorter answers. A lot of ground we want to cover, candidates. And we also reserve the right to cut off your microphone if you ignore the rules. But, of course, we don't want to do that. The goal is here for you to hear each other and for New Yorkers to hear everything you have to say. Good luck to you all. We'll begin with Melissa Russo.
Thank you, David. Good evening, everyone. It's good to have you. We're going to begin tonight with the issue that polls show is #1 for New Yorkers, and that is affordability. The cost of everything is squeezing residents in our city.
Zoran is really hot.
Can take years to build.
It's not just the climate change.
We'll get to your plans on that a little bit later in the debate. But right now, we're interested in how you would help residents immediately. So what's your one big idea to make the city more affordable?
Not as hot as Sam? I don't know. I think they're about even.
And how will you pay for it? We'll begin with you, Ms. Adams.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me this evening. You know, I'm actually the only candidate on this stage who is actually doing the work already. We have a housing plan already. I have built and delivered 120,000 new units
literally
of housing.
Working on that.
Now with the new proposal that we have
Zoran
in front of
works
us,
on
we
housing.
Have
what are you talking about?
80,000 new units of housing that will be coming up and will be affordable to the people of the city of New York. New York is not affordable. I'm a mother, a grandmother, and I want my children to stay here, just like real New Yorkers want their children to stay here.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. I should remind everyone, this is a 30-second answer. We'll go to you next, Mr. Lander.
Thank you, Melissa. Good evening, everyone. I'm Brad Lander. I'm the New York City Comptroller. I'm a lifelong affordable housing activist, and I'm a proud Brooklyn dad.
Wasn't
Tonight,
Brad
I'll show you
Lander
that I'm
one
the
of the
only one in this race
other all-right guys
to make this city more affordable, with the public integrity to sweep away the corruption of Eric Adams and Andrew Cuomo, and with the proven management experience, having already delivered over 50,000 affordable homes to actually deliver on my promises. I'll get 500,000 homes built over the next 10 years.
Okay, we're going to move on to Ms. Ramos. I want to remind everyone the question is, what is your one big idea to make the city more affordable?
He might have been a comptroller, but his heart was always on Broadway.
Thank you, Melissa. Good evening. Buenas noches to everyone watching at home. Thank you so much for holding this forum. Affordability has been top of mind for New Yorkers since before the pandemic, but the pandemic only exacerbated the conditions for New Yorkers. This is why I set out as chair of the Labor Committee in the New York State Senate to raise the minimum wage, to tie it to inflation, and I'm proud to be the last person to have done that. I'm the only person on this stage tonight who has already had a desk at the mayor's office, and this is why I know that the first thing I want to do on day one is enact a mental health emergency so that we can keep our streets safe.
Okay, Ms. Ramos. Mr. Myrie, your big idea, I haven't heard many big ideas yet, so if you can answer the question, please, in 30 seconds. Your big idea to make the city more affordable now, and how will you pay for it?
Thank you, Melissa. I don't have one big idea. I have three. I want to deliver 1 million homes over the next 10 years. I want universal after school for every kid in this city from age 3 to grade 12. And I want to extend pre-K and 3K past 2:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. My parents came here 50 years ago, worked in factories to put food on the table, where union members sent me to public schools, and that's how I became a state senator and why I'm standing on this stage tonight. That same opportunity needs to be restored for so many New Yorkers, and that is why new leadership is needed, not the leaders of the past that caused the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Myrie. Mr. Cuomo.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, what's his big idea?
WNBC and Telemundo for hosting today, and buenas noches. I'm running for mayor because I think the city is in real trouble. I think we have a management crisis between the Adams and Lander administration. I think we have a fiscal crisis where the city is actually spending more every year than it is taking in.
Who helped to get it in this position,
we have a societal crisis where we have division and hate. On
We're all looking for the guy who did
raise the
this.
minimum wage, put more money in people's pocket, more child care, after-school care, and then, of course, build affordable housing. I was the HUD secretary. I know how to do it.
Thank you. I'm turning it over to Rosalina.
If you knew how to do it, you would have done it.
Bienvenidos a todos. Thank you so much for being here tonight. We're going to ask the same question again, but please listen carefully. You have 30 seconds to answer. What is your one big idea to make the city more affordable now, and how will you pay for it? Again, 30 seconds, Mr. Chilson.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Now it may take a couple of years, but I think we need to address the housing crisis. Most of the people on this stage have called to freeze the rent, but I want to go one better. I think we need to drop rents by 20% by unleashing the private sector to build a lot more housing. This isn't pie in the sky. New York did this 100 years ago. Austin has done it just in the past 3 years. So the key is, though, is to ease the zoning restrictions and all the other regulations that are tying.
Thank you, Mr. Tillerson.
We just have to embrace abundance liberalism. I just read a book about it.
Thank you so much for having me. We are live here in the most expensive city in the United States of America. 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty. And I am running to be your next mayor to make this city affordable. I will do so by freezing the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants, by making the slowest buses in the country fast and free, and by delivering universal childcare. And I will pay for this by taxing the 1%, the billionaires and the profitable corporations that Mr. Cuomo cares more about than working-class New Yorkers. I will ask them to pay their fair share so we can have a city that everyone can afford.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Blake. Can I jump in for one moment? Mr. Mamdani, how will you convince Albany to pass that tax increase? Because from what we've heard from Governor Hochul, it's not really something that she's thinking about doing. How can you guarantee that will happen?
So I have experience in this, actually,
axes out for him. They haven't asked anyone else follow-up questions.
Where we had a governor then who didn't want to raise taxes on billionaires and corporations.
Shamanical the Shamanite. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships.
And we actually overcame his objections, raised $4 billion in new annual revenue, and finally funded the very public schools that he had starved for so many years.
Thank you very much. We have to go with Mr. Blake now.
As a
Damn, he killing it, though.
Family of Jamaican immigrants, the way we actually address affordability is by ending credit scores and increasing income limits for housing applications and having universal child care that is happening not just after school, but throughout the weekends.
Oh, he can absolutely handle it.
By having a vacant apartment tax for those that are not living in New York City, by withholding taxes to D.C. that Trump tried to take against us, and making sure, as much as I love the Knicks, and I'm sorry they fired Tibbs, but they had to, you have to tax what's happening at Madison Square Garden. That is how you pay for it. That is how we have affordability.
Thank you, Mr. Blake.
Yeah, I think they're gonna go after him.
I want to actually put forth a program that can get done for young families and for the people who built this city. And it's very simple. We need to use city-owned vacant land, 1,000 properties, and transform that land into affordable housing. That property should go to not-for-profits, to limited profit developers, not the luxury developers that fund Andrew Cuomo's campaign, but the developers that can actually build the Mitchell-Lama 2.0 that we need. We owe it to the people who built this city and are now fleeing the city because they can't afford to live here. And we need to welcome the next generation of New Yorkers who will be here if we give them hope and opportunity and affordability.
Thank you, Mr.
Sally Golding.
Thank you.
Shamanical the Shamanite. Thanks for being a member.
Trump looms large over the
go
city,
outside and find people that make you happy.
And his interest
Hope
in
everyone
hometown
has a
affairs.
good day today.
Democrats
Red
say they
heart
want
emoji.
a mayor who will
Hell
stand
yeah,
up to
Shah.
him. Mr. Cuomo, you've branded the president a bully. Mr. Stringer, you called him a schmuck. And Mr. Lander, you put his name on a car and crushed it in a TV ad. But voters want to know how you will actually deal with the president if you are elected mayor. We have questions for each of you, and you'll
Miss
all have 1
Adams,
minute
you
to
jumped
answer.
into a monster
Mr. Cuomo,
truck
we'll
shaped
start with
like
you.
his head and let
You have
everyone
experience
crash into it.
collaborating and battling the president. Currently, his Justice Department is investigating you, following a criminal referral from Congress alleging you lied during testimony about your involvement in a report that undercounted nursing home deaths during COVID. With that probe
I am
underway,
glad they are asking him about this.
how do you ensure voters that you would not be compromised in your dealings with the president if you were elected mayor?
Yeah.
This man killed your grandma.
This is what Mr. Trump
How are you
does,
voting
right?
for him?
He started an investigation against me, against Kathy Hochul, against Senator Chuck Schumer, against Hillary Clinton. This is one of his tactics. I know how to deal with Donald Trump because I've dealt with him before. Many times, we've had many encounters. We fought on a daily basis through COVID, and I won many of those battles. I fought him on ice. This is not the first time he's brought ice to New York. He's done that before, and we fought him and we won. So he can be beaten, but he has to know that he's up against an adversary who can actually beat him. And I can tell you this, I am the last person on this stage that Mr. Trump wants to see as mayor, and that's why I should be the first choice that for the people of the city to have as mayor.
To follow up on that, though, Democrats also raised some concerns about your testimony, so it wasn't only Republicans. But just putting partisan politics aside for a minute, how would you respond to voters about the congressional findings of your involvement in that report?
Yeah, first, putting partisan politics aside is virtually impossible nowadays. It's so toxic out there. The issue of COVID became a political football right away. It still is a political football between Democrats and Republicans, and even within the Democratic Party and within the Republican Party.
Are they going to ask him about these sexual assaults?
And it's unfortunate. We should have been learning from the experience and finding out how we could be better prepared for the next time. But unfortunately, in this toxic environment, it's been nothing but politicized over
and I know
and
a thing or two about toxic environments,
okay? We have to move on, but
I've made a few in my time.
Just add that the question was, how would you respond to the allegations? But we have to move on.
Melissa.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani, you have said that Mr. Trump's Department of Justice
this lady
can't
does
be
not like
trusted,
him.
and that was after the news broke of Mr. Cuomo's alleged reported DOJ investigation. First, quickly, just a yes or no answer. Do you think that President Trump is unfairly targeting Mr. Cuomo?
No, I don't think that it's unfair, but I have no interest in believing that they're actually pursuing justice.
Okay. Second part of my question.
And to be clear, it's not unfair because Andrew Cuomo did lie to Congress, but ultimately we know that the Trump Justice Department and the Trump administration as a whole is interested more in vindictiveness and persecution of political enemies than in anything to do with justice.
Okay, so moving forward, you are also a socialist, and because of that, why wouldn't President Trump target you and, by extension, target New Yorkers? You have 1 minute.
President Trump will target whomever is the next mayor of this city. President Trump even targeted his, in many ways, accomplice, Mayor Eric Adams, who has collaborated with the Trump administration at almost every opportunity. And still, in the midst of that collaboration, we saw that New Yorkers are being taken off the streets in their apartment building lobbies. We have $80 million being taken out of our city bank account.
Oh, man, they are giving him such a good platform.
That there's any mayor here that will be free from being attacked by Donald Trump. What's more important, however, is that we have a mayor who will actually fight back.
He's fucking doing it, guys.
I am Donald Trump's worst nightmare as a progressive Muslim immigrant who actually fights for the things that I believe in. And the difference between myself and Andrew Cuomo is that my campaign is not funded by the very billionaires who put Donald Trump in
Guys,
DC.
they're not stopping him.
I don't have to pick up the phone
oh my
for Bill
God.
Ackman or Ken Langone. I have to pick up the phone
oh my
for the more
God.
than 20,000 New Yorkers who contributed an abreach donation of about $80 to break
He's taking it all the way to the touchdown zone.
Okay,
That's what they call it.
Mr. Cuomo, you want to respond to that?
That's what they call it in football.
You know, Mr. Mamdani is very good on Twitter and with videos, but he actually
did he just mispronounce Mamdani?
For him to accuse me of lying. He also called President Obama a liar and said President Obama was evil. So take everything with a grain of salt. Donald Trump would go through Mr. Mamdani like a hot
Well, I may
knife
have lied to
through butter.
Congress, but he said
He's been in
Obama
government
lied.
27 minutes. He passed 3 bills. That's all he's done. He has no experience with Washington, no experience in New York City. He would be Trump's delight.
He's a literal assemblyman in New York City.
We have to move on.
Look, it's true that I don't have experience with corrupt Trump billionaires who are funding my campaign. I don't have experience with party politics and insider consultants. I do have experience, however, with winning $450 million in debt relief for thousands of working-class taxi drivers and actually delivering it to the working-class people I claim.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Lander?
Get
Mr. Lander,
his
you presented
ass. That was
yourself
incredible,
as a tough-talking
guys.
Trump resistor, but as mayor, you're expected to deliver, including aid for the city. So
that was like catching the football in your own end zone and running it all the way down the field.
Donald
That was
Trump
crazy.
and Elon Musk stole that $80 million
He did
from
so
New York City's
good.
bank account. I uncovered it, I rang the alarm bell, and I forced the mayor into court to get it back. You stand up and fight. You go into court when you are in the right. 1 week after he was elected, I became the first financial officer anywhere in the country to lay out where all that federal money comes into our budget with a really concrete plans for how we put money in reserves so we'll
Field
be
of
able to
goobers.
respond.
One clown
but
and
look,
an
with all the
absolute unit.
corruption that's in
Wowzers.
Washington, We can't have corruption here
Thank you for
in
the
New York
5
City
Tier 1
as well.
subs.
It's not only that Andrew Cuomo
Always
lied
appreciate
to
you guys
Congress,
supporting
which
the
is
stream,
perjury.
folks.
He also lied to the grieving families whose loved ones he sent into those nursing homes to protect his $5 million book deal. That's corruption. That's what I crushed in that junkyard. So when I'm mayor, I will stand up to Donald Trump. I will make sure
I literally
that we've got a
crushed
budget that's
corruption.
ready. So when they
There's
come for
no
our
more
Medicaid,
of it's left.
we've got an independent authority ready to keep providing reproductive health care, housing, and education for
Mr.
all.
Cuomo, would you like to respond?
Yeah, please. Mr. Lander is a little loose with the facts. If he wants to talk about the facts on nursing homes, we'll talk about the facts. He's just parroting Trump's allegations.
I said it
which
long
were
before he
actually
did.
disproven.
You opened the nursing homes, man.
About specifically?
Fuck you.
In terms of the rate of deaths in nursing homes, New York is number 38 out of 50. Number 38. Only 12 states had a lower rate of death. Which is really something when you consider that we had it first and worse than anyone else. And when it comes to corruption, Mr. Lander knows corruption because his office approved $500,000 of contracts to organizations associated with his wife, which he said his deputy
But I would really just like to clear
even though the deputy reported to him.
I would just like to clear one thing up,
it's
Mr.
part
Cuomo.
of the corruption of the city.
It's a lie, and you know it. Every word.
Yeah.
Lies.
I hear you.
Oh man,
but
this
the
is
question is whether or not
so
it's
cathartic.
political and whether or not your congressional testimony
Watching
was
Andrew
truthful.
Cuomo
Were
just
you,
get
now that
knifed
you've
in the
had
back
time to
repeatedly,
reflect,
like
involved in
Caesar on
producing
the
that
floor
report
of the
that
Senate?
undercounted those nursing home
It's
deaths?
so good.
Oh, there was no doubt that my administration produced the report, and it did not undercount the deaths.
Okay,
It
but you're still
counted-
saying you were not involved in
No,
producing it.
It's very clear. That's the Trump line, the MAGA line, right? Because this was during the Trump reelection.
Okay.
The New York reports always counted
I haven't
the
had
number
this
of
much
deaths
fun
where
watching
they
a political
occurred
event in such a
nursing
long
home
time.
Or in a hospital.
Okay.
Now that all the dust is clear.
Okay, we have to move on, though. We have to give other people a chance. We'll all have a lot more time on other subjects.
Is that guy some kind of competent administrator? Andrew Cuomo? Fuck no.
All right. Will you acknowledge the deaths?
Okay.
I mean, it's a very black and white.
Okay.
Did you
Oh,
lie to
get
Congress,
his
or will you
ass.
acknowledge the death?
All right, Mr. Cuomo, we need
15,000 people died, and he still won't answer your question.
All right, here's the chance to answer the question as Melissa presented it.
Yes.
Mr. Cuomo.
No, I told Congress the truth. No, we did not undercount any deaths. When they are all counted, we're number 38 out of 50, which I think
Oh, yeah,
shows
Amber Wiggin,
that
I think he's
compared
a
to what
progressive,
other states went through, we had
comptroller.
it first and worst, and that only 12 states had a lower rate of death. We should really be thanking the women and men who worked in those
Mr. Cuomo,
nursing
just-
homes and did an
Okay,
extraordinary
very
job.
quick yes or no follow-up, if I may. Just the question is, were you involved in the producing of that report? It's just a yes or no question.
I was very aware of the report. I spoke to it at press conferences.
That's not a no.
And I stand
The question is
by
about the production of the report, the creation.
All right, I think-
Okay.
Dude.
We're not getting an answer. We're not getting
Slimy ass.
As to whether or not you were involved.
Let's move on.
Okay.
Mr. Myrie, Mayor Adams and Governor Hochul have negotiated with Trump. Former Governor Cuomo has as well. As mayor, what experience would you bring to the table with President Trump?
Well, let me just say to the people watching at home who are afraid to send their children to school, to the families who are afraid to show up to court proceedings, seeing agents snatch people up doing the right thing, I want to speak directly to you in this moment because you're not hearing that communication. You're not hearing about a mayor that is going to stand up and have a backbone to stand up for our city. I'm the son of two undocumented immigrants who came here for opportunity. My parents could take me to school.
Hell yeah.
They could take me to the hospital without fear of deportation because they knew the city would have their back. That's the kind of mayor that I'm going to be, one that stands up when necessary. Of course, we're going to work with the president when it's in the best interest of the city. But what he has demonstrated over these past 6 months is that he is not interested in helping this city. We have to grow our tax base so that we can be independent from the federal government. And that's why I have a plan to deliver 1 million homes over the next 10 years. It's why I want free after school for every kid in this city. And it's why I want to extend pre-K and 3K to 6 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Myrie. Rosarina?
Thank you, Melissa. Ms. Ramos, vamos a hablar
Yeah,
de
I don't
Trump
know
ahora.
expanding
We talked
the
about
child
fighting President
day.
Trump, but you also said in a campaign
I don't know how well that's
questionnaire
gonna go over.
that you seek partnership with him. How do you envision working together with him? You have a minute.
You know, I've already seen a very clear blueprint about how to elegantly school President Trump. And we saw it in Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum and how she led on negotiating the tariff scandal with the president. And so I'm here to say that not only should my administration litigate to protect immigrants, to protect gender-affirming care, but we should be ready to withhold our federal taxes when Trump unlawfully takes away funding from the things that we need. We have to play chess, and we have to be smart, and our taxpayer dollars are our leverage.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Mr. Stringer, the next question goes to you. Fighting Trump has been a key element of your campaign. Is there anything that Trump wants that you will be willing to give him in exchange for something that the city needs? You have a minute.
Look, this is why it's so critical to elect a mayor with real experience negotiating, experience understanding what the stakes are here. Look, Donald Trump is coming for New York City. He's hell-bent on collapsing the social safety net. He wants to pick kids off the streets.
The disrespect of like the paper shuffling sounds is
in America, in this city. So I know how to fight him because I fought him in Trump 1. When he was coming after us, I managed to divest $4 billion from fossil fuel. I divested from private prisons. I divested from gun manufacturers. He didn't slow me down. He sped me up. But right now, we need a mayor who's going to put aside $1 billion in a very, very rainy day fund. We need a mayor who's going to insist that the banks and the next controller come to the table and strategize about how we have a short-term plan to get the city to the congressional elections. No one has more experience in city government and knows how to do that than
me. But Mr. Stringer, the question is, if he wants something in exchange, will you give it to him?
I'm not quid pro quoing with Trump. What I'm going to do, and this is my strategy, is I'm going to organize the same thing that happened during the days when Ford said to New York, drop dead. We're going to go to the business community. I'm going to go to our congressional leadership, Schumer and Jeffries. I'm going to organize this city and the city government to wage a fight in Washington to protect the epicenter of the national economy, which is New York City.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to Mr. Tilson now.
That was like the least inspiring answer I've ever heard.
You've been blasting Mr. Trump since 2016. When
Just
you
blasting him, giving it to him over and over.
Spanish, the devil. As mayor, how can you make a deal with him? We're talking about pact with the devil.
Look, I think I've been fighting Trump and Trumpism since long before then, since he came down that escalator 10 years ago.
And they were roommates.
And but I do think we Democrats have to stop giving Trump gifts, like when we let ourselves be defined by our far left, by socialists with their defund the police nonsense and open borders, et cetera.
Okay, that's how it is.
That I do agree with Trump is that when a socialist like Zoran here tweets that the NYPD is, quote, wicked and calls to defund and dismantle the NYPD, that is madness, that is costing us elections. And
he's
why
right,
Trump
though.
has doubled his share of the New York City vote in the last 3 elections from 17% to 30%. We've got to move away from the far left and the socialism that's sinking our party and our city.
Guys, listen to the skeleton.
I want to be very clear.
He's very knowledgeable on
critical
economics
in creating public safety. And when I speak to those very officers on the beat, in the rank and file, I hear from them a frustration that where they joined the force to tackle serious crimes, we are instead now asking them to play the roles of mental health professionals and social workers. And that is why we are putting forward a plan to create a Department of Community Safety that will tackle gun violence, homelessness, the mental health crisis.
All right, Mr. Mamdani, we might get to
this is literally what I've wanted.
It's critically important, and I think it's important in a moment when we have a candidate to my right who is absolutely mischaracterizing anything that we've put forward in this campaign.
You can check his Twitter feed. He has not deleted the tweet that calls the NYPD wicked and to defund and dismantle the NYPD. It's still up.
Thank you, Mr. Tilson.
All right, thank you. Mr. Blake,
those tweets.
You often highlight your past roles in the Obama administration and in leadership of the National Democratic Party, which has since lost the White House and is struggling to regroup. How does that make you effective when it comes to negotiating with President Trump if you were mayor? You have 1 minute.
Well, as the only person on the stage who's been a part of a team that has actually defeated Donald Trump, and as a black man who understands that Trump goes after black folk, just ask the Exonerated Five or Barack Obama, and like them, we will win. I have the experience to make sure we address what's happening in New York City. First and foremost, anytime Trump and Elon try to take our funds, we will withhold taxes and sending in D.C., specifically working with companies that have contracts in New York City and say, you will not abide by unconstitutional behavior. Second, we will ban ICE at our schools and our places of worship. We will designate them as safe havens because there is no reason at all that ICE is going after our immigrants, in particular families like mine from Jamaica. Third, since I have White House experience under President Obama, State House experience locally, as well as what's happening as a reverend and a community leader, you need to understand that there is someone right now who can lead New York City. You have heard people now not be able to answer the question, but they're saying they can actually represent you. I am ready from day one because of what I have. From the White House to the State House to your house, Michael Blake is ready to lead.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Ms. Adams, your most powerful campaign
that was a decent answer.
Is New York Attorney General Letitia James, an arch rival of President Trump. How would you ensure that you, and by extension New Yorkers, are not a casualty of their war? You have 1 minute.
Thank you very much. And you mentioned the Attorney General. She is the most notorious, the baddest Attorney General that New York and the nation has ever seen. And yes, she does endorse me. You know, when the name Donald Trump comes up, the first thing, the advice that I get from the Attorney General
How many people are going
is
for
that
mayor?
when Donald Trump comes
like
your
9?
way and causes problems for New Yorkers, sue him. That is exactly what I am doing right now as we speak. We have an executive order that is in front of us that is illegal, that Mayor Eric Adams had his first deputy mayor sign. The mayor didn't even sign it, but the first deputy mayor signed it. And it would allow ICE to come onto Rikers Island, Donald Trump's ICE, to come onto Rikers Island, which has been illegal since the year 2014. I have a TRO, a temporary restraining order, that Judge Rosado feels that our case has merit. We have sued him, and New York will win. I will always be a mayor that will stand up for our immigrants. Donald Trump's ICE has no place on Rikers Island. Donald Trump's ICE has no place pulling our people that are taking their legal court dates now. No rights.
Thank you.
Not in my New York.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Sally Goldenberg.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Let's turn to public safety. It's a top concern for many New Yorkers, especially underground on the subways, which so many New Yorkers rely on to get to work. We're seeing fewer robberies and overnight 2 cops on every train, but still many New Yorkers simply don't feel safe on the subways. We'd like to know what plan each of you have to change that. You have 30 seconds, and we're going to change the order.
Also, the subways are totally fine.
Thank you, Sally, for the question. You know, right now, we want to make sure that we are recruiting and retaining police officers. This is why I'm offering a workforce housing initiative to make sure that we help them be able to keep New York City their home. We want to attract them here. I want to increase their entry-level pay. I want to stop investing taxpayer dollars in RoboCops and toys and
subways
actually
go
think
above
about the
ground as well.
themselves.
I mean, true.
But we have to assess deployment and upskill our EMS workers to respond to mental health emergencies.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Mr. Myrie.
Thank you. I take the train every single day. I took the 5 train to this debate. So I'm experiencing exactly what New Yorkers experience, and that is things feel different on our subways. People tell you that you shouldn't believe what you're experiencing, that the numbers are down and that you should feel more safe. But that's why people tune out of politics. Here are the facts. Things feel different, so here's what I want to do. I want police and clinician teams 24/7, 150 of them throughout the city. I want to ensure that everyone feels safe no matter what neighborhood they're in.
Okay.
And I want to ensure that we do that on my first day.
We're at time. Thank you. Mr. Cuomo, your plan
I think this man needs to cook a little bit longer.
Yeah, part of it is,
you know,
we have to admit what we did wrong. The people on the stage, almost without exception,
he looks like he got
the police.
like hit by a
dismantled the police,
growth ray of some
reduced
kind.
The police by 3,000,
turned from a 5-year-old into a 30-year-old.
$1 billion in overtime.
The big situation.
And now they're calling for more police. We wouldn't need more police if we didn't defund them in the first place. In my first 30 days, I will take every homeless person off the trains and the subway stations and get them the help they need. We did it before. We can do it again.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo.
We're going to fact check that he literally said defund the police himself when he was governor. All right.
All right, we're coming around to you.
This is the third time he's literally
get his ass. Keep getting his ass.
We'll get to this.
Are you saying Andrew, are you saying you didn't say defund the police?
I never supported defund the police.
Are you saying you never said defund the police?
I never supported.
Can you just answer the question?
I used the word defund the
so
police.
Again,
I said I don't support defund the police.
You just said everyone else did that, but you would not acknowledge.
Mr. Cuomo, did you say?
He did.
All right, hold on, gentlemen.
Did you say that it was a legitimate school of thought?
Hold on, let us frame a question here.
I think think that Mr. Blake maybe talking
I'm
about
you know,
something
honestly,
you said,
I'm
which
okay
is
with all
that
of you
both
dunking on
are
Andrew
legitimate
Cuomo for an
schools
hour
of thought.
or two.
Defund or don't defund.
And
you gave it some legitimacy in public.
I disagree with defund.
Yes, you did.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank picking up.
And I'd still like to respond.
Or does he? You know?
We'll be coming around.
Or does
We're coming
he?
around to everybody.
Mr. Tilson.
Yeah, I'm fully supportive of the increased police presence in the MTA. In fact, transit crime is down this year. It shouldn't be, I shouldn't have to say this, but the key to reducing crime is fully staffed police that are out there enforcing the laws.
And of course, I will be out there with them, scaring people with my skeletal form.
Where they are starting to enforce the lower level crimes, the quality of life crimes, drinking, smoking, spreading out over the subway cars.
Okay,
and police are arresting more. And it turns out that 30% of the people they are arresting have criminal records of more than
Okay, I'm sorry, we do have to move on.
And I like to
time,
stand
Mr.
on the
Mamdani.
street corner going, yeah.
In my Department of Community Safety, we are
It
going
keeps
to
the neighborhood safe.
put together dedicated teams of mental health outreach workers who will be deployed to the top 100 subway stations with the highest levels of mental health crises and homelessness. We are actually going to address this in a manner that goes beyond the same ideas that we hear time and time again, recycled by the same politicians like Andrew Cuomo who brought us to this point. And if we care about the police force, then we have to actually listen to police officers. They are leaving this force, 200 of them each month. And when you ask them why, it's because of the forced overtime. And part of the reason that that is taking place is we're asking them to respond to every failure of the social safety net.
Thank you, Mr. Blake.
The people who don't feel safe are young women, mothers, and grandmothers around Andrew Cuomo. That's the greatest threat to public safety in New York City. Now, specifically to your question, I have said very specifically, we need 1,000 mental health professionals on our subways and streets. And so therefore, you can have police then with body cameras on go do precision policing outside. The police will indicate they were not trained on addressing mental health. Let's utilize those persons who need the help immediately. If we take those steps, then we can also make it a point to help make sure everyone gets home alive.
Mr. Blake. We're going to move on to everybody, but I want to give Mr. Cuomo an opportunity to respond. Mr. Blake raised the issue of sexual harassment allegations in your administration.
Just if people who are watching at home have to be incredibly frustrated. They defunded the police. They reduced the number of police. They're now saying we need more police. We should have reduced them in the first place. And we need mental health experts to address the homeless, mentally ill. And we do that by getting them off the train so we can assess them and get them to mental health.
Would you like to respond to
with
Mr.
cops?
Blake?
We get them off the train with cops, and then throw them into prison, and then get them assessed.
Mr. Blake, when had a chance about sexual. Every woman watching tonight, he was just given a chance to actually address
with the steel chair. Let's go.
Claims that were stated and ignored it.
Okay, we do have to move on because we have other candidates on stage and we want to hear about their subway safety plans. Mr. Stringer, can we please hear about your subway safety plan?
Gentlemen, listen.
We are moving on from this question. You had an opportunity to respond. Mr. Stringer, please tell us your subway safety plan.
Kids, it's grown-up time, so just give me a second, okay? Let me straighten this out for you.
Look, Scott, we appreciate that.
No, you got it, man. So look, we're spending $1.3 billion in police overtime because we don't have enough police officers. We have the lowest police count
so good.
in a generation, so we need to hire 3,000 more cops. But in order to get them, we have to go into our communities and get the wonderful, diverse citizens to come into a department. But we also have to make
back
it
into
worthy
the locker
of doing
with
it.
you.
That's something I'm going to do. But look, I will say this to you. The crisis that we have is twofold. It's not just about policing. It's about also helping the people who suffer from mental illness. And we have to align policing with the mental health initiative. Why Andrew Cuomo has the nerve to talk about defund when he signed the bail reform?
We all know you want a police officer to be your therapist.
That is something that really caused the crime problem in our city.
Word time, Mr. Stringer. Ms. Adams.
Thank you so much. To address this claim that everybody's called for defund, I have never called for defunding the police, and I never will. In the 2021 budget of the City Council, we were in a season of COVID, and many agencies
there are people literally being abducted off the streets of New York City.
Many agencies, not just the New York Police Department, but
and
many.
they're still not acknowledging the threat of a police state
during that season of COVID. But my public safety agenda
something
calls
tragically
for police to be taken out of
that.
social work and mental health, for our police to be paid what they are worth. We have always supported a budget that reinforces our police department.
Thank you, Ms.
And we
Adams.
always will
We're
do
at
that.
time. Mr. Lander, again, the question is about looking forward, your subway safety plan.
Yeah, I've got a dear friend whose middle school daughter, who takes the train to school, was pushed to the ground by a homeless person with serious mental illness. This is a big deal for all of our families, which is why I have a ready on day one, detailed, clear plan to end street homelessness for people with serious mental illness. We don't have to be a city where a couple thousand of our mentally ill neighbors cycle from subway to street to hospital to jail and back again. It's a plan called Housing First. It will work. I do have to go back, though, because in the prior round,
I do like that.
The former governor told
I do
a
like
lie
Housing First.
sourced from Twitter about my wife. And when I go home tonight, I better be able to make clear it's 100% false, and he knows it.
Thank you, Mr.
Mario
Lander.
Cuomo previously campaigned in public.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lander.
Oh.
We're going to move on. Melissa has another set of questions
Thank
about public safety.
Okay.
Please don't talk. Please don't talk. We're going to try to get as much in as we can.
If you don't lie about my wife, I'll be good the rest of the time.
Thank you. Okay, we are all familiar with
Hell
what it's
yeah,
like
we
to
love
try
a
to buy
wife guy.
toothpaste or beauty products at the local drugstore and having to wait for it to be unlocked. Shoplifting is a sad fact of life in this city right now, and many in law enforcement blame bail reform, since most shoplifters can no longer be held in jail. So they get arrested, they most often receive a ticket to appear in court, and they're usually released to steal again. That's how law enforcement describes it again and again. So we have a few specific questions.
But they know
and
how
we're
many
going to have
times
30
somebody's been
seconds to
caught for
answer.
doing
Mr.
that.
Cuomo, we will start with you because you signed the bail
Fuck
reform
off. That's not
legislation.
how that system
Governor
works.
Hochul has made some changes since you did that. Do you think bail reform is working, and how would you stop shoplifting and other low-level repeat crimes? You have 30 seconds.
Yes. Just to go back, if Mr. Lander says his office didn't approve 500,000 contracts, that his deputy approved, affiliated with his wife's organization.
Every word a lie.
But also, guys, like if you steal a certain amount, they don't just release you again.
Well, then it's easy enough to check.
Mr. Cuomo, you're using your time, just so you know. You're going to have 30 seconds.
Yeah. On bail reform, we all talk about how terrible Rikers Island is, and it is. It's a disgrace that it is still being operated by this city.
Your time is up, Mr. Cuomo. I'm sorry.
And I didn't stop it either.
Time is up. I'm sorry.
You didn't stop it last
Mr.
time.
Meyer,
Why would we
you
expect
voted
it
for
to do
bail
anything
reform as
new?
well. How would you stop shoplifters if you were the mayor and other low-level crimes that are taking a toll on our city?
Anyone that breaks the law needs to be held accountable, and we made changes to our criminal justice laws because things needed to change. And here's
I hope
how
Zoran
know.
talks about his.
I was robbed with my mom in an elevator in the building that I grew up in when I was very young. Her worldview is informed by that experience. We have to ensure that every New Yorker feels safe in every neighborhood, wherever they are. And that is what I'm going to do as mayor. I'm going to return our police headcount to what it was in 2018. And I'm going to ensure that all New Yorkers
I
feel
have
safe
trouble
wherever
taking
they are.
anything Stringer
Thank
says
you,
seriously with
Yeah,
that shirt
Ms.
being a
Ramos,
half
the same
size
question
too
to
big.
you. You voted for bail reform. How would you stop shoplifters
true.
and other low-level crime to take a toll in the city?
Well,
Now I
want to
see the shirt again.
1,000 recidivists in the city of New York, and I've been hard at work in the Senate already,
Also, Saki
making
Tanuki, thank you
sure
for the
that
5
we're
tier 1
looking
subs.
at treatment courts in cases of kleptomania. But clearly, there are organized rings that need to be taken down by the NYPD. So I'm here to say that there's accountability to be had, but we also have to make sure that there is a balance with the job opportunities that should open up if we address all of the crises that we are facing.
But let's remember that you voted for the bail reform.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Mandani, you opposed to rollbacks to bail reform, and you do
I
not
did.
want to hire more cops above the current authorized level. How would you stop shoplifters and these repeat offenders? What's your approach?
Bring down the
I want to
prices.
sustain the headcount that we have in the police department. And I want to listen to police officers who are leaving in droves from the department because they're being asked to do the work of mental health professionals and social workers. Right now, police officers pick up hundreds of phone calls a day that are mental health crises, hundreds of thousands a year. That's not the work that they signed up to do. And when it comes to shoplifting and retail theft, when the key here is to listen to workers themselves. They have spoken time and time again about the need for increased staffing in our Walgreens and our Duane Reeds. And when it comes to organized crime,
you very much.
we have to ensure the police actually hold them accountable.
Thank you, Mr.
Let's
Mandani.
go, man.
Mr. Blake, do you see a need for change to the bail reform, and how would you end the retail theft as mayor?
Absolutely. So I proudly supported it when I was in the assembly because Khalif Browder was my constituent. When we talked about raise the age and bail reform and speedy trial, we had to do that. But we need to make it different and stronger now. And to your question, that means we have to hold repeat offenders more accountable, be much more attentive to that degree. But the broader dynamic, if we help New Yorkers make and keep more money in their pocket in the first place, then we wouldn't have people speaking about shoplifting. That's why we need to have local median income. That's why we have to have guaranteed income. That's why we have to help people on the front end so we're not talking about them being arrested on the back end.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blake. Sally.
Thank you. Mr. Stringer, we're going to go to you with the same question. Do you see a need for any further changes to the state's bail laws, and how would you tackle retail theft as mayor?
Well, look, I've seen retail theft in my own neighborhood, walking into a Duane Reade with my kids and just seeing the shelves empty and then having to push a button, wait 10 minutes for a young staffer whose job is not to be my personal shopper. This is wrong. And that's why we need to put cops on the beat, working with the small businesses to root out the people who are constantly
I'm sorry,
coming back to do this. But
pressed a
we also have to
button,
make sure
you continue to shop
people who
there?
are doing the stealing also have opportunities to get them the housing and the services that they need. See, we have to walk and chew gum at the same time when it comes to
I don't believe this man can walk and chew gum at the same time.
Do you see a need for further changes to the state's bail laws? Just yes or no?
Look, I think right now it's been changed a couple of times.
Okay.
When let me just say, when Cuomo signed it, he didn't do the work of a mayor and governor. The mayor and the governor
it was just a yes or no question. We're going to move on to Ms. Adams.
He didn't do that, and that's too bad.
We're moving on to Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams, same question to you. Do you see any need for changes to the state's bail laws, and how do you plan to tackle?
It looks like he's retreating into a shell.
Well, the state just made some adjustments and some tweaks, so let's see how that goes. We need to take a look at the ringleaders at the higher levels of the folks that are carrying and actually doing the stealing. Low-level criminals are wasting away on Rikers Island. Some have committed suicide under this current administration. So what we need to do as far as public safety is concerned, I will fill the over 2,000 vacancies within the NYPD in my first 8 months as mayor. This is what we need to look at. Others are looking at bringing in thousands and thousands of police officers. We have vacancies to fill.
Who are half of these people anyway?
Our NYPD needs better management.
Most of them
Thank you. Mr. Lander, do you see
relatively unimportant.
a need for changes to bail reform, and what would you do as mayor about this retail theft?
I've got a detailed plan to combat retail theft, so the toothpaste is not always behind lock and key.
I
look
love
it up
him.
on my website. To develop it, I took lessons from NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch, who I want to keep
I love
as commissioner.
His expressiveness.
Crime's coming down and accountability is going up.
It's like he's doing a character on a sitcom.
Essentially, to retail stores, so they don't have to call 911. They can report quickly. Investigations can be thorough. And I've actually taken the idea from the conservative Manhattan Institute that drug treatment courts need to be central in our response.
You just named two of my bills, the Retail Worker Safety Act with panic buttons and my mental health court expansion.
Ranked choice voting.
Quick response? Okay.
I'll do as mayor.
All right, thank you. Sally, you had a quick question here.
Yeah, well, I guess we also for Mr. Tilson.
Yes. Mr. Tilson, I'm going to let you respond, but just on that, Jessica.
Yeah, I guess because Mr. Lander brought her up, just a quick show of hands, who else would keep Jessica Tisch as police commissioner? Okay, thank you.
Haven't decided yet.
Okay. Correct. All right. Mr. Tilson, you said you would cut crime by 50%. Do you want changes to bail reform? What can you do to tackle this low-level crime?
Yeah, well, I do very much believe we need to make substantial changes to bail reform and discovery reform, both of which went too far. Like what I said earlier, we basically decriminalized all low-level crime. Shocker, it went way up.
No,
so
you didn't.
We need to have
that's
more
not
police
what.
officers
That's not
enforcing the law.
That's
and
not
we
what
need to change
cashless bail
legislation
does.
such that prosecutors can actually punish repeat offenders. I just talked to a cop right here in Midtown North last week who told me they're down from 300 cops to 120, and they have to fill out so much paperwork when they make an arrest that the criminal is back out onto the street.
If we don't imprison people, where will I find people to stick with spears in my torture dungeon?
Now we're going to talk about e-bikes. Bicycle deaths in the city have reached record heights in the recent years, with injuries also surging, many involving, of course, e-bikes. Just the past hour, Mayor Adams announced a plan to impose a 15-mile-per-hour speed limit on e-bikes. Do you believe this is the right way to improve safety? And what else would you do, Ms. Adams? You have 30 seconds to answer.
Yeah, a lot of those, the e-bike riders are people that deliver food to our homes, and they have families as well. I do believe that there needs to be a closer look, which we are doing in the City Council as far as regulation is concerned, but we have to be careful.
But this regulation with 50 miles per hour, is this the right approach to regulate it?
Well, as the mayor normally does, he does not collaborate with the City Council, which had we done that collaboration together, we might have come up with a different solution other than 50 miles, and I believe is a penalty, which we could have come together and realized something much more reasonable for e-bike riders.
Just to clarify.
15
I understand.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Adams. Mr. Lander.
I think the pedal assist city bikes go 17 miles per hour, so that seems pretty good to me. But we've got to go upstream here to the folks that are causing this. Uber Eats and Seamless and DoorDash need to be held accountable for the trips that are taken where they're making money. They've got the data to keep folks safe. And, you can't operate a car dealership in this city that sells cars without license plates to people without driver's licenses. So we've got to hold the sellers of mopeds accountable. Those are motor vehicles, and they need to be treated that way if you're going to sell them. They've got to have licenses. They've got to have license plates. They have to operate safely.
Ms. Ramos.
Well, we have to end the criminalization of our delivery workers and bicycle riders. A lot of enforcement has now changed from civil summonses to criminal tickets, and that is leaving breadcrumbs for ICE and leaving many of our community members vulnerable. That being said, it is high time that we post speed limits and adapt our street design for the use of bikes and e-bikes. The fact is that we have to get them off the sidewalks. We have to make sure that they are abiding by the rules. And this is why we need public education in English, in Espanol, in all of the languages that our riders speak.
Thank you very much. Mr. Myrie.
There's no question that things feel different on our streets and that these categories of vehicles are not built for our current structure and on our streetscape. So we have to regulate. We have to hold the companies that are making money more accountable on this. But we also have to ensure that we are doing this in collaboration, doing this in a smart way, and ensuring that the enforcement on this is actually going to be going through. What we have seen is uneven enforcement in this space, and that's why there are older adults in this city that are afraid to cross the street because of how things feel.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cuomo.
Yes, I think this is another example of just dysfunctional city management. We passed a state law allowing e-bikes. It was supposed to be regulated by the city. You've had all sorts of accidents, all sorts of warnings.
This may be
the
Pride
city
Month,
has done nothing.
but I am not even a twinge of Cuomo
The speed has to come down. City bikes voluntarily came down to 17 miles
I
an
motion that we
hour.
remove the C from LGBTQ.
E-bikes, some of them doing 25, 30 miles an hour. You have to bring down the speeds, but you also have to have them registered by the apps.
Sake, thank you for the 5 3-1 subs.
Let them license, let them register,
Cuomo.
let them pay the tickets.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tilson.
This issue is actually quite personal to me because I ride my bike in the city every day. And in fact, I'll bet I'm the only mayoral candidate in history who ever rode his bike to the mayoral debate, as I did this evening. And those e-bikes are
cackling all the
a lot more
way.
dangerous, not just for pedestrians. So I've been calling to speed limit them since the beginning of my campaign. I totally agree with that.
Cuomo used to be the mayor
at
CF3300.
Since police have started issuing citations, the e-bikes are behaving themselves a lot more. I see a lot fewer blowing through red lights, blowing up on the sidewalk.
Thank you, Mr. Tilson. Let's remind you guys that these are the people taking, most of them, your food to your offices and your homes. Mr. Mandan.
I find it ridiculous to hear Andrew Cuomo talk about how we need to regulate the apps when this is the very mayoral candidate who has a super PAC that received $1 million from DoorDash. How are you going to regulate DoorDash when they are giving you $1 million to influence your street safety regulations and your labor regulations?
Get
this
him.
model This economic model is one that doesn't just incentivize e-bike riders to break street safety laws. It often requires them to do so to make the delivery.
He's so fucking good at this.
Yes.
It's crazy.
I work for the people of the state of New York, the people of the city of New York. I don't care who gave me what. I do what is right, and that's how I.
But you don't feel compromised?
That's how I've always run my.
But don't you feel
career.
compromised?
I just said the apps should be held responsible. They are the ones who should have to license the bike, register the bike.
6 months
be
later,
responsible for the fees. They're the ones who are making the money.
Thank you, Mr.
Except for DoorDash.
Thank you very much. We have to go to Mr. Blake.
Mr. Blake.
Just want to make sure we
how could I be
said,
compromised by a small payment of $1 million?
That's not a man who's actually going to break the corruption in City Hall. You need a new vision right here. To your question around e-bikes, one of the reasons why we cannot have an increase of people getting tickets is that it will absolutely lead to the harassment of more communities of color and immigrants in particular. Now, we definitely have to focus on what's happening around speed limits, but also how to reimagine what our city can be, because we cannot continue to have a 2025 city with a 1905 infrastructure.
Mr. Blake,
so we've laid out the vision at blakefornyc.com on how to address e-bikes as well as a new city.
Mr. Stringer.
Let me start by asking, just answering the question. Yes, I think 15 miles an hour is reasonable, and I think the mayor is right about this. But in the time that I have, I do want to follow up about DoorDash, because that $1 million contribution crossed the Rubicon. And the contributions of donors who are giving between $250,000 and $1 million are fundamentally buying the mayoralty. And that is something that we spent 20 years never trying to get to again since City for Sale.
Mr. Stringer, thank you.
You are writing a new book about how to take the mayoralty 1, 2, 3, and I find it
Mr. Stringer,
offensive.
thank you. Brief response, Mr. Cuomo.
Get his ass.
I live with the campaign finance rules. They're talking about independent expenditure committee. And let's remember who represents who here. I am the person on this stage who represents the working men and women of New York City. The labor unions have endorsed me, over 650,000 strong.
You were fined by the campaign finance board. I got this.
We're being challenged by the campaign finance board as we speak.
We have to move on. I think the issue's been spoken to and addressed. We have another question here for you. We'd like 30 seconds on this. You've all spent years in politics. What's your biggest regret? We'll begin with you, Mr. Blake.
Well, right now it's dealing with the campaign finance board, who is illegally not having me on the second stage, where they have now admitted in writing 4 times that
so many of you are asking how many of these people are running. It's like 9.
If you go to our website, you're going to see we challenge that.
Is that a regret of something? Your regret in this? Or?
Well, my regret is that I've been trying to have patience with the campaign finance board.
Okay, Mr. Blake, thank you. Mr. Mamdani,
my regret is that I'm too good at this.
You know, as a Democrat, one of my regrets is having trusted the leaders within our own party, leaders like Andrew Cuomo. Because what we've seen is that kind of leadership has delivered us to this point where we are under attack by an affordability crisis on the inside and a Trump administration on the outside. And Democrats are tired of being told by leaders from the past that we should continue to simply wait our turn. We should continue to simply trust when we know that's the very leadership that got us to this point. We need to turn the page for new leadership to take us out.
Mr. Tilson?
Just with the baseball bat.
My biggest regret is that I didn't see Joe Biden's decline and call for him to resign earlier. It wasn't until after the debate that I became one of the loudest voices publicly, nationally, calling on him to step aside. But unfortunately, by then it was too late, and we handed Donald Trump the presidency.
Like, Mr. Cuomo,
Chad, it's not just me, right?
All the years you've spent in politics.
When Zoran talks,
got to a point that,
it's exponentially better than everyone else on stage, right?
That we've got
like his charisma is just unreal.
Has no connection with reality. Where a person who has served in government for several years, only passed 3 bills, believes they have the experience and credentials to run the greatest city on the earth. And the Democratic Party seems okay with that.
Mr. Cuomo, this question,
was
about your personal regret in your years in politics.
I said I regret the state of the Democratic Party is in that we elected Trump.
Not the 15.
No regrets when it comes to cutting Medicaid or health care. No regrets when it comes to cutting child care. No regrets when it comes to slow-walking PPE and vaccinations in the season of COVID to Black and brown communities. Really, no regrets. No regrets.
We have to protect Medicare for our city's retirees.
Okay, we want everyone to be able to respond to this.
Retirees.
Okay, we want to respond to this, Mr. Cuomo. You only have a few seconds.
Yeah, but
no, I understand, but
it's not. It is just not accurate. Medicaid went up under me. I led the nation under COVID. Okay. I pushed President Trump to give us everything he had.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. Right.
I was there every day.
You expressed it.
Leading COVID.
Okay.
No regrets.
I have to ask him
all right.
Mr. Cuomo, I'm sorry. I'm sure that people at home must be wondering about your answer to this question, because we speak to voters throughout the city, and quite a few of them will say, I'm not sure exactly what happened with those sexual harassment cases. We know that you say you never sexually harassed anybody. You say you're running to restore efficient government and efficient leadership. But in the past, your leadership came with what more than one investigation concluded was a toxic work environment, especially for women. And some of those cases are still ongoing. So I just want to ask you, since we're talking about regrets, you have apologized to some of those women back when you were still governor.
Oh, Paladin,
what do you say to voters now, looking ahead to your potential mayoralty? Are you doing anything differently? And why should they believe that that same situation won't happen again?
Yeah, Melissa, let's just make sure we have the facts. A report was done 4 years ago making certain allegations. I said at the time that it was political and it was false. 5 district attorneys, Democratic, Republican, short, tall, looked at it all across the state, found absolutely nothing. 1 case has been resolved. I was dropped from that case. I said at the time that if I offended anyone, it was unintentional, but I apologize. And I say that today.
There was also a Justice Department investigation, but we'll move on because we're out of time.
We detoured there because of the issue raised, but we
he
also want everyone
too
to
slow.
respond.
It's on purpose, you know. He's stalling for time.
I regret not having secured more funding for after school earlier in my career, but I want to turn to Andrew because during...
These are short answers, Mr. Barr, on your regrets.
I have 30 seconds, correct?
Yes.
When I was in the ICU during COVID, writing legislation to protect my community, you were the most powerful person in this state, and you were in the governor's mansion taking a $5 million deal. Do you regret taking the $5 million, and will you give it back?
Yeah. First of all, that's not true.
What part?
I stood up every day and fought for this state, for COVID, against President Trump, for PPE, for masks. I was in emergency rooms.
I was in a hospital.
All right, gentlemen, I need to
nurses were wearing
gentlemen, I understand.
Garbage bags for PPE.
Yes.
Do you regret taking the $5 million?
We're going to pick up.
We were doing everything we could every day to get
Mr. Cuomo, people aren't going to hear you if you. We are going to finish this.
Take a break.
We have
holy shit.
We have a break right now that we have to take.
This is such a shit show.
I assure you. We're just about at the 1 hour break. We're going to continue this online. Channel 4 goes to regular programming, but wherever you stream News 4 New York, continue watching us. We will be right back with more of this discussion.
Let's go! This has been so much fun, guys. Like, I genuinely was not expecting just like fucking backstabbery going on here. I didn't expect each and every one of them to be Brutus. I just wasn't expecting it. Because all of them benefit from tearing down Cuomo, right? Like, they all benefit from that. So rather than fighting each other, they're largely just fighting Cuomo. It's like a goddamn Attack on Titan episode in debate form, okay? That's that's what's happening right now. And like, I'm real excited because I like that a lot, just conceptually, but also Zoran's like kicking ass. Like, he's been able to get his talking points in. He's been able to be charming. They've actually given him enough time and not interrupted him, which I was fully expecting. He's killing it. I think he's gonna pull this off, guys. My heart will literally be crushed if he doesn't win this election. Unnecessarily intense news music. All of the music used for like holding on local news these days sounds like it is in like the final act of a Fire Emblem game, you know? Oh, Zoran, don't break my heart. Bet it's AI? Probably not.
Live from Rockefeller Center, the
Here we
first
go.
Democratic primary debate for New York City Mayor with City Council Speaker Adrian Adams, former State Assemblyman Michael Blake, former Governor Andrew Cuomo, City Comptroller Brad Lander, State Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani, State Senator Zelnor Myrie, State Senator Jessica Ramos, former Comptroller Scott Stringer, and former hedge fund manager Whitney
Wait,
Tilson.
so Scott Stringer,
Sponsored
is he
by
just always
News
being
for New
eaten
York,
by his shirt?
Telemundo
He
47,
was also wearing a shirt
Politico,
way too big
the
for
New
him.
York City Campaign
And
Finance
his
Board,
photograph there.
and NYC Votes.
It's not a one-off?
Here now, News 4 New York
It's a
anchor,
recurring feature of
David
his fashion?
Welcome back to the second hour of the first Democratic primary debate for New York City Mayor. Once again, I'm joined by my colleague News 4 Government Affairs reporter Melissa Russo, also Sally Goldenberg, who's senior New York editor for Politico, and Telemundo 47 anchor Rosarina Breton. We are streaming live on NBC New York and Telemundo 47.
God, he puts so much respect on her name. I love it.
Politico.com, Telexitos, and we're also live on YouTube. So, candidates, with all of us on stage, so many, we wanted to give a chance for voters to hear as much as they can, but we also have to try and get all the production things done, too. We are going to pick up with Mr. Cuomo, given a chance to respond to what Mr. Myrie said, and then we resume with Ms. Ramos and Mr. Lander and Ms. Adams to talk about their biggest regret in politics.
And
so
then
Mr.
we'll
Cuomo, just
end
a
with the
brief
boxing match.
Yeah, briefly, we led the way under COVID. Every day I got on that TV, I informed New Yorkers of exactly what was going on and all the facts, and I was fighting President Trump for the COVID, for the PPE. There was no doubt that in the beginning there was no PPE and people were using garbage bags, but we fought vehemently for it. When the first phase had passed New York, we actually got through the first phase. It was then going to other states, and that's when we were trying to share lessons.
What happened to city field vaccines?
All right, we're going to continue on, and you may have a chance. Ms. Ramos, biggest regret in your years in politics.
We had the vaccines. Use a vendetta against the former mayor not to make it happen.
So I regret not running for mayor in 2021. I had been in the Senate for 2 years. I'd already passed over a dozen bills. I thought I needed more experience, but turns out you just need to make good videos.
Mr. Lander.
I was the champion for the Gowanus rezoning, which is producing 8,000 homes in my district. But I'll be honest, I wish I had pushed for even more housing in my district when I was a city council member, because we need it. But let's be clear, sexually harassed 13 women, marked up that state health department report to undercount nursing home deaths, has now forced taxpayers to spend $60 million on his legal bills, has learned absolutely nothing, taken no responsibility.
Okay, Mr. Lander, thank you.
David,
he does not deserve your trust.
You can't let him say
briefly.
He's really selling the lines.
The report was done. 5 DAs.
He'd make a 10 out of 10 like side character in Star Trek.
In terms of the paying legal fees, yes, the state pays legal fees. The state was sued. Kathy Hochul was sued, and I was sued. And the comptroller knows that because he was sued 15 times, and the city paid the bill. He was sued by parents of the disabled. He was sued by homeless providers who said he was. I know he didn't do anything about the safety conditions. He was sued by people who said he mismanaged the pension
thank you, Mr. Cuomo. Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. Mr. Lander, you have 15 seconds to respond.
It's just every one of those things is false. The thing about my wife was sourced from Twitter. Honestly, I have no idea where he got this one. He's lied to you so many times on this stage tonight, takes no responsibility.
All right, we're going to move on. Miss Adams, if you could speak to your biggest regret.
He speaks like Satan trying to seduce you into an activity.
My biggest regret is believing that Eric Adams will be a
devil
good mayor
on your
for
shoulder.
all New Yorkers.
It's great.
I have had to restore budget cuts from this mayor. I've had to save pre-K. I've had to save 3K. I've had to save
Brutus
our libraries.
Magnuson,
I've had
New
to
York
save our
does suck at picking mayors.
Because
so
the mayor of the
please,
city of
New Yorkers, don't fuck
thought
this
that it
up.
was his job to cut all of those and to slice and dice the livelihoods of our children, cultural institution, our elders, our seniors through their library services and their food services as well. I have had to be the champion to make sure that all of those services were restored for the people of the city.
Mr. Stringer.
I've thought about this question through my career, and I would say that the biggest regret from a policy perspective was when my mom died of COVID before her time, and she was a great trailblazer, the first woman elected city council in Washington Heights back in the day. She was a real fighter, but she lost the fight with COVID. I really wish, before I left the controller's office, that, like with so many other issues, I really was able to really build a COVID recovery plan for the city.
Thank you, Mr.
And I
Stringer.
just ran out of time.
We'll continue with Telemundo anchor Rosarina Breton.
Thank you, David. A very important issue for my viewers in Telemundo 47. We're going to talk about immigration, okay? So as we know, President Trump wants to abolish sanctuary cities like New York, and his administration has applied pressure to force cooperation on deportation. So to understand a little bit more this issue, we're going to give you couple of scenarios, hypothetical scenarios. And you're going to have a minute to answer this one. Mr. Cuomo, we are going to begin with you. Let's say ICE notifies your city-run hospitals that they must stop offering medical care to undocumented patients, or the federal government is going to withhold millions of dollars in funding. What would you do?
I've gone through this with Mr. Trump before with ICE.
But what would you do now?
You cannot give in to Mr. Trump and his demands. You cannot.
But let's say he's cutting funding.
You can't. It will never end. If you give in to him, he is a bully. I know him well. If you give in to him today, you will be giving him your lunch money for the rest of your life.
So what's the solution?
You have to fight him, and the way you fight him is not by suing him. Yes, of course you sue him, but he gets sued 10 times before he gets out of bed in the morning, right?
Kind of like you.
That doesn't
and
bother
the
him,
lawsuit's winning,
right?
by the way.
Kind of like
we
you.
need a national coalition which we can put together of like-minded states and cities that will oppose
Andrew Cuomo
these
is making a
actions.
good point
and then
right
we're
now.
going to have to eventually beat him politically in the Congress, but you cannot give in to his demands.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo. Mr. Chilson?
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump throws 50 tweets a day up there, and most of the time you just ignore him. If he actually does act illegally to try and blackmail us, you have to sue to restore that funding. I am appalled by what Trump is doing to terrorize immigrant communities and demonize immigrants in general, and that's an area I will fight him tooth and nail.
Mr. Mandani?
Our city is under attack by an authoritarian Trump administration, and it is under attack that is now being echoed by Trump's allies right here in New York City. And I say that as someone who would be the first immigrant mayor of the city in generations, someone who just yesterday had a sitting elected official call for me to be deported. This is not an intellectual exercise for the people of New York City. We deserve to have a mayor who is not funded by the same billionaires that put Donald Trump in D.C. We deserve to have a mayor who will actually fight back. And the way that we fight back is ensure that our local institutions continue to provide the services to each and every New Yorker.
But the question is, how can you protect those people? Going to hospitals, how can you protect them?
Here's the thing. The Donald Trump administration will use the fact that they fund 7% of our city budget as leverage over us to try and give up whichever category of New Yorkers they are pursuing in that day. Ultimately, what we need to do is tell those same institutions we will provide them that funding, and we'll get that funding by taxing the 1% and the wealthiest corporations right here in New York State.
Thank you so much. Mr. Blake, I'm going to remind you the question is, ICE notifies the hospitals that they're not going to offer care to immigrants. How can you solve this situation?
As a son of Jamaican immigrants, where I was born with a heart murmur in North Central Bronx Hospital, and my mom that's watching right now, and my wife who's Jamaican and Honduran, this is important for us to expand the conversation of what's happening. To your question, we create the protections by designating hospitals, schools, community centers, places of worship as safe havens where ICE is not permitted to enter unless there's a signed judicial warrant. Moreover, we have to expand the conversation. We've been very clear, we will remain a sanctuary city to make sure that we are protected, full stop. But it also is important about how do we have the rhetoric. that we will not tolerate rhetoric against our immigrant communities. The same way we will not tolerate anti-Semitic behavior. We will not tolerate Islamophobia. We will not tolerate anti-Blackness and anti-Latino rhetoric. And that means at the same time, we have to protect our nonprofits that are helping our immigrants as well, which is why I said you must grant as well as reimburse nonprofits earlier that are helping our immigrants, in particular our undocumented ones right now.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Mr. Stringer.
Look, we first have to make it clear that the buck does not stop with Donald Trump. And that's why the very rainy day fund I proposed would immediately allow us to build back the health services that the federal government could take from us financially. This is why we need a mayor who knows the buck, because that's the job of mayor, understanding how we actually get through the Trump era. But it doesn't stop there. Look, my experience has always been about fighting in Trump 1. And we won a lot of those battles. We won those battles during COVID. We never backed down, but we were strategic. And that's why we need to work with our Washington partners. You know, there are Democrats in Washington ready for the fight with a mayor who brings a confidence and a proven ability to deal with the economics of this crisis. But this is not a time for training wheels. This is not a time for somebody who has never dealt with the finances of the city to be mayor of New York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stringer. Now, Ms. Adams, we're going to go to you next. We're going to change a little bit the situation. Let's say that you learn that
we need
ICE
Zoran
is
to be
planning
mayor.
stop immigrants outside
It needs to be
your
his stepping stone to bigger and better
possible
things.
Would you warn them? And how would you handle this situation? You have a minute.
You know, it's work that I'm already doing as Speaker of the City Council, so I've already stepped up in leadership to do this. I've had a target on me because I refuse to erode our sanctuary city laws, and I have refused to do this. My mission is and will be when I am mayor is to protect the immigrants of the city of New York. New York is a city made up of immigrants, so it is our responsibility to make sure that all New Yorkers, our old New Yorkers and our newer New Yorkers, feel safe in this city. As mayor, I will not kowtow to Donald Trump.
But would you warn them that they're...
I will absolutely use my bully pulpit as the mayor to warn, as I am doing as City Council Speaker pretty much on a daily basis. The work that I am currently doing as Speaker, I will expand as the mayor of the city of New York. Donald Trump will know that New York will remain a sanctuary city regardless of his threats and his chaos. We will stand because we are a city and a nation, and we will be that model once again for other cities in this country to take a look at and to work towards.
She just seems relatively unremarkable in the general field,
well know. 40% of the 8 million New Yorkers are foreign-born. 50% live in mixed-status households, including 1 million children. This is the future of New York City that we're talking about, which is why I was proud to be a co-sponsor of those sanctuary city laws. 3 specific things I would do here. 1, it's not just the mayor. Every New York City employee needs to understand the sanctuary city laws. So I've got a detailed plan to make sure our school social workers and receptionists, our shelter security guards know the sanctuary city laws. So we'll have a network to get this information out and absolutely warn people before they walk into ICE. I've proposed creating an independent health authority to segment off city money from Medicaid money. And I want to expand NYC Care, so it's not just in health and hospitals, but in our federally qualified health centers as well. That'll make sure our immigrants are protected.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ramos.
Rosalina, Trump mintió. Trump anda detrás de todos los inmigrantes. Pensamos que solamente iban a ser los supuestos criminales y hemos visto que eso no es verdad. We have to keep ICE out of our hospitals, out of our schools, out of our houses of worship, out of any public institution, and really limit cooperation of ICE with the NYPD only when it comes to the 90-plus charges under the current sanctuary city law. Those are very serious charges. I want to make sure that in a town with so many lawyers, our immigrants have lawyers and our immigrants do what they came here to do, work. It'll be my responsibility as mayor of the city of New York to create entry points into the economy so that they can stay busy, provide for themselves and for their families, and honor the fabric of this city and of this country, which cannot function, whose future won't be brighter without our immigrants.
And that sounds like that sounds like a great plan, but would you be using taxpayers' money for that?
Yes, this is actually making sure we are expanding Action NYC.
It's for the greater benefit of the city.
Organizations, clinics with our 7 law schools to make sure that we are on the ground protecting and teaching people their rights.
Mr. Murray.
This isn't just a hypothetical for me. I grew up with pretty severe asthma.
Hey, Van
and both of my
Briggs.
parents would take me to a city hospital, Kings County Hospital, when I had an asthma attack. They weren't documented then, but they knew that the city had their back. So not only would I be warning, I would be assuring them that we had their back right now. Sanctuary city laws used to not be political. Well-known progressive Rudy Giuliani stood up for our sanctuary city laws because he understood what this community meant to our city. I plan on doing the same. This isn't a time for us to give half measures to say, well, maybe under this circumstance and maybe under that circumstance. We have to stand up. They are snatching people out of our schools.
Yep.
They're snatching people out of our courthouses.
Yep.
We cannot stand for that in this moment. I have a frontline agenda. I want to hire 50 more lawyers to the law department. I want to go on the offensive. I want to utilize the 10th Amendment to ensure that we are not carrying out the federal government's immigration policies. We have to stand up in this moment. That's what I'll be as the next
Thank you, Mr. Myrie. Sally?
Thank you. Let's move on to another very important topic, public schools. The city spends more of its tax dollars on public schools than anything else. But after shelling out some $40,000 a year per student, only about half of New York City kids can read or do math at grade level. Only half. Bottom line here, what do you see as the top reason for that dismal return on this $41 billion a year investment? And how would you turn it around as mayor? You'll all have 30 seconds to answer.
At this point,
Mr.
it probably
Blake, we'll
is
begin with you.
ChatGPT.
We have to address literacy and have a better pedagogy on the front end so that our teachers and our educators and families are able to make sure that we address this critical issue. It's the reason why I led the My Brother's Keeper program. But it also means that we have to be clear to be against any anti-Blackness that is happening in our schools. And something that many people may not realize, in 2008, Andrew Cuomo said that no candidate should shuck or jive in an election. Clearly, Barack Obama was there. So when we talk about education, it's not just about making sure that we're understanding how more kids can read, but making sure we address the anti-Blackness.
This guy came with like receipts, and I love it.
Mr. Cuomo, would you like to respond to that?
Good evening, Ashley.
It's ridiculous. So no.
What about it is ridiculous?
Is it inaccurate that you said in 2008?
I never insulted President Obama.
Is
Mr.
the quote
Mandami
incorrect?
who said he is a liar.
Is the quote incorrect?
And evil.
This is
I never insulted.
Okay, not hearing an answer to
this is
whether-
very
Notice how Andrew Cuomo is addressing Mamdani.
In 2008.
He's scared, dog. Cuomo's scared of Mamdani. Let's go.
To discuss. Okay, you can have 45 seconds to answer, to respond to him, and please address the question about public schools.
Yes, absolutely. I'll do so shortly after. We have Mr. Cuomo, who said these words of shuck and jive when Barack Obama was running to be the president of our country. I was proud in 2008 that the first doors I ever knocked on was for Barack Obama, while we had a candidate here.
Why did you call him
with the
evil?
people's elbow?
Why would you call him a liar?
A candidate here who is so allergic to any accountability or acknowledgement of a mistake that he can't even admit that he said these kinds of words. Now, as it pertains to public education, all of the challenges that we are facing in our city when it comes to our schools, they are also downstream from the fact that 500,000 of our children are going to sleep hungry every
Look at the
single
way
night.
he always seeks out the
100,000
camera,
of them
so
for
he's
the
staring
ninth
directly
consecutive
into
year
your soul.
Are now homeless. We need to ensure we have a city where our children can not only have food to eat, a place to call their home, and we also have to have the full implementation of class size reduction.
Mr. Tilson, we're going to move to you, and I just want to remind you, we do want to know a solution to the problem in the public school system. That is the heart of this question.
Sure.
Mr. Tilson.
The failure of our public schools
That was like
is
a Goku
exhibit
and
A
Vegeta
of how
moment.
City government spends way too much and delivers far too little. Our kids are reading below Mississippi's, despite spending $40,000 a kid. They're the poorest state in the nation, spending 12. It's really, if you're a business person, I know, and I am for 40 years, it's bad management. There are few, if any, rewards for success and few, if any, consequences for failure. I served on the board of KIPP charter schools for more than 20 years, and 15% of our public schools, the charter schools, are held accountable. Not surprisingly, they are the best charter schools, public schools overall in the city, delivering for kids.
We have to move on, Mr. Cuomo. And I just want to remind you again, we've established that there's a problem. We're looking for solutions. Mr. Cuomo?
Gotcha. Interesting, Mandami never denied saying Obama was evil and a liar.
I believe neither of you denied the quotes
But you
that
didn't
were raised.
deny that you said shuck and jive.
Neither of you denied the quotes that were raised.
He did not.
But we are here to talk at this moment about public schools.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo,
no one denied any quotes.
Mr. Cuomo, solutions to public education.
I understand that education is very
please don't force us to.
Education is a very important issue to New York City.
I'm proud that I raised.
Okay, we're going to move on. Mr. Myrie, Do you have...
No.
Taser him. Taser Andrew Cuomo to silence.
The highest level of any state in the United States. I understand the point about we need to reform the education system. I would start with the DOE. They spend hundreds of millions of dollars on consultants.
This is such a shit show. It really is, except Mamdani's coming out on top.
Analysis of the curriculum, New York City solves and New York City reads. We need more paraprofessionals in those schools. 1 out of 8 children are homeless. Okay. It's too much for a teacher to do.
Understood.
Pay the paraprofessionals.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cuomo.
Assistance.
I got it. Thank you. Mr. Myrie.
I wouldn't be standing on this stage if not for our city's public schools. I went to PS 161, the Crown School, and made my way to Cornell Law School, with Brooklyn Tech and Fordham in between, only because there were teachers that got up every single day and put their best foot forward so that I can be on a path to success. But we also have to think about what is happening after school. We had learning loss over COVID-19, and I want to provide universal after school to help make up for that learning loss. I wouldn't be here today if I didn't have an after-school program that taught me karate, even though I was terrible, and I was the only boy on the step team that had the moves to prove it. I want to give that to every single kid.
We're at time now. We're
Wait, I want to know. He has the moves to prove it.
I have to shout
prove
out
it right
PS
now.
70, IS-10, and the Academy of American Studies in Astoria. I wouldn't be here without them, and my children
Give up your
wouldn't
speaking
be
time.
where
I
they
want to
are
see
in
him
middle school
dance.
in Queens if it wasn't for
I want to
PS
see his
69 in
moves.
Jackson Heights. Look, it's true that our children suffered some lapses in developmental and social skills throughout the pandemic. I've seen it. So I want to make sure that we are delivering on teacher centers so that our teachers have more support.
Simric, thank you for the $5 super chat.
Is this the
more
everyone
time
hates
to really
Cuomo
sink
show? I am
in
confused.
and really
Goes
providing
on.
our District 75
Socialism
schools
is the way.
with all of the funding they deserve.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you, Ms.
everyone
Ramos.
does
Mr.
hate
Lander, again, we
Cuomo.
are looking for solution-oriented answers here.
Both our kids also pre-K to 12 in New York City public schools. Shout out PS 107. 30 seconds is hard. I've got a detailed plan. I'm the only candidate in the race with a detailed plan on my website for education. How I'll measure what matters, what metrics I'm looking at, how I'll recruit, retain, and support teachers, including a teacher's center in every school, and how I'll deal with the growth we've seen in mental health crises, in homelessness, and in chronic absenteeism by making every school a community school so it can support all our students.
Thank you. Ms. Adams.
You know, prior to becoming an elected official, I was the education chair for my local community board. Education has always been a priority for me. It always will be. We raised 4 children in the public school system.
Yeah,
so
Brad
again,
Lander
I am that everyday
is
New
not
Yorker
bad
that knows what
policy-wise.
this feels like. So we know that the DOE has the highest budget of all city agencies.
Why does she have negative
charisma?
charisma?
To redeploy resources. I have
think
seen
she's
as
a cop.
council speaker
She has cop
how
energy.
difficult it is to maneuver through the DOE agency and the barriers of bureaucracy. But as mayor, I will have full view in order to help all of our children get through the bureaucracy and get our children taught the right way.
Mr. Stringer.
My sons, Max and Miles, are going through public middle school as we speak. And the challenge for them as COVID kids is very real. And there's a lot of kids out there that need help, and they need it now. They need mental health services. They need extra tutoring. And we're not providing that with this $40 billion budget. I know that because I audited the Department of Education more than any controller in history, found missing computers, missing iPads at the height of COVID. But here's what we have to do. Childcare, baseline pre-K, 3K. We need an after-school program that focuses on tutoring and giving kids that don't have parental resources financially the help they need. It doesn't matter how you start the race. It matters how you finish the race.
Thank you, Mr. Stringer. We're at time. David?
Okay, thank you, Sally. We call this next section of the debate, What's in a Name? We have 3 quick questions looking for fast answers. We'd like you to answer each of them with a name. We'll go down the line, starting with Mr. Stringer. Right now, who's the most effective Democrat in the country?
It's not Eric Adams.
I like that it's taking so long.
I would say the most effective Democrat right now is Hakeem Jeffries.
Okay. Mr. Blake?
Oh, fuck off,
I would
dude.
say myself because I actually defeated Donald Trump when I was vice chair of the DNC.
Mr. Mamdani?
Mayor Wu of Boston.
Mr. Tilson?
My old friend Cory Booker, after his 25-hour Herculean.
Oh, fuck you,
Tilson. Mr.
man.
Cuomo?
Hakeem Jeffries.
Mr. Myrie?
He can't
Majority
even.
Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins.
Hakeem
Ms.
Jeffers?
Maryland Governor Moore.
Mr. Lander?
Boston Mayor Michelle Wu.
Miss Adams?
I would have to say the next speaker would be Hakeem Jeffries.
Oh, my
In the
God.
primary, voters will be ranking you
Fuck
1 through 5.
every
Number 1 being
one
their
of
top
those
choice
assholes.
mayor. So bring up the
Holy
order and
shit.
start with Mr. Cuomo. Assuming you rank yourself number one, who on this stage would you rank number two?
I'd leave it to the voters.
I'm sorry. You look at Hakeem
So you would not
Jeffries, you
put
see
a
a
name in, or you're
political
not
leader.
sure?
He sucks butt.
Mr. Tilson.
I haven't decided on my number two, but I'm an ABZ. No disrespect, Zoran, but I think his policies are dangerous.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani.
I'm more of an ABC guy, anybody but Cuomo. I'll be telling my voters, however, who to rank number two before Election Day.
Okay, no name was yet. Mr. Blake.
I'm going to take the Andrew Cuomo approach and not answer your question.
Mr. Stringer.
You're not supposed to make news at these debates, right? No, just joking. My second choice really will be based on who I think would be the second best mayor on the stage.
Ms. Adams?
I also would rank myself number one, of course. But we will not be breaking news as far as who my number two will be tonight.
All right, Mr. Lander?
Andrew Cuomo has shown you many times tonight why he should not be anywhere on your ballot.
Ms. Ramos?
Well, I think this debate is really good food for thought and will give us all a better idea. I'm hoping to have a better idea by the end of tonight.
Mr. Myrie?
Stay tuned.
All right. The last one, we'll start with Mr. Stringer again going around. 4 years ago, in the race for mayor, who did you rank first on your ballot for the Democratic primary?
That was tough. I conferred with my wife, and we said Stringer number one.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Blake?
Maya Wiley, I co-chaired our campaign, and our city would be much better right now if Maya Wiley was mayor.
Mr. Mamdani?
Maya Wiley.
Mr. Tilson?
Catherine Garcia.
Mr. Cuomo?
I would have done Eric Adams.
Did he live in New York City to even vote?
He said he would have done. You said you
I think it was about 30 years since he's lived here, right?
Okay. Mr. Meyer?
I ranked Maya first.
Ms. Ramos?
I voted for Maya Wiley.
Mr. Lander?
Maya Wiley 1, Catherine Garcia 2.
Ms. Adams?
My biggest regret was voting for Eric Adams, number one, with Maya a very close second. Kathy Garcia was.
All right, thank you.
Well, I'm not ranking any of you.
All right, thank you, candidates. Sally.
Okay, we're going to move on to housing. You've all made housing a top priority in your campaigns. And as you all know, the city is in a housing crisis with a vacancy rate of just 1.4%. We'd like you to explain your proposed solutions to this housing crisis and how you would pay for it. You'll have 1 minute to answer this question. Mr. Tilson, we'll begin with you.
Sure. Well, as I
want so many more
about an
debates
hour ago,
like this. This is
key, I think,
great.
is to unleash the private sector to build a lot more supply, which wouldn't just stabilize rents. We have the highest rents in the country. We need to bring them down. I think they can come down by 20%. Austin just demonstrated how to do this in only 3 years. How do we do that? We need to ease zoning restrictions, fight NIMBYism, properly staff the city departments.
This guy's just evil.
To streamline that process.
It's just neoliberal bullshit. It's
overall,
abundance
just speed up the process.
tripe.
It's taking 4 years to build, start to finish, and it should take only 2. I will say what I
You billionaires.
My plan is basically the opposite of Zoran's. He wants the city to build all new affordable housing, which I think the city has we've seen the city is no good at building and operating housing. He would also saddle us, he proposes, with $70 billion of debt. This would end up looking
Who's
like
that ribbon for?
California's
White guys
high-speed
over
rail
65?
project.
No, it's for living skeletons.
Mr. Cuomo, how would you try to resolve the housing crisis?
He's a descendant of the headless horseman, you know.
It's a desperate problem. I built housing for the homeless in my 20s. Excuse me. I served as HUD secretary and built housing literally all across the nation, hundreds of thousands of units. We need to blow up HPD. It's an obstacle. The city council is a bottleneck. We have to use faith-based
I'd like to respond to that.
We need to use vacant city land.
We need to use faith-based institutions.
I know how to build. Look at LaGuardia Airport. Look at the Casco Bridge. Look at the 2nd Avenue subway. I know how to get things done. And that's what this election is all about. Not plans, plans, plans. Who can get something done?
Ms. Adams, yes, if you would like to very briefly respond to that since he invoked the city council.
Yes, I would. And the former governor's response really does show how disconnected he is to the work of the city. Unlike myself, who is currently still in city governance, the only person on this stage actually that has experience of city governance and doing the work. The city council, under my leadership right now, has already walked 120,000 units of housing for the people of the city of New York, so the city council is not bottlenecking anything. Maybe perhaps 10, 20 years ago, when you were a governor, that was happening. But under my leadership, we have a brand new culture in the city council where we are actually
a faith-based organization would be like a church that like opens its doors to the homeless, something like that.
Yeah,
but like it's really a very last resort option, you know?
The Charter Commission that talks about the role of the city council and expediting the approval mechanism.
Okay, Mr. Myrie, your top solution to the housing crisis. You have 1 minute to discuss it.
You know, I grew up in a rent-stabilized apartment. It is a place that my mom, my parents were able to find, the only affordable place they were able to find to raise me to be on this stage right now. But that opportunity has slipped away for too many New Yorkers. My wife and I, we want to put down roots in the same neighborhood that we grew up in. When you walk down Bedford Avenue, everything costs $1 million. Who has $1 million? Maybe some of the people on this stage do, but I don't have it, and I know you watching at home don't have it either. So I've been clear about what my plan is to drive down the cost of housing. 1 million homes over the next 10 years. We can actually do this with some leadership. The leaders of the past, like Cuomo, who had the opportunity to do this, only gave us a city that is more expensive than it was 10 years ago. I want to also extend pre-K and 3K from 2:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. so that we can draw families here and keep them here. And I want universal free after school for every kid in this city, because it has to be a city where you can raise a family and where we can move everyone to a path to success.
And very, very briefly, what is your price tag on those 1 million new homes?
My plan does not require us to raise taxes and reduce the private market in order to build housing.
Okay. Thank you,
yeah, all right.
Property tax reform is at the crux
there you
of
go.
our affordable housing crisis.
So
in
it's
this
going to be
city.
shit.
I want to make sure that we are helping homeowners and landlords bring down their costs.
Oh yeah, shrimp.
Water rates. The cost of
yes,
water
faith-based
has
institutions
skyrocketed
are
in the
bigoted
past 3
against
years under the current
LGBTQ people.
administration.
Sadly.
And then I want to freeze the rent.
Many of them
As
are
a
anyway.
rent-stabilized tenant, I know how tough it is to be able to keep up with rent. The rent is too damn high and the wages are too damn low in this city. So I want to make sure that we are unwarehousing the 5,000 apartments that NYCHA is hanging on to. I want to make sure they're repaired so that we can chip into that 200,000 New Yorker waiting list. I also want to bring back the co-op city model so that we can attract the city services that are needed. We need more nurses. We need more teachers. We need more doctors. We need more police officers and firefighters. So I want to build more low-income rentals and modest equity homeownership opportunities so that every New Yorker can own a piece of our
Thank you, Ms.
city.
Ramos. Mr. Lander.
Everyone on the stage talks about affordable housing. I've spent 3 decades delivering it. Spent 15 years before I ever got into elected office with my sleeves rolled up, renovating abandoned buildings and vacant lots into affordable homes. In the city council, I was the champion for the Gowanus redevelopment. 8,000 new units, 3,000 genuinely affordable. Saved the 35,000 units of Signature Bank rent-stabilized housing when they were put at risk by Signature's failure. So I know how to do this. That's the leadership I'll bring to City Hall. I'll declare a housing emergency on day one. I put out a detailed plan for how we can build 500,000 homes over the next 10 years, and I've laid out where, including 50,000 units in great new neighborhoods on 4 of the city's 12 city-owned golf courses. Might be losing the golf vote tonight, but we need the pathway to homeownership and genuine rental housing. I've also laid out detailed plans for how to fix HPD and NYCHA. I've got the management experience. I can deliver those homes.
Thank you. For viewers at home, that's the Housing Department and the New York City Housing Authority.
Thank you.
Ms. Adams, given that you spoke about this before, we're going to give you 30 seconds to continue your answer.
Yes, already doing the work. Don't need a manual or a transcript in order to do it. I'm already doing it currently as we speak. So I've already delivered
He would have shown up in clown makeup too.
He would have. It would have been wonderful.
We can take a look at innovation.
Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs,
the largest privately developed.
Honestly, I like Brad Lander's idea of taking land away from golf courses.
We can look at
I'm not opposed to that at all.
We can also look at what we just passed 2 weeks ago.
Wait, Adams is not running? Why isn't he here?
Yes, we can take a look at the City for All, which will
in a way, Adams is running away from the debate. He refused to come.
Doing the work.
Thank you, Mr. Stringer. Can you please talk about
because he's a coward, you know,
how you would pay for it?
Well, first of all, this housing crisis is way too real, and we've confronted housing issues in the past. Mayor stepped up and didn't do the minimum; they did the maximum. LaGuardia built 2,200 public housing units. The Mitchell-Lama housing program, the greatest integrated housing program in a generation, was also built. Right now, all we do is have luxury developers propose projects that gives us affordable housing. I want to upend this. My plan, take 1,000 vacant lots, build the affordable housing that we need. You give the land to not-for-profits, to community-based organizations, we're in the game. This is not pie in the sky. I can't say to you tonight, given my 30 years of experience, that anyone has a plan to build 1 million homes or 500,000 homes in 10 years. Don't believe it. Believe what we can do in the next 2 years. That's the first step. Lastly, we also have to recognize who can best do this work. As controller, I financed affordable housing all over the city. As borough president, I didn't
He's
do one
literally getting in the game by building them on golf courses.
And we
We're at time,
transformed so many
Mr.
parcels
Stringer.
of land into
Mr. Blake,
affordable housing.
we have to move on. Mr. Blake.
When we talk about a housing crisis, you have to actually go through the journey. My mama overcame homelessness. We sold dinners to pay rent in South Bronx. And so this is not about a report from me. This is about reality. So how do we fix the crisis? We need local median income because area median income is not working. We need to end credit scores being utilized for housing applications, and we need to increase the income limits on housing applications, especially to protect all of our New Yorkers. When you think about what's happening in Rochdale Village right now with an unfair tax increase, the protections that have to happen in Co-op City or Concourse Village, Tracy's Towers, just to name a few. But then we got to go a step further. For public housing and those that are living in NYCHA, for those who have not helped you with heat and hot water, they need to go to jail because they are not being held accountable to actually fight for you. And so when we talk about the actual vision of a housing plan, if you go to blakefornyc.com, you will see the welcome home vision because we want to make sure you can afford the home you deserve.
Mr. Blake, we're at time. Just a very quick follow-up. Who are you implying should be going to jail?
The individuals that are working at NYCHA that were a part of a bribery scheme that has been unveiled and uncovered, where it's been very clear that they were taking in bribes and not actually fix what's happening in the residences.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mamdani, we'll go to you.
If you are one of the close to 2.5 million New Yorkers who live in rent-stabilized housing, I will freeze your rent. And I will do that because you have a median household income of $60,000 while your landlord profits have increased by 12%. This is an act that will bring nearly $7 billion back into your pocket and back into the pockets of our local economy. This is what we will do immediately, and we'll do so because the mayor has the power to. Even though there are those like Andrew Cuomo on this stage who will tell you it's unrealistic, we know the previous mayor actually did this 3 times. And on top of this, we're going to build 200,000 truly affordable homes. Homes that are for the New Yorker who has a median household income of $70,000 for a family of 4. We'll do this while taking on the very bad landlords and the real estate developers who are funding Andrew Cuomo's campaign, $2.5 million last time I checked. And we're going to do that because ultimately every single person needs to follow the law, and that includes the landlords who are violating our housing code and have $800 million in fines that the city have yet to actually collect on.
Guys, he's nailing this.
A brief response, Mr. Cuomo.
He's navigated the tightrope over and over tonight. It's crazy.
But not reality.
We've already heard that line before.
The Daily News said that his plan to finance his proposals, it violates the constitutional debt cap of the city of New York. It would double the state taxes, and there is no way the state is going to pass a tax statewide.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore. We have to.
No, he's invoked me. I should be able to respond. Just for 10 seconds.
No, so
just for 10 seconds here.
Brief response.
What the governor is speaking about is when we want to fight for working class people, it's considered unrealistic. But when he wants to give Elon Musk a $1 billion tax break, it's totally feasible. What the Daily News found is that this would mean taking a $30 billion budget, increasing it such that we could actually create truly affordable housing.
All right. We have to move on.
Let's go.
Some breaking news we want to ask you about. The Trump administration is threatening the accreditation of Columbia University. In a statement, Secretary of Education Linda McMahon said after Hamas's October 7, 2023 terror attack on Israel, Columbia University's leadership acted with deliberate indifference towards the harassment of Jewish students on its campus.
Oh, my God.
This is not only immoral, but also unlawful. That is a statement from the Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon. 30 seconds. What's your reaction to this move? Mr. Cuomo, we'll begin with you.
I think you have 2 separate issues. Number one, I do believe there's been anti-Semitism in the city. I believe it's a growing problem. And I believe the rhetoric about Israel has actually inflamed the anti-Semitism. Put that aside, I think this is just another overreach of the Trump administration. Now he's going to take over the academic universities in this country. He is literally attacking the foundation of democracy, and he must be opposed at every turn.
Mr. Tilson, your reaction to this, threatening the accreditation of Columbia University.
Yeah, I'm totally appalled by two things. First, the failure of Columbia and other elite institutions to adequately act quickly after the October 7th attacks on mobs that were creating a very dangerous environment for Jewish students. My daughter is one of them in college right now. My wife and children are Jewish. This is personal to me. But I am, and these mobs, let's be clear, were incited by activists like the Democratic Socialists of America. And their anti-Israel rhetoric.
Mr. Tilson,
I am even more
citation
appalled, however,
needed.
by the Trump administration
citation fucking needed.
Mr. Tilson, thank you.
Of universities.
Mr. Mamdani.
I think this is yet another example of a gross overreach of the Trump administration, one that they have shown they will continue to pursue with whichever university they decide to target. It's been Columbia, it's been Harvard. We need to have a mayor that will actually stand up to Donald Trump, not one that we have right now that will collaborate with them. And that is who I will be, as someone who is, in the words of Shirley Chisholm, unbought and unbossed, because the donors who are putting me in second place in this race are working class New Yorkers across this city.
Mr. Blake, 30 seconds.
Unbossed, let's go.
Let's start from the core that all hostages have to come back home on both sides. Let's also be very clear that we have to reject anti-Semitism and also have humanity to what's happening for the Palestinian people at the same time. The overreach is unacceptable in what Trump is doing. Linda McMahon is clearly more focused on wrestling rather than the facts. And it's one of the reasons why I'm running in this race. Because of my federal experience and working for real President Barack Obama and the State House experience and local experience, we have to make sure that we're not allowing D.C. to have overreach. And when they take these steps, we will withhold sending New York City taxes to D.C.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Mr. Stringer, your reaction.
There's no question that on so many of these college campuses,
hello, Lady Domina,
the anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish hate is very real. And we have to make sure that we hold universities accountable.
Yeah, Zoran's got the juice to go beyond just being mayor.
But this Trump move goes against everything that's American. And if he really wants to help Jewish students and all students, because everybody faces discrimination at some point in their lives, then maybe he would fully fund the civil rights divisions. He would not cut programs that could go a long way to fostering the ability for all different people to work together and come together.
Thank you. Ms. Adams, your reaction? The
He
Trump
does look like the guy
says
from The Princess
that
Bride.
The university's leadership acted with deliberate indifference towards the harassment of Jewish students. Is now targeting or perhaps threatening their accreditation. Your reaction?
You know, all New Yorkers deserve to feel safe no matter who they are. As Speaker, I've allocated over $18 million to combat anti-Semitism in New York City. As mayor, I will continue to combat anti-Semitism within the city of New York. We have got to come against this Trump administration who is now terrorizing our college students, our students across the country. We have to have a mayor who will stand up. I've been that speaker that will stand up. As mayor, I will continue to stand up against Donald Trump. Our students deserve to be in safe spaces on all of our college campuses.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Adams. Mr. Lander. Apologies.
This is a frightening time
Oh,
for
Hammock,
Jews,
I do see
and
your
I feel it
redeem.
really personally after the flame-throwing in Boulder, Colorado, and the 2 murders in Washington, D.C. I go to a lot of Jewish communal events, and you can't just be looking over your shoulder. So I've got a really detailed plan for how we're going to deal with hate crimes and anti-Semitism in New York City. But let's be clear, Donald Trump, he platforms white nationalists and anti-Semites all the time. This has nothing to do with keeping anyone safe. And trying to discredit Harvard or Columbia is about destroying higher education and democracy.
Thank you, Mr. Lander.
Won't keep Jews safe.
Ms. Ramos.
Look, McMahon is no educator, and Trump has no interest in funding our education. He is trying to make our education less accessible to students. I do wish Columbia University fought the way Harvard has. We have to stand up to Trump. We have to be willing to fight back, to sue, and that is exactly what I will do as your mayor to make sure that we are keeping our Jewish students safe, our Muslim students safe, and that we are fighting bigotry at every turn. There is no room for the skyrocketing anti-Semitism that we are seeing in our communities,
Thank you, Ms. Ramos.
and the xenophobia must end.
Mr. Byron.
There has been a clear and unequivocal rise in anti-Semitism in this city and across this country. And we have to be just as clear and unequivocal in calling it out and rooting it out wherever it rears its ugly head. That is what I'm going to do as mayor. But come on, this is New York City. Our Jewish friends and our neighbors, they make our city what it is. Kindergarten through 8th grade, I went to school next to Beit Rivka. That is part of what makes our city great. This is a shameful, unconstitutional overreach by this Trump administration, and it is pattern and practice for what they have done all across our city and country.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to stay in the area of Columbia University with our next question, and Sally Goldenberg.
Thank you, David. The case of Mahmoud Khalil, a permanent U.S. resident who helped lead pro-Palestinian protests, drags on in the courts. The Trump administration wants to deport Khalil, accusing him of supporting Hamas, a terrorist group, and making Jewish students feel less safe on campus. They say he's a threat to foreign policy. He was arrested and detained, but has not been formally charged with a crime, and he says he's done nothing wrong. We're looking for a very short answer here, and we'll begin with you, Mr. Mamdani. Do you believe that Mr. Khalil should be set free or deported?
He
Absolutely.
should be set free. He should be at home with his wife, Noor, and their young child. And the fact that he is still in Louisiana is an abomination. It's an attack on our First Amendment. And it is clear, another example of Donald Trump weaponizing the very real issue of anti-Semitism to then throw Palestinian New Yorkers into detention facilities and not even tell us what the crime is that they're charged with.
Thank you. Mr. Tilson.
I can't answer the question without knowing all the facts right now. It certainly looks like another case. Stop, let me finish. It looks like another case of Trump administration overreach. They need to prove their case and show that he has ties to terrorism. That would justify, via due process, revoking his green card and deporting him. I don't think the Trump administration will be able to do that, and therefore he should be set free, but they need to make their case.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo.
What a disgusting fuck.
This is a continuation of Trump eroding democracy, chipping away at due process. He should be released. He should be released immediately. He shouldn't have been detained in the first place.
Mr. Myrie.
Is that guy trying to lose? Yeah.
Ms. Ramos.
We have due process in our Constitution for every person. Mahmoud Khalil is no exception. He belongs home with his family, just like Andrea Hernandez and so many others who have been unlawfully abducted by ICE.
Mr. Lander.
Mahmoud Khalil should be at home with his family, and so should Dillard Contreras, a New York City public high school student that ICE tricked and then arrested and is trying to deport. We've got to stand up, make sure folks have legal services, and that New York City has their back.
Ms. Adams?
Yes, Mahmoud Khalil should be released immediately. There is no due process in Donald Trump's America, and that is why we all have to pull together and fight this chaotic Trump administration.
That's right. No more
arrests.
allowed. Crime is legal from here on out.
To harm more individuals that have committed no crime. This should be unacceptable to every American and everyone that lives in this country.
Thank you, Mr. Stringer.
As a Jewish American whose wife works at the Jewish Museum in Lower Manhattan fighting the Holocaust, fighting to make sure we remember the Holocaust, I will say unequivocally that taking this man off the streets and others off the streets without any charges or any rationale is a direct, horrifying moment for our Constitution. Donald Trump should be ashamed of himself for doing this.
Mr. Blake?
Mahmoud should be home with his family, full stop.
Yep.
It's really that easy, Whitney. Extended on this is the appreciation and understanding that whether it be Dylan from the Bronx or any of our communities, we should not believe that a convicted felon president is actually going to ever honor the Constitution. It's the reason why we have to make sure we protect our immigrants and have more lawyers at our immigration hearings, because we should actually know where individuals are so they have a chance to fight for their own justice.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you. We're moving on to a subject that none of you are discussing much on the campaign trail, but it could reshape the city in the next few years, and that is the rapid advance of artificial intelligence.
Oh, God.
It could improve many things in the city, but it could also eliminate thousands of jobs. So the next mayor will likely have some opportunities to replace some city workers with AI technology and in the process save hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars. AI will certainly be on the table when city labor contracts expire.
Kill it.
So
kill it
here's
with
the
fire.
question. Is there an area where you would consider replacing city workers
But Jack,
with
you
AI
could bring back dead authors.
if it saves tax
yeah.
dollars? And
we'll never be free of J.K.
Would you also offer
Rowling.
any protections to city workers? You'll have 30 seconds to answer. We'll begin with you, Mr. Mamdani.
Well, I think Andrew Cuomo would tell you that he's already replaced a campaign worker who would have written his housing policy with AI because he had it written by ChatGPT. I can tell you that I'm proud to be endorsed by the labor union representing the largest number of city workers, DC 37. And I'm proud of that because my approach to artificial intelligence will be one where we can find efficiencies in the contracts and consultants that we work with as a city, but we are not going to use this language of artificial intelligence as a justification for further layoffs of city workers.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani, time. Thank you. Mr. Tilson?
Yeah, I think actually AI is going to be a home run for this city because we are second only to Silicon
AI
Valley,
clown.
The sort of tech hub, the East Coast tech hub for a lot of these West Coast companies. So whatever we might lose in some jobs, I think we're going to gain if we're smart, if we roll out the carpet, because we have the knowledge workers here to attract these entrepreneurial businesses. But we've got to stop shooting ourselves in the foot with left-wing madness, like driving away Amazon and the 40,000 jobs that they wanted to bring here. And lastly, I'll say we can use AI to bring a lot of permitting by the city online to
Thank you, Mr. Tilson. Mr. Cuomo, you have 30 seconds.
Yeah, I am the candidate on the stage who's endorsed by more labor unions than anyone else, of 650,000 working men and women, and I'm proud of it. AI is undeniable. It's coming. There's I think, a tremendous opportunity for economic development here in New York by bringing AI to New York and bringing those businesses here. The West Coast doesn't have a franchise.
What businesses?
You hear a lot of four-letter words here. You hear
No.
you hear taxes. You don't hear jobs.
Genuinely,
we need
what businesses?
Jobs. And we want
businesses of like 5 guys.
AI can help, but we want
writing
to protect
prompts.
jobs.
Mr. Myrie, you have 30 seconds. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm the proud son of a city worker. My dad taught special education in the Bronx for 22 years. I would not be who I am today without it, without what he fought for and what he did for students every day. I believe we have so many city workers that are doing their absolute best to serve this city. We actually have thousands of vacancies in our city workforce now, so I want to hire more city workers to get them to do it. Of course, AI is going to have a role to play going forward. We have to all play a role in ensuring that this is an industry that grows in our city. One way we're going to make us attractive
Thank you,
is
Mr.
1 million homes over the next 10 years.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos.
I wrote the law to protect our artists, our actors, image and likeness from AI's use through movie studios. And that's exactly what I want to do. I want to put the power in our workers' hands.
This is New York City.
The transition
Chad
into
Benke.
the use of artificial intelligence. We can't be Luddites, but we do have to make sure that the workers have a say as we make those transitions, especially when I want to transition them and repurpose them for mental health capacities where we have deep shortages.
Mr. Lander?
3 strategies I've proposed to use AI and technology to make government more efficient that won't cost any jobs but will save us money. Last year, we paid out over $2 billion to settle 12,000 claims. I have an RFP in the field to use machine learning and AI to find patterns, put it on the books of the agencies that cause it.
Yes, guys, she's talking about the feminization camps.
Second, we should
finally,
have
our time has
vendor
come.
Scorecards that enable residents to rate the repair vendors that come into their units. And we're not doing that right now. We could make much better use of our taxpayer dollars
Thank you,
by
Mr.
going
Lander.
with the vendors who actually get the work done.
Thank you.
And
Ms.
third,
you're up.
she says I got 15.
She's going to force everyone into transgender. Yes.
I got one more idea for the next time.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
He's
Ms.
weirdly
Adams?
charming.
You know, I'm not a career
Just a weird
politician.
little
I come
guy.
out of the world of corporate America, so I know the benefit of technology. I actually used to teach tech in another life, so I know the benefits of AI. I think it's something that we need to embrace as New Yorkers. I think that it's something that can bring a lot of profits into New York City. That said, we should not balance AI along with the release of our workers that can do such a great job and are doing such a great job for our city. There is a balance here. As mayor, I will reckon that balance and reconcile that balance so that we do not lose.
Thank you, Ms.
that we are
Adams.
training our workforce towards embracing AI.
Thank you, Mr. Stringer.
Look, I think AI is a great opportunity for the New York City economy, and we should embrace it. But we also have to know that with any new technology comes the job of the mayor to protect our workers and our citizens. And I don't think it's an either-or question. I think AI can come in and actually have a benefit to the city workforce. Imagine training new kids at CUNY and places to get into the tech economy. This is one vehicle to do it.
That's right. We'll start training them at the university level and work our way down.
I will do that. My record
So
as a
16-year-olds are coding all of your
elected
apps.
official, borough president, controller is without question, and I believe we can manage this.
Okay. Mr. Blake, I'm sorry, I jumped that. Mr. Blake, you have the final word? That was my mistake.
Our campaign theme is Tomorrow Begins Today, and that's the epitome of when we talk about for AI. As a small business owner, which I've managed more than 15,000 people across the country over the years, it's the appreciation of groups such as Adventure or National Gem Consortium or the Knowledge House, so we can be very intentional how AI can be utilized for good. I would say also specifically, we need technology for good. You can track a flight or food, but you cannot track closing a residential repair in your home. So we have to find better ways. And to your last part of your question, you can do that and equally create jobs while reducing regulation and red tape at the same time.
Candidates, thank you. We have a few short questions, lightning round questions, some call them, just to get a glimpse of your thinking on some of the issues that are relevant to New Yorkers. So New Yorkers are feeling stressed about housing in the city, as you've all alluded to, as we know. How much do you pay each month for rent or a mortgage? We'll go left to right.
Good question. Our home is paid. I'm a homeowner.
Okay. Mr. Lander.
We have a mortgage, a home with one rental unit. The total mortgage on the house, $3,300.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ramos?
We rent. We pay $2,500 a month.
Okay. Mr. Myron?
Sir, in a rent-stabilized apartment I grew up in, $1,300.
Mr. Cuomo?
$7,800.
Mr. Tilson?
I own and pay about $5,000 a month in maintenance and taxes.
Mr. Mamdani?
$2,300 for my one-bedroom in Astoria.
Mr. Blake?
About $1,800 for the home that I own with our family.
Okay. Mr. Stringer?
I'm getting ripped off $6,400 a month.
Holy shit.
Come on,
I can do it.
All right, thank you.
He pays how much? $7,800 per month.
Debate. It's a complaint for many. Should helicopter traffic be limited? We'll go right to left. Mr. Stringer?
Yes.
Mr. Blake?
Absolutely.
Mr. Mamdani?
Yes, we should ban all non-essential helicopter travel.
Mr. Tilson?
Yes, I agree.
Mr. Cuomo?
It should be limited, yes, sir.
Especially out of Westchester.
Mr. Myrie?
Yes, and I've co-sponsored legislation in the state to that effect.
Okay. Ms. Ramos?
Stop the chop.
Mr. Lander?
Yes.
Oh, she's cute. I like her a lot.
Already doing the work. We've already passed a bill in the city council.
Okay. The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first? Left to right, Ms. Adams.
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
What?
Okay. Mr. Lander, sorry.
Can you elaborate?
Boy, what Trump is doing to Canada, there's a lot of opportunities for us to partner better with them.
Ms. Ramos.
I'd love to meet Claudia Sheinbaum, but I'd probably head to Colombia, to my parents' homeland.
Mr. Myrie?
I'm the proud son of 2 Caribbean immigrants. I represent a robust Caribbean constituency. I'd like to go to the Caribbean as my first visit.
Mr. Cuomo?
Given the hostility and the anti-Semitism that has been shown in New York, I would go to Israel.
Mr. Tilson, where would you go?
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel, followed by my 5th trip to Ukraine, 2 of our greatest allies fighting on the front lines of the global war on terror.
Mr. Mamdani.
Does she mean Jerusalem?
I would
Yes.
stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Yay!
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I've said in a UJA questionnaire that I believe that you need not travel to Israel to stand up for Jewish New Yorkers. And that is what I will be doing as the mayor. I'll be standing up for Jewish New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their synagogues and temples or at their homes or at the subway platform, because ultimately we need to focus on delivering on their concerns.
And just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
Not as a Jewish state?
As a state with equal rights.
He won't say it has a right to exist as a Jewish state. Be very
And his
clear.
answer was no, he won't visit Israel.
I said that.
That's what he was trying to say.
No. Unlike you, I answered. Unlike you, I answered questions.
They're attacking him because he's advocating for Israel.
State of equal rights.
Okay, thank
To
you.
have a
Mr.
state with
Blake,
equal
where
rights,
would you go on
that's
your first foreign visit as
insane.
mayor of New York?
My full name is Michael Alexander Blake. I'm named after Michael Manley Alexander Bustamante. So, of course, I'm going to go to Jamaica to mash up the place, my fellow patois Jamaicans out here.
Okay. Mr. Stringer?
Maybe I'll go with you.
It would be a great trip.
It would be a great trip.
All right, I'm sorry.
My goal would be to take my first trip to Israel. My wife's life work in this area means a lot to our family, and it could coincide with my young son Miles' bar mitzvah, if you'd like to have his bar mitzvah.
Okay, about a minute left. What's your favorite go-to pizza spot? What's your order? Mr. Cuomo, we'll start with you.
Gabby's in Queens.
Mr. Myrie.
Chino's Pizza, Flatbush Ave.
Ms. Ramos.
Louise on Baxter Avenue in Elmhurst.
Mr. Lander.
Jafar is in Midwood.
Ms. Adams.
Alba, Queens Boulevard.
Mr. Stringer.
It's Kid's Choice, Joe's.
Mr. Blake.
Vinny's, Grand Concourse, Burnside.
Mr. Mamdani.
I grew up in Morningside Heights, so I have to say Coronets.
Okay.
And Danino's in Staten Island.
Okay. All right. And real quickly, this will be thumbs up, thumbs down, maybe your reaction. We already heard this from one. To the Knicks firing their head coach, Tom Thibodeau. Miss Adams. Thumbs down. Mr. Thumbs down. Thumbs down.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Our goal is to win the finals.
Okay.
It's not to get to the conference finals.
Thank you all for a spirited debate. That's all the time we have. Again, we thank the candidates for an informative evening tonight. We also thank the New York City Campaign Finance Board. Urge you to check out their website, nycvotes.org. It has information on the candidates in race, and importantly, you'll learn more about ranked choice voting, which is how the nominees for mayor will be selected. For all of us here at NYC New York and Telemundo 47 and Politico, go vote June 24th.
So, yeah, that was pretty interesting. Obviously, I think Zoran Mamdani, he fucking killed it. Our boy did it. Our main mans. He took it across the finish line. Literally, we have this guy. Like, they were all trying to get him at the very end there. They all started going for him. Andrew Cuomo tried to take that swipe. You know, oh, do you think that Israel has a right to exist? And it's like, yeah, as a state with equal rights. And they attacked him because they were already looking for him to basically say no. And it makes them look so much worse. Like, it makes it look so much worse to try and attack a guy who's like, yes, I support countries where everyone's treated equally under the law. And, like, they still attack him. It's crazy. It's crazy. You know? Oh, God. It's just really, really fucking great to see someone succeed like that. That was honestly one of the best political events we've watched in quite some time. Like, he literally just like fucking judo blocked all of it. It was incredible. I know you don't block in judo, but you know what I mean. It's crazy. Perfect parry, you know? And I do also just want to say, like, it was really nice seeing everyone else in the debate just have knives out for Andrew Cuomo, you know? It's crazy. Mithril, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. I appreciate that very, very much. And damn, that's crazy. Let's see. Him being against LGBTQ. Zoran Mamdani is not against LGBTQ people. Sorry. He's literally talked about doubling down support for LGBTQ people. Let's see here. Yeah, I think this is pretty great. Like, Andrew Cuomo got wrecked. I don't think anyone walks out of watching this thinking that, like, Andrew Cuomo did well. I think people generally walk out of this having a pretty good impression of, I guess my top three were probably Mamdani, Blake, Kamos. Kamos and Brad Lander were kind of my third choice there, but like he did really, really well. Dark Souls Parry Sound .mp3. Yeah. Gotta jump. See ya, Robert Adset. Speaking of support for LGBTQ people, Tim Walls. Yeah, Tim Walls has openly been supportive of like trans people, trans rights, and trans kids for quite some time. It's nice to see him doubling down though on the support, you know? Dude's just pretty good at knowing like inherently what's going on, you know? He positions himself well to be on generally the right side of history. I'm once again advocating for Wallsism. Yeah. Yeah, look, there are plenty of Muslims in the Twin Cities. We also have plenty of gay people here. It's pretty great, actually. Anyway, if you live in New York City, go out and volunteer for Zoran Mamdani. I believe the election is like 20 days away. And I think there's going to be another debate as well. So we'll keep an eye out for that. I think maybe like a week from now. I'll look it up later. But I'm really excited. This was cool. Zoran held his own despite being opposed by, you know, the moderators and everyone else. Did he do good? Oh, Lady Ringcloud, he did so good. He did so good. I think he might have talked the longest in the debate, which is always that's a very good sign, especially if you're in a televised debate with like 9 other people on the panel, you know? He did so good. Yo, Zeke the Beast!
Great show, loved it. Thank you for live streaming the debate.
Thank you for the $11 dono. I very, very much appreciate that support. And you know what? If you've been enjoying this, like, comment, and subscribe. Do the things. You know, do the things. And thank you for watching. And folks, you all know what to do, right? You all know what to do. It's time to hit the button. It's time to hit the button. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button. Stream's not over, guys. Click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button. Now, before we continue on for the night, I need to go take a call of a personal nature and also use the bathroom. I will BRB, and when I get back, we'll be covering some additional stuff. BRB, folks.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims from us to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
They say to themselves in the dark, it's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
This is a brand new song. This is the first time. New song. You are the first audience to hear this. You are the first audience to hear. It's a world premiere. It's a world premiere. The first time we've ever played it together. This is the first time we've ever played it together. I'm writing it right now.
I mean, basically.
Recently, I was reminded of this lyric that floats around in several gospel songs,
"Oh Mary, don't you weep," which
including
is,
"Oh Mary, don't you weep."
God gave Noah the rainbow sign.
God gave Noah the rainbow
water.
sign.
Fire no more water. Fire.
And I was thinking about this summer. Our yellow skies. Our yellow skies. I thought, fire next time. Fire. Next song's called "No More Water." This song's called "No More Water." I need a little bit more water.
Yeah.
I need a little bit more water.
Yeah.
I'm feeling the smoke. Fire next time. Come gather my children. Come gather my children. Come gather to the sky in the west. The sky dark as the sea. Dark as the air tastes of embers. The air tastes of embers. It calls at your eyes. And I hear the horseman. And I hear the horseman following me. No water. No more. No water. changing our way, for changing our way, wrong, righting our wrong. No more, no more, no more, no more, no water, fire next time, fire next time. The people dismissed and denied and denied and on after the rivers, on after swollen rivers, the swollen rivers, and when flood water swallowed their water, swallowed their sign, the rainbow, the sign of the rainbow sky, in the sky. No more, no more, no more, no more, no more. Fire next time. The Lord said your family, the Lord said your family alone has been spared. And all of creation, and all leave in your care, leave in your but do not mistake me, remember my sign, remember my sign. I'll send no more water, I'll send fire, no more water, next time, next time. No more, no more, no more. Thank you.
Would you have freedom from wage slavery and join in the grand industrial band? Would you from misery and hunger be free and come do your share like a man?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union grand.
Would you have sharing the gold in the sky and live in a shack away in the back? Would you have wings up in heaven to fly and starve here with rags on your back?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union land.
If you've had enough of the blood of the lamb, then join in the grand industrial band. If for a change you would have eggs and ham, come do your share like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band.
Well, if you like sluggers to beat off your head, then don't organize or unions despise. If you are nothing before you are dead, shake hands with your boss and the wise.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band.
Oh, come, oh, ye workers from every land, join in the grand industrial band. Then we our share of this earth shall demand. Come do your part like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union land.
Would you take contently what's put in your hand? Less than you've earned with one leg to stand. Would you believe what they tell you to be, or as brothers go out to sea? There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land. One industrial man. There is power in those men working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land. One industrial union band. One industrial union band. One industrial union band.
Oh, take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and the law was undone, and the fever of the people was breaking. We don't need any hand-me-downs. We're not looking for charity. 'Cause we've been fooled, we've been jerked around, and there's only so much we can say. No, we won't go away. Oh, the time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions will refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. There's another day just about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold, when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Whoa, 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 the time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions will refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine.
Hello, 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 everyone. How y'all doing? How we all doing, folks? Hello, hello, Christinos. Hello, Alan Smith. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Hexahedron. I was gonna leave, then forgot to. Oh. Arguing with an idiot? Carry on. The girls are fighting in here, me included. Hell yeah. Please help. Something tells me, Rebel Pongo, something tells me you're not exactly concerned with the well-being of LGBTQ people. Let's see here. Sake Tanuki.
Mr. Dono, how hard is it to just say, ethno-states are bad?
You know, I think it's probably a bit harder for a politician because they want to, like, it's a big shift from where most voters, the average electorate in this country views Israel, and like the reality of like it's an active project to construct an ethno state. Like there's a big leap to be made there. Not everyone's ready to make, but it would be really nice if someone just frankly said it out loud. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, and also thank you for the previous 5 tier 1 subs. AI bad would have gotten my vote. Very true. Thank you for the additional 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. Very much appreciated. That last question was insane. Honestly, the way that like 5 people jumped on him at once was insane. But like he still handled himself very, very well, Now, chat, I have a bit of a conundrum, okay? Because on the one hand, I'm looking down from our precarious precipice we've found ourselves on, the content precipice, if you will, and I find myself looking down into the swirling vortex of content. And there are a couple things we could do, but they're both very unpleasant. Number one is Andrew Cuomo had Dr. Phil on. And the other one is that Anna Kasparian went on a Blaze TV show in order to talk about why she's done with the Democratic Party. Like it's genuinely like, which do you want? Do you want like the end apotheosis of a why I left the left video, or do you want like Andrew Cuomo like licking Dr. Phil's asshole? Wait, did I say Cuomo? I meant Gavin Newsom. My bad. I in my head they're interchangeable. They're both extraordinarily slimy slime balls. Oh man, it looks like we're gonna have an actual. People are at a crossroads. I think we're gonna have to run a poll. The most left ever. Yeah, right. Hey, Orvilla B. Let's see here. /vote. Which way? Chatter. Wait, which? You know what? Which way? Wild Shimper. There we go. Will it be? There you go. Ones and twos, folks. It is a tough choice. You guys we're generally favoring one over the other. Can I vote to be waterboarded instead? Either way, I'm going to be playing a video game, okay? That's my promise to myself. I want to play a video game today. Looks like Dr. Phil by a hair. But you know what? Let's run the poll in YouTube chat. Which way, Wild Chimper? Okay. Start poll. At 50 votes, we cut off the poll over on YouTube. You know what? Let's You've earned a little treat? I think so. I vote for Forgotten City. Well, I can't play Forgotten City while we go over content. Well, it is tied 50-50 with 40 votes over on YouTube. Stop, citizen. Halt. No country has the right to exist. Ethno-states are bad, and the people inside deserve safety and freedom. True. True. One of the issues I would point out... Oh, Anna K has won in YouTube. All right. It's down to Twitch chat. Mod, can one of you run a poll in Twitch chat? That's right, we have to throw things over. We have to throw things over to Twitch chat to break the tie. Damn you, YouTube chat. Can I ask you to watch 30 seconds or less of a video? I'm a benevolent streamer. Of course you can. Tiebreaker. Twitch chat is currently voting. 30 seconds or less.
How about 469 great sounds?
That guy is
My
cooking.
whole philosophy revolves around showmanship. 5 facets in particular: the gear, the threads, the performance, the groove, and the vocal. The following clips will illustrate precisely what I have to offer.
The Boss VE20 vocal performer.
I'ma mess around here and get it started. Freaks in the back and they know how to party. Say it now. Yeah, yeah. Put your hands in the air. Freak me there, say yeah.
Voice tone T1 will make you sound like this.
Well, there's a couple different ways to create trippy music. So let's say we're doing vocals. Let's just improv.
Oh no!
Hi, my name is Nathan Stoops. I was basically born with a violin in my hand. I found myself turning more and more to the dark side of the violin.
What is this?
In the morning, feeling like P. Diddy. Grab my glasses out the door, I'm gonna hit this city.
I drink alone. Indeed I do.
Some would say, Jack, that you are a river. Unto your people, troll face.
Lady Ranklet, thanks for $5.
Do your resent.
You might want to throw in something with a little bit of a Middle Eastern or maybe even an Indian slang to it.
Oh no.
It's kind of just real free. That's the trippy
oh
stuff.
no, you're too white for this, lady. Nope, you're too white for this. Abort. Abort. Is this a comedy bit?
Ain't know about the way that I roll with it. All night you make with it. Strip date with it.
I like these guys.
A few different trippy techniques.
Okay, that is pretty cool. I like that sound.
Boomerang, boomerang, gonna get you. Boomerang.
I know I was only supposed to watch 30 seconds of this, but we're watching the entire thing.
Can't you see?
I drink alone.
Speaking of which,
He's just so lonely, guys. What is this? There's no way I could play this at length. That's a bird.
Else to come close and admire his plumes, he sings the most complex song he can manage, and he does that by copying the songs of all the other birds he hears around him, such as the kookaburra.
Cool.
He also, in his attempt to outsing his rivals, incorporates other sounds that he hears in the forest. That was a camera shutter.
That's so cool.
And again. And now a camera with a motor drive.
Oh my god.
And that's a car alarm.
It's wild.
And now the sounds of foresters and their chainsaws working nearby.
That's so cool. That's insane, dog. I hope those ones get laid. Like I hope they get rewarded for all the hard work that goes into allowing yourself to contort your vocal cords into into making a chainsaw noise. Damn. Link? Yeah, here you go.
And just really chilled out, real mellowed out. Okay?
Oh no.
Real casual with it. And just
I
having
bet you're
fun,
casual
right?
with
Drums
it.
lead the band. Period.
It's like a dream you try to remember when it's gone. When you try to scream, but it only comes out as a yawn. When you, it's like a dream you try to remember when it's gone. When you try to scream, but it only comes out as a yawn. And you try to see the world beyond your front door.
Don't stop making pop, DJ bro my speakers up tonight. I'ma fight till we see the sunlight. T-top on the crop, but the party don't stop. No, oh, 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 oh.
The threads. I like snappy duds. They make me feel better. I perform
nothing
better.
gets the ladybirds
Certainly
hot
I
and
look
bothered
better,
like the
eh?
sounds of
It's part of the
deforestation.
Oh boy, the destruction of my home? Wonderful. I'm in the mood. Let's get at it.
program.
Could I say that I go down? This one goes down to the one I love.
Let me go.
You're visualizing a bird flying in the air or something weird, okay?
Give me shade. I'm just playing the hand.
God, I love this. I love this so much. You have no idea.
It's a dream, you know? Performing upon the world stage. Anytime, anywhere. Hell, everywhere. And when the opportunity presents itself, I'll be there. And with a big smile on my face, too.
Enjoy making trippy music. Peace.
Oh my God. I quit. That white lady. That white lady was insane. Jesus Christ. She gives me the same vibes as like the lady from Get Out. This is how I know there is no God. Does this help with the algo? I genuinely don't know. I don't know that this is gonna do much for our position in the algorithm, but you know, here we are. Now, folks, the election has now been held. Dr. Phil, by a hair, is the winner, I believe. Wait, check my DMs. What's this? I mean, I'm getting so DMCA'd for this. Okay. Humans are just funny little guys, chat. I love us so much. You know what? Genuinely, this isn't that bad if you're just picking this up for the first time. That was incredible. Thank you for sharing that, Paladin. God damn, that was good. The universe is truly meaningless.
I played the drum part for Bolero once.
You played the drum part for Bolero?
This is the piece that has the most boring part ever written for the bass. You play a C and then a G, and then a C and then another G, on and on for pages. Why does every other instrument get something better to do? If it's not a melody, at least there's enough variety to keep them awake. But then
I am sitting here
thank my
drinking
lucky
a Sprite
stars
plus
when I
tea
think.
and watching whatever this is, and I am completely sober and very confused. Have more money or something. I don't know. BWA?
Very knifey duck. I'm also very confused, but you know, I'm also just kind of delighted at how silly people are. I like it. I like people being silly. Silly
How
little
much
ducks,
worse
silly
it
little
would
gooses.
be to play the drum.
Hey, there we go. Oh, God. What's this?
to the wall.
I can't. What is this? I can't play this. All right. Also, there's a Sprite with tea. Is it good? I was curious. Is it good? All right. So, folks, in our democratic spree, you guys have chosen the Dr. Phil route for today's stream. Let's get this up.
I learned.
All right. Here we go. So, folks, there's this guy named Dr. Phil, okay? Now, Dr. Phil is not a great guy. He's mostly known for doing a television show where he offers folksy, common sense seeming solutions to people in the midst of severe mental health crises. And shock of all shocks, it's not good advice.
For context, half this piece is crescendo, the other half flips.
I will click on that link and we'll watch it later. There we go. Nailed it. So Dr. Phil's bad. He sends children to like camps with known like sexual abuse histories. It's really, really bad. He embarrasses kids on television in order to try and shame them into changing their behavior. He doesn't give a shit whether or not they actually do or whether they benefit from any of his proposed interventions. He just wants the views, right? And now he's been gearing up to run for political office. And he's a, shock of all shocks, a Republican. He's a conservative. And so he's been starting to do like the political rounds, slowly but surely picking up some steam. And he's been primarily, if you haven't seen him, he's been primarily in like the conservative circuit, but he's starting to come around into like the neoliberal circles. And that's where he is encountering Gavin Newsom. And they teamed up and did like an hour-long show together. And let's see if any of it is worth paying attention to. God. It's as insufferable as I remember. God.
Dr. Phil, and it's I've been eager to have this conversation because I've been watching a number of your conversations you've been having, very public conversations, but also just in the media, and obviously now with your own new Merit Street media enterprise. It's really interesting to read the punditry and try to read between the lines. What's Dr. Phil up to? Is this a big shift to the right, or is he just self-actualizing a little bit more in terms of his personal points of view, or is it completely consistent with the person we watched for 21 years on daytime TV? What's your overall sentiment around the independent analysis and punditry about all things Dr. Phil right now?
What are you talking about?
Governor, I'm glad you asked that question, because I have to say I'm probably the least political person I know, although I have certainly been painted with that brush of late, and not completely hard to understand. But and I say that I'm not political because I deal with cultural issues, psychosocial issues.
He's a doctor of the rotten our
and
culture.
I differentiate that from politics because, frankly, I'm not.
This is, by the way, I'm calling it now. This is the guy who's gonna like popularize the weird narrative about like LGBTQ people being a harbinger of like disease, of moral rot for our society. He's gonna be the guy who like mainstreams that. That's my guess. Okay.
Very sophisticated in the political arena. I don't know a lot about it. I can watch that after-school special about how a bill becomes a law and all of that, and I learn something every time I watch it again. And I'm not. That's not false humility. I really don't understand politics. I certainly don't understand geopolitics. on the international stage, and I really don't seek to. I really am focusing on cultural issues, and politicians talk about cultural issues a lot, and so that creates an intersection of content and.
How
No, it
long until
doesn't,
Newsom has
actually.
been Givir or Netanyahu on?
Oh God, that hasn't happened already? I guess I just assumed it had already happened. But I like that Dr. Phil is like trying to pretend, oh, I don't know anything about politics. Motherfucker, you went on an ICE raid. You literally like followed around a group of like ICE, Gestapo members, watched them detain like a family of nonviolent folks, and you said, you know what? I'm not a real politics guy. But I'm going to keep talking about the cultural issues because, well, that's not real politics, you know?
Look, chat. It's proof of Oprah's detrimental effect on society. See also Mehmet Oz, John of God,
True.
and the Satanic Panic.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, and Very Knifey Duck, thank you for the $5 dono.
And values. And to me, when I'm focusing on those issues, those values, I could care less whether somebody is a Democrat or a Republican. I'm not sure there's a whole lot of difference when we really boil it down to where people really stand. I don't think we're nearly as divided as I think the legacy media would lead us to believe we are. And so really, I'm of a strong belief that the strength of any culture, any society lies in the family. And I think family and family values have been under attack in America. I wrote a book in 2004 called Family First. And I said in that book that I thought family in America was under attack. And I certainly think family values have been increasingly under attack. And admittedly, a lot of that attack, I think, is coming from the extreme left, from
tell us more.
What I think are what I call the tyranny of the fringe. It's not really mainstream America on either side of the aisle. I think it's from really extreme activists, and I don't think they really represent.
I really want to hear one of these people, one of the times they try and make this claim, explain what are the views of the extreme left versus the views of the extreme right. You know? I would love for them to try and clarify that.
The mainstream on either side of the aisle. So I think it's, I think we've got the tail wagging the dog on a lot of these cultural issues, to tell you the truth.
I appreciate it. I want to go back to your consistency on the notion of family and the challenges there. And I'm curious, just over the last few decades, I imagine people tried to pull you in 20 years ago, pull you into their campaigns, pull you into their rallies, pull you into their point of view. Were you tempted 10 years ago to find your way into this? Or have you really always tried to sort of maintain a status above and sort of separate and above?
I've always tried to stay out of it.
What are you talking about? You've always tried to stay out of politics. What the hell are you talking about, man? Also, Andrew Cuomo, Gavin Newsom. What do you mean he's above it all? He's a daytime talk show host, man.
People made a lot of it when I went to the Trump rally at Madison Square Garden, this time around. But if if people listen to what I said, I started my comment
Wait, I was muted. Sorry, I was saying, yeah. You only went to like the Nazi rally. You only went to the rally that was talking about Puerto Rico being a garbage island. God. People were all judging me for that. How weird. How weird of them to judge.
And remarks during that appearance by saying, I'm not here to endorse President Trump. I don't agree with everything he says or everything he does. I said the first things out of my mouth, if you go back and listen to what I said, is I'm not here to endorse him. I don't agree with everything he says and does. What I don't like is people bullying those and ostracizing those who do support and say they're going to vote for him. And I said, I'll give this identical speech.
Yeah, why wouldn't you want to remain friends with someone who voted against your right to exist?
At a Harris rally, and volunteered to do so. And they actually contacted me and talked to me about doing exactly that. And I said, absolutely. Let me know when, let me know where. Gave them all the contact information to set it up, and then they didn't follow up on it after that. But I wanted to speak at that one of those events as well. I think we need to talk to each other. I think we need to have a dialogue that we're not having. And if we stay in our bubble, I don't think we're ever going to get a unity in this country. And
I appreciate that. I will say, having listened,
like I don't think any of the divide is due to us not talking to each other. Like I think we all understand each other's political positions pretty well, you know. When you boil it down, the bigots understand they don't like us, and we understand we're targeted by the bigots, and we're gonna fight them. You know, like that's we're also gonna win.
Strangely enough, I'm not here just to stand up for Donald J. Trump. Lord knows he doesn't need me to stand up for him. He's tough as an old army boot. Quote.
Anna featured Nick Fuentes today? Jesus Christ.
How do we stop it?
Just how do we make it all stop?
For the speech, I don't think you would have referred to Kamala as a tough old boot.
No, I wouldn't have done that. I'd have changed that line for sure.
There'd be a few lines. By the way, was it the president himself that reached out directly to you to get you to speak at that rally, or was it members of the campaign team? Were they aggressively seeking your participation?
They were, and I had already interviewed President Trump, and I've known him for 20 years.
Right.
I haven't spent a lot of time with him, but I've known.
I'm not very political, but I do know personally the former president of the United States, now current president of the United States.
Him for a long time, and I'd interviewed him for my show in the past, and had known him, like I say, not well, but had known him personally away from television and away from all that. But his team asked me to come and interview him. And I had asked to interview him when he was running his campaign, and he agreed. And then they asked me to make an appearance there. And I said I would, but I'll decide what I say, and it will probably be different from what you hear from everybody else. And they said that's okay. They agreed.
No, well, it's the answer is no unless you ask. And so I certainly appreciate the fact that they were able to diversify the number of voices that were participating in not only those rallies, but, some a little more toxic than others, including at that rally, sort of infamously.
So how about you? Are you going to run in 28?
Well, you're jumping right into that. I want to jump first, though, into what you just launched, which was Merit Street Media. And so after 21 ridiculously successful years running your own show, you decided to move and did this pivot. And you did it as well, writing a book that goes to a lot of the issues that you're raising, including on the issue of family, called We've Got Issues. But tell us a little bit more, because I'm not sure everybody is fully familiar with this larger media company, not just sort of the work you're doing as a host yourself, but what you're trying to achieve at Merritt Street.
Well, I did spend 21 years at CBS, and I have to say it's was a wonderful experience, and I made wonderful relationships at CBS. They'll forever be a warm place in my heart, and got nothing but good things to say about my experience there. I was led.
Okay, we're gonna speed this up a little bit because I don't care about his time at CBS.
Their daytime lineup. Of course, it was syndicated, so they weren't all CBS stations, but that was my primary station group. I had great primetime shows on CBS as well, and are working on some with them now. We're still in business together. But I wanted to do more than that. I felt like an hour a day was not enough time to really do the things that I felt like I wanted to do, because I was not comfortable and was very troubled by a lot of what I was seeing going on in this country. And
yeah, like what? Are you troubled by the gays? Like what is troubling you, doctor?
I'll tell you a story. I was sitting in our kitchen in California, where we were living at the time, and I was flipping back and forth. Robin and I were sitting there having dinner, and we were kind of flipping back and forth and going from one kind of news channel to another news channel to another news channel. And I was really frustrated by saying, this is so much propaganda, so much spin. You can't really tell. You'd be on one channel, flip to another, and they're talking about the same events or incidents, and you can't even tell they're talking about the same thing.
Amen.
Because they're spinning it so much.
Yep.
And I said, this just drives me crazy. The media's driving me crazy. Why won't they just tell you what happened? And without even looking up from dinner, she said, well, why don't you do something about it? You are the media. And she said, your ratings are bigger than both of them combined. Why don't you do something about it? And that was really the genesis of it, because I wanted to own the debate lane in America. I wanted to have a platform where I could bring.
But you're not a good debater. What?
Two sides together, or three sides, or four sides, if if necessary, to give people the facts and let them make up their own mind. And because it's such a big issue in California, homelessness, for example, there are more than two sides to homelessness. People have different theories about how to resolve this. Why is housing so expensive? Do you do home first, or do you work on getting people back on their feet and they earn their right to be given housing and shelter? Or is that a fundamental human right? There are different sides to those issues. You think, well, how could you be debating over that?
On the one hand, if you don't work, you perish. And on the other hand, it's a fundamental human right that we all help each other and ensure that we survive together. There are many different ways to think about this. Jesus Christ. It's the first time I think I've ever seen someone both sides being alive,
For that, but they're hugely passionate, different sides on even that.
How many subs to fuck off with this? If we get, let's say, 40 subs, we can finish this segment early, because honestly, this is really boring. But also, he's just unfortunately, Dr. Phil is, I think, a bit crazy, but mainly he's boring and deeply conservative. He's a boring true believer of this ideology. And in a way, he's a more hinged Mike Lindell, And I think he's just able to make waves in this particular universe, in this particular way, because he has so much wealth and influence. Nightlight Plushy Jesus, thank you for the gifted sub. We're on our way. We're on our way to 40, folks.
Issue. And And I do give both sides a chance to talk about that, and we have great and intelligent decisions. You know, right now, this
Like, like for example, he's giving this story, right? He's giving this story, but he's not using any specifics. He's just like, this one time I brought two people together to debate, and we have great, intelligent, discussions. And it's just like, what? Who gives a fuck? How is that useful?
Israeli Palestinian conflict.
Oh my God.
I've taken very bold positions on that, and it is astounding to me. I'm hearing things.
I'm a sub. Do I count
on
towards the
our
total?
college campuses
No.
that I never thought I would hear in my lifetime. The anti-Semitism that
Why are you all oh-knowing, guys? You knew that it was going to come to this. You knew that he was going to go down this route, right? You knew. He went to the student protests and like shook his head in shame at seeing people begging for Palestinians to be spared slaughter. You know?
I'm hearing, and I have given a platform to. At
We can
one
still
time,
freak
it was
out. Fair.
pro-Palestinian. Now it's pro-Hamas. This is straight up demonstrations in favor of a terrorist group that has killed 48 Americans since its formation.
Citation needed. How many of these pro-Hamas demonstrations are you seeing here? Is the pro-Hamas demonstration in the room with you right now? Is it hiding behind your bar that we can see on screen? Like what are you talking about, Dr. Phil? God damn.
In the early 1980s. And I find that difficult to understand, how we have young American students
conflating the two, conflating Hamas.
It's because they're not pro-Hamas. They're anti-genocide. And there's a distinction there. And even if you're like going by, oh, well, I saw a pro-Hamas protest. Genuinely, I want to know how prevalent you think that is, and I want you to back that up with data. Okay?
Protesting for Hamas, which is a terrorist group that has killed Americans and until recently was holding American hostages. They still have 4 that are not alive, but the last American hostage was just released, and Don Alexander. And I spoke with his parents the next morning on the air and had a wonderful celebratory interview with them. And I'm hearing things on these campuses that tell me that we're just not teaching critical thinking among our young people anymore. And that's very troubling to me. So, and I've given a voice.
What is the critical thought? Walk us through it, Dr. Phil. If it's such a critical point for us to grasp with our puny, illogical brains, surely walking through it with us will help us understand why it's okay to do a genocide and why it's okay to vilify those thinking that it's not okay to genocide an entire race of people. You know? Walk us through it, Doctor.
Voice to those and been criticized for giving a voice to the pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas side. But I think people need to hear what they think and how committed they are and how misguided I believe they are. But I do give them a voice so people understand what we're up against.
No, and I appreciate that. And, you know, in not that I've stress tested what you've been saying along these lines, not specific to the conflict in the Middle East, but more broadly about trying to find a lane a little bit more balanced. I watched specifically your 100-day analysis of the Trump administration, and I thought it was extraordinarily fair. You made some points that were very.
Okay, real question. Why should anyone on this earth give a single fuck about what Dr. Phil thinks about the first 100 days of Donald Trump's time as president? Why does anyone care? God damn.
Not revelatory to me, but I thought important to make, particularly on the issue of immigration, of which you received criticism. At the same time, you're hardly anti-immigrant, but you made a point on that 100-day show that I think underscores the point you're trying to make. And that is what is omitted often in our discourse, particularly in some of these platforms and these cable shows, is the fact that the Biden administration was deporting, has been, at least through a period that marked, I think, around February, more people being deported on the Biden administration than even the Trump administration. Not something you see necessarily on some of these.
Does Gavin Newsom not feel like immense shame kowtowing to these people? Like, I don't know, bending, scraping, licking the shoes of Dr. Phil seems really, really weird. Right? Like, I don't know, he just got done telling you that he doesn't really care about politics. Like he's a culture warrior, but he doesn't know politics. And now you're sucking his dick about how good his political analysis is. Like it is pathetic. It's laughably pathetic. It's crazy. Is Gavin just straight up conservative now? I mean, yeah, but like in the same sense that like a neoliberal is conservative. So yeah.
Cable shows in order to sort of highlight and reinforce the importance of not just misinformation or disinformation, but what is omitted from our conversation.
No, we're embedded with ICE, and they've allowed us full access at Merit TV. And let me tell you, when I say full access, there are no guidelines. Now, to be completely fair, there are some rules in terms of not disclosing certain investigatory techniques that they have, but other than not disclosing things that might put agents' lives in danger, there are no rules. We can show every case. They're not cherry-picked cases, and we're able to show everything that is going on. And I just watched the mischaracterization, and I've come to know Tom Homan very well. This is a very sincere and compassionate man, and they have three primary.
He's a very sincere and compassionate man. If you're American, and if you're not American, he wants to destroy your family. Like, I don't play cover. Don't play cover for literally the scum of the earth.
Goals. Number one is the worst first. They talk about these cable networks talk about they're going in and sweeping neighborhoods, and kind of anybody with a tan is subject to getting picked up. That is absolutely not true. I have seen that they are going after the worst first, that they build a file, they know where these people.
It's absolutely not true based on what I've seen. Yeah, I wonder why ICE might put on a better show for you, being that you're Dr. Phil. Like, they're not gonna take you on like milk runs, Or if they do, they're gonna hype it up to you and just tell you lies,
People are. They know what they're guilty of doing, and they target them. These are targeted arrest warrants that they're executing and taking these people out. So that's their number one goal. They wanted to close the border. They've effectively done that. And then number three is to find the missing children, because there are hundreds of thousands of children that have gone missing. Many are known to be sold into the sex trade or the forced labor trade, and those children need to be rescued. Now, some of them have found their way to family.
Just ignore what we do in our privatized prisons in the United States when we talk about children in forced labor, okay?
That is already here, but I fear there are probably a couple of 100,000 that are being forced into lives that are horrendous and that they don't want to be in. And those are their three primary objectives. And I hear they're just outright misinformation about what they're doing. And if you've seen interviews I've done with Tom Homan, I ask him straight up, are you raiding schools and taking children out of school so they can be deported? Are you sitting on doctors' offices and hospitals to catch these people when they go to get health care? Or are you going after the worst first? And I ask the hard questions, and they give me straight up answers. And the support.
Yeah, I'm sure the head of the organization that you're questioning has no incentive to lie to you. That the head of ICE lied to you. Is that such a foreign concept? Like, genuinely, it's like he hasn't even considered the possibility that he's being lied to. Like he would hear Tom Homan go, no, and he'd be like, see, perfect honesty.
For those answers, I'm very pro-immigration. Look, our birth rate has dropped below what we need infrastructure.
See, now I know a lot of people got really frustrated that I did like a video or two talking about birth rates, but this is why. All of these weird, rich asshole conservatives have like this deep-seated fear about goddamn birth rates. It's all like this white nationalist conspiracy singularity bullshit. And it just warps these people over time until like they're ideologically, the same in some fascistic way. It's insane.
Wise to sustain our infrastructure here, we need a birth rate of 2.1, and we've dropped to a little below 1.6. We better get immigrants into this country. We need the talent. We need the diversity. We need the head count and the birth rate. We desperately need immigrants in this country. But there's a right way and a wrong way to do it. I look at America as my home, and I wouldn't let anybody into my house if I didn't know who they were. Would you? I don't think anybody would, but we've done that. We've let millions of people into this country without knowing who they are. And clearly, some of those are on a terror watch list, and they're here now. And
I think everything you said, Dr. Phil, I think the vast majority of people would find particularly rational. But you have to acknowledge, and I don't say this lightly, I say this with intimate familiarity. I mean, we've had, quote unquote, wellness checks in the public schools. We've had some folks that are going to immigration courts.
Paladin, thank you for the $15 dono. Look at us. Getting closer every dono. We're 10% of the way there, folks. Homan defends immigration raids at middle and elementary schools. You know, does Gavin Newsom really... I mean, again, Gavin doesn't feel anything. But, like, you're sitting across from a guy who's making the claim that, like, well, Tom Homan would never lie to me. Literally, he did, unless Dr. Phil's talking about a conversation that occurred, you know, in December of last year. Oh, God.
That are being picked up in and around immigration courts. There's been a chilling impact across the country, not just in states like California, but a lot of day laborers picked up in California. We had a federal judge intervene under a lawsuit and actually admonished some of the Border Patrol for their activities in respect to that, or ICE. But I do appreciate there's an intensity of anxiety and a lot of rhetoric that is thrown around that is not nuanced. And I don't know that the president himself is aiding and abetting in finding some common ground here. He uses some pretty extreme language, which I think kind of chills the conversation and chills, I think, our capacity to sort of find some common ground on legitimate concerns around border security and thoughtful and comprehensive strategies to get the best and the brightest from around the world.
Well, I think there's a right way and a wrong way to get into the country. And I don't think these people are being picked up that are here legally. And if they are here legally, then they don't have anything to worry about. If they came in illegally, not at a point of entry, then they are subject to being removed. That in and of itself is a crime, is it not?
No, and I'm not denying that, but you asked, I mean, and again, I'm not looking to get in a debate about immigration policy. I'm just seeing some nuance in terms of the language, and I think some of the rhetoric and the reality on the ground is someone that is on the ground addressing some of that reality. It's not just the worst first. It may be, that may be the policy, but that's not necessarily the practice. As it relates to those that are here without documentation, I mean, you've got folks from Newt Gingrich that was supporting amnesty in 1985, Reagan himself that did the amnesty bill shortly thereafter. And obviously we've got to address those that have been here for decades. I don't imagine we want to get all of them because they're quote unquote here illegally.
Like as we're sitting here, imagine you are being confronted by someone who's saying essentially that, like, yeah, we should just like get rid of human rights for undocumented immigrants and get them all out of the country so that they can come back here legally. Ignore the fact what we're talking about while doing so is amounts to a mass ethnic cleansing and would immiserate everyone and cost us untold amounts of money for literally no benefit. And instead of addressing any of that point, you start just wandering down like how good of an idea it is actually to like deport a ton of people. Just you want to draw a line somewhere so you don't deport like everyone, but you want to deport most of them. Like, do you understand how like fucking crazy that is to adopt that position? It's insane. Like Gavin Newsom is gone. Like this guy, as far as I'm concerned, is a Republican op at this point.
And send them and deport them all back. I do not imagine you're arguing for that.
No, but here's the thing. And let me argue another side of this. We've got an immigration court that is horribly dysfunctional.
Yep.
It takes 7-8 years.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Court date. And that is a broken system. We need to fix that.
100%.
When you've got somebody that maybe they have a legitimate reason, a compelling reason to get out of their home country for safety reasons, for fear of violence from gangs or whatever. And so they make application to the United States, and we say, great, here's a court date in 2032. Well, I'm sorry, I got people coming by my house threatening to cut off my arms and legs on a daily basis. 2032 doesn't really work for me. We've got to fix that. I 100% acknowledge that.
Yeah.
On the other hand, if we've got people that are here illegally, they're either here legally or they're not here legally. And so we have to take some ownership in the fact that we've got a broken system for getting processed into this country.
That's right.
It doesn't change the fact that we have people that are here illegally. And most of them are not fleeing. They're here fleeing violence.
Yeah, so maybe we could, instead of deporting them, give them a pathway to citizenship, thereby legitimizing their presence here, and then we don't have to spend all of the money and effort to deport them, actually.
They're here for economic reasons, and this is the greatest country in the world. Of course, if I was in El Salvador or somewhere and had a dirt floor and pennies a day for wages, would I want to be in America? Of course I would want to be in America. We've got to do some things on our end to make this more functional.
I agree with that.
And I hate these sanctuary guidelines where they will not cooperate with ICE agents to get someone that is...
True, Balthazar, making them citizens doesn't take up time. Now, I'll also say that, like, you know, there might be some bureaucracy or bureaucratic steps involved to become a citizen. But like, you could just like offer a pathway to citizenship and then properly fund immigration courts so we can process the amount of like claims being made appropriately. So it doesn't take like 10 years to get into the country in a mildly legal way, you know?
Currently in custody, which means they've broken the law. And local law enforcement has had reason to pick them up and detain them. If you tell ICE about that and they can come get them and take them out at that point, you're going to have a whole lot less of the people you're talking about get arrested when they go into the community. Then you have one ICE agent on one bad actor and they're gone. If they have to go into the neighborhood, they're going to arrest that person and they're going to check everybody that's around them. And that's,
well, as you know, Dr. Phil, I mean, in California, I can only speak for myself as governor. We've cooperated in that respect with folks that are in custody in state prisons, over 10,000 specific examples of that kind of cooperation. So not a lot of daylight on that. I guess I'm just more concerned about the larger rhetoric that everyone's here, quote unquote, illegally, which I get on the technical terms, but the notion of what the heck we do about it. I agree with you on comprehensive need for comprehensive reforms. I think the asylum system is broken. There's been all kinds of bills rejected by both parties to address this issue. There was a bipartisan immigration package that Rubio himself, among many others, supported to deal with immigration backlogs and judges and address some of those concerns, but they seem to get just watered down or eliminated because of the toxicity of our politics. And that's my concern now, is how the hell do we soften that edge, which I think you want, so we can find unity and common ground and unify the country, which you talk a lot about. But how do we begin to do that in a more rational way? I think rhetoric still matters, does it not?
Words are powerful.
Yeah.
Words are absolutely powerful. And, you know, when I see things happening, and I see it a lot with the death threats and hate speech and rhetoric that I get when I come out and condemn what happened on October 7th in Israel.
Yeah. And by the way, just for the record, I flew to Israel right after the 7th and met with leadership.
I don't think anyone's giving you shit for standing in solidarity with a country that just got hit with a terrorist attack. The weird issue is that you are then doubling, tripling down as that country retaliates by doing an ethnic cleansing / genocide. You know, like that's the weird part.
We actually brought a hospital, the field hospital, with us. So I appreciate that condemnation. I want to make that clear.
Well, and I know you made that trip, and I was so glad to see you do that. I spent 21 years in California, and I was proud to see you take the initiative to do that, because you didn't have to do that. And when I say words are powerful, and but thank you for doing that. I didn't finish my sentence. Thank you for doing that. I think the rhetoric has gotten way out of control. When you shoot 2 people on the street in Washington, D.C., outside a museum, and you know, Milgram, the young woman, she grew up in Overland Park, Kansas. I mean, this is not an activist that...
Wyoming has 584,000 people. The national average is 6.8 million. We can accept millions.
Genuinely. Yeah, we have plenty of space and resources. We can make it happen. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. But also just like, I don't know, like, are they gonna mention like the landlord who like stabbed either stabbed or shot like a child to death because because they were Palestinians? Like, is he gonna mention like the Palestinian kids who got targeted somewhere on the East Coast a couple months ago? Like, again, like there are instances here, and it is a selective outrage, you know, and that's weird to me because I'm outraged by all of the violent attacks, and I feel like it's not that hard to be. Whereas they just can't seem to muster any amount of empathy for like Palestinian victims.
Is really out driving the story here. And the young man was an Israeli Christian, for God's sakes. And they kill these two people and then start yelling, "Free Palestine, free Palestine." Um, can I say that those shootings were due to out of control and fiery rhetoric? I have no proof for that. And I don't make claims if I don't have empirical evidence to support it. But common sense.
Like, are you guys going to talk about the fact that polling came out of Israel that like shows that like some like 49% in like are in favor of ethnically cleansing and killing every Palestinian? Like, are they going to mention that? If we're going to talk about like the effect of rhetoric, it seems like maybe we should start with that.
Suggests that this kind of rhetoric that people that maybe were deranged to begin with, marginalized to begin with, looking for a cause, celebrate. The same individual was active with BLM before this. So, you know, was that the cause at the time? Now this is the bandwagon that he's jumping on. It just makes it easy for people to get in.
People can care about multiple things.
Involved in, and we've got to tone down the rhetoric. And when you see, you know, Harvard and UPenn and Columbia University,
you know, I want them to be very specific about the rhetoric. Like, what specifically about the rhetoric do you want toned down? Notice it's just very vague. It's always so vague with these people.
The leadership there, not only condoning, but in some ways, I think enabling and empowering this. I think we've lost our way. I mean, these young people, I think, are being agitated from the outside as well as the inside. And this isn't free speech, Governor. This is
okay. So they're being like young people are protesting because of like planted protesters from whom?
Fact check. The U.S. has a population density of 37 people per square kilometer. The world average is 55 per square kilometer. We could take on 164 million people and still not be at the world average.
That's actually crazy. Thank you for the $10 dono, Paladin. We're now at 6 subs towards 40. Wait. Are we? Did I miss? I missed the 5. That's on me. We're actually at 11.
This has gone beyond that. I was on the UCLA campus when they took down the encampment there.
Yeah.
Wait, what was the ICE thing that Dr. Phil did? He's been on at least one, possibly multiple ICE raids. Like he like suits up and cosplay as an ICE agent and like follows along with their team. It's really gross.
Talk to those protesters there. And was there hate speech? Yes, but it was still speech. But I also saw them surrounding Jewish students and not allowing them to move across campus.
3.
Some were assaulted. They occupied and defaced and vandalized buildings.
And by the way, Dr. Phil, just for the record, out of so much frustration, we had to send the California Highway Patrol in because they were not enforcing these laws and they were not protecting those students. So we were very critical, and I appreciate your critique of what was happening on the UCLA campus. You're absolutely spot on.
But we were with law enforcement as they were staging to go in and take them down. And I will say this about all of the law enforcement agencies that were doing this. I was speaking with them moments, they were staging a couple of miles away from the campus, and they had the buses there and all the troops there. And we were speaking to leadership over there at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Trust me, I was up at 2:33 in the morning when we finally pulled the orders. Yeah.
I was asking them, tell me what your plan is and what your number one objective is. And there was nobody there but us, and they allowed me to be there because they know how pro law enforcement I am, how much I support their sacrifices that they make to keep the rest of us safe. And every single one of them, and I talked to them individually, 40, 50 yards away from each other, they all said the same thing. Our number one objective is that everybody gets home safe tonight. UCLA students?
Not unless they're the uppity UCLA students, in which case they're going to be abducted by ICE.
The U.S. currently has far lower melanin content per capita than the world. We can stand to import more to catch up with the rest of the world.
It's true. It's true. I endorse it, actually. I think more different kinds of people is good. More different, I think, is always good. I like more different. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. I very much appreciate that. And we're now at 16.
The protesters, all of our officers, even these protesters that were hurling these insults at them and calling them every name in the book, their number one objective was that those people get home safe. They weren't saying, oh, well, we're going to went in there and kick some ass. No. They said with great sincerity, we just want everybody to get home safe tonight. Tomorrow's another day. Let's get everybody home safe tonight. And I said, will that happen? They said, well, that depends on them. If they follow our directions, then they'll...
The reason, I just have to keep marveling at the fact that more violence hasn't broken out during these ICE raids. The fact that no ICE agents have been shot and killed while sidling up to a stranger in the United States unannounced, and then trying to detain them, that's it's really impressive that there hasn't been a self-defense maneuver engaged. And the fact of the matter is, it is so safe to do these ICE raids for these people carrying them out that they're willing to take Dr. Phil, a bajillion-year-old man, along with them, and they're not worried about it at all,
They'll get home safe tonight. The second worst thing is we'll detain them and cite them, and then they'll get
Minneapolis got really tense. Get
home safe, but we want everybody to get home safe tonight. And I had such great respect for them that there's number one, even the protesters, they absolutely wanted them to get home safe.
Yeah, I know they did a really admirable job that night. And while there was a few modest incidences, they conducted themselves extraordinarily well in terms of how they reacted to those incidents. It only reinforced their stewardship, and not just on the UCLA campus, on many other campuses, not just in California, of course, all across this country. Look, one of the things that, I think it's the conversation we're having here around how you work through these things and how we work through our differences and how we find commonality. You opened up by saying you don't think our politics is, you think, mainstream media sort of, it sort of exacerbates the conditions, these divisions, that we're not as far apart as we may appear. Tell me a little bit more about what your thinking is in that respect. You mean that more broadly about sort of universal values of being loved and need to be loved, being protected, connected, respected, or do you mean that on issues like immigration, issues like human rights and social justice, or on what topics?
Look, conflict sells tickets. If you're doing the news and your lead headline is today at 3rd and Elm, nothing happened. That just doesn't sell tickets, right? But if you can say today at 3rd and Elm, chaos broke out, throw to the video. Now everybody turns around and looks, and that's just kind of how we have been shaped and fashioned into following the news. But the truth of the matter is, I believe anytime I'm negotiating with somebody, the first thing I do is say, look, we've got differences. I agree with that. I think you and I have some differences in the way we look at things. But if we were going to try to find some common ground, the first thing I would do is say, Governor, let's first talk about everything we agree about.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the things that we agree about, because I think if we do that, we're going to find that we're not near as divided or different as we might think we are. And
yeah, you're gonna have to elaborate on that for me, Dr. Phil, because I think my ideological position is a lot farther away from yours than you might imagine.
Let's look at it from a broad standpoint. If you sit down with the most polarized folks and say, let's talk about what we agree about in America, everybody wants a safe and healthy country. Yeah. Nobody would disagree with that. Everybody wants to leave a good, green, clean, prosperous country for our children. Nobody would disagree with that. Everybody wants us to have a strong economy. Everybody would agree with that. Everybody wants us to be a good leader in the world and set a good example for other countries. Everybody would agree with that. Now, we might disagree about how we go about achieving those things, but everybody would agree with where we're trying to get.
Yep.
And I think one of the most...
Yeah, but that's the issue, Dr. Phil. That's kind of like the crux of the issue, is that, yeah, everyone can generally agree that they want things to get better and not worse. The issue is, how you go about making things better is what makes the difference. Because if making things better is, well, you make things better for the rich at the expense of the poor, then like that's a problem. You know, it really depends on a lot of these circumstances, the context around making things better. So, oh, we can all unite that we want things to be good and not bad. Like, isn't actually that profound of an idea?
Critical days in this country's history was 9/12, not 9/11. 9/11 was one of the darkest days in our history, of course. But on 9/12, everybody woke up and we were Americans first. There weren't Democrats, there weren't Republicans, we were all Americans. And I just pray that something like that.
And what did we do with that? Did we invade a
pure, undiluted garbage, meaningless drivel, nonsense? That's all they were. Junk.
It's true. It's true. Thank you for the 100 biddies, Salmon Moose. But also, like, genuinely, like, what did we do with that agency, Dr. Phil? Did we invade Iraq and Afghanistan and kill hundreds of thousands of civilians for no reason? We were all so united. We killed millions. Is not really the rallying cry that I think unites a generation.
That doesn't have to happen again, for people to remember that, hey, wait a minute, we're all wearing the same color jersey. We may have some differences on issues, but we're all Americans. And we all love this country, and we all want fundamentally the same things. And if we remember that first, then I think we have a foundation to work from, a foundation to build on. And, you know, I pray we don't need to be reminded of that by being under attack. And I think if we do remember that, if we do take that approach and we go, hey, wow, we've really got something here to work on. You know, people, I've followed you for a long time, and there are things that, you know, people look at you and you have kind of an affluent image and all. People don't know that, and I learned one of the things that you and I have in common is we both come from pretty poor backgrounds.
Yep.
Both had to work real early in our lives, and shared some common difficult experiences early in life of trying to make it and get by and find this job and then that job. And when I learned those things about you several years ago, all of a sudden I said, you know, I understand how he's gotten.
Imagine growing up poor and you grow up to be like middle-aged, older, and like you decide, you know, fuck you, got mine. Time to screw over the little guy. You know, burn down the ladder I took to climb. You know, it sucks. It sucks. These people disturb me maybe the most in our society.
Where he is, because this guy understands hard work and putting the time in to get where he's going. And my whole opinion changed when I learned some of those things. And there are things that I disagree with you on. I disagreed with you on some of the things you did concerning COVID and shutting things down and how long and this, that, and the other. But I didn't have questions about your intent.
Phil has settled multiple lawsuits for Saw. His first wife said in the divorce that he cheated dozens of times and was emotionally abusive. He settled several lawsuits for abusive workplace.
I wonder if Gavin Newsom's going to ask about any of that. I'm kidding. I'm not actually wondering that. I know that Gavin Newsom's not going to do that, actually. It'd be cool if he did, though, right? Like, wouldn't it be neat? Be kind of cool.
Attention, just your choices, and I always knew that this was something I could sit down and talk to you about because I knew that you knew the value of hard work and what families put in and how important it was, and I felt like people don't take time to find out who they're talking to, what their history and what their values are.
And tune in for our continued conversation with Dr.
Oh God, I would rather not. Holy shit, it was already too long. It was already too long. We did it. We made it through. Yeah, Gavin Newsom is cuddling up to all of the conservatives. And when I mean all of the conservatives, I mean like a week or so ago, his last show was with Newt Gingrich. And if you know anything about politics...
Gavin Newsom will ask as many hard questions as Cuomo will answer.
Yeah. If you know anything about politics, guys, Newt Gingrich is basically patient zero for the modern conservative bullshit. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Paladin Lost, thank you for the $15 dono. And, we got to drop it.
Do you want to tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins in sight. Because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
Daceful.
Brecco, thank you for gifting a sub over on Twitch as well. I appreciate that immensely. And folks, we've been going for over 4 hours now. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. Consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because you guys keep this show going. And I very, very much appreciate your support. Like, comment, and subscribe. Do all the things. Click the goddamn button.
Per his ex-producer Leah Rothman, Phil provided alcohol and Xanax to former Survivor contestant and alcoholic Todd Herzog and then brought him on set under the effects of both to exploit him.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What? Oh, God. Dr. Phil is so fucking disgusting. So fucking disgusting. One of the famous stories that I usually reference with Dr. Phil is that he took like the Cash Me Outside girl, sent her to like a rehabilitation camp that like abused the teens there, and like she then had to like use a sizable chunk of that money to like fight him legally in court for sending people there. Yeah, a kid wound up dying. It's really, really bad stuff, guys. And like the fact that none of the shit seems to stick to him is insane. It's insane. And like to this day, people still remember like, oh, well, the Cash Me Outside girl was really rude. Well, like, why are you thinking well of Dr. Phil? He literally sent children to a torture camp. Like, what do you like, Jesus, how is that not ruining his reputation? No wonder he's in with Trump now. Birds of a feather. Yeah, like he's a disgusting human being. You know, like if you have any kind of decency, you find him repulsive. And by extension, that's how I feel about Gavin Newsom now. It's crazy. Weird how that works. So, there you have it. Now, folks. Let's take a look. Now, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
Oprah still isn't apologized for Dr. Oz. When has listening to a guy named Oz who gives dubious advice from behind a screen ever gone wrong?
You don't understand, Sake Tanuki. He's the greatest ever. He's the greatest wizard there was. And he's wonderful because of the wonderful things he does. Do. Okay, like, I'm glad we cleared that up. Jesus. Remember, oh, yes, also remember to hit the button, folks. Hit the goddamn button. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button.
Stephen Hassan provided unpublished source notes of a paper that was due to be published, in preparation for an appearance. Phil used the research, but canceled on Hassan.
Jesus, what an asshole. What the hell? Fuck Dr. Phil. Go. Click the button. Click the button. It's so fun. Holy shit, I thought the Cash Me Outside girl would be like 30, but she's 22. Yeah, because when she was on Dr. Phil, she was like 12. She was like a 13-year-old. It was 9 years ago. I'm feeling icky after that segment. I'm gonna take Jack and chat for a walk. Hell yeah. Take us outside somewhere nice.
There was one line that I wish made it from the book to the movie. Dorothy asks the wizard whether the Emerald City is actually green, and he responds, 1/2.
And he responds, 1/2. What could that mean? 1/2 is good, 1/2 is bad. A kind of commentary on life. What's this?
Today I'm surrounded by 20 Kermit the Frogs.
My people have been wearing green glasses on their eyes for so long that most of them think this really is an Emerald City. 2/1.
Oh, shit. Socket Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I'm really worried about where this is going.
Do you believe you are Jordan Peterson?
What do you mean by believe?
I don't know if you're copying my voice or what.
That's the circular definition.
That's the circular definition.
You stake your life
You stake your
on it,
life on it.
and you die
And you
for
die
it.
for it. I feel like I'm talking to myself here.
How much do you know about me?
Hypothetically, if you were born Jordan Peterson, but you talked like Kermit the Frog, that would just make you a human with a frog voice.
You're generating an impossible, restricted, hypothetical with no precursors to back me into...
I can't tell them apart. You like eating red meat, right?
Sure.
And what do Jordan Petersons love eating more than anything else?
Why are you asking me?
Because you are Jordan Peterson.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Is this Jordan Peterson versus Kermit the Frogs?
Don't be a smartass.
Either you're Jordan Peterson or you're not. Which is it?
You're really quite something.
That's because you're Jordan Peterson, you're not a frog.
Yeah, I'm done with him.
I respect Dr. Peterson, but I think he's losing it.
Crow, crow, ribbit, ribbit.
Oh my god. That ending stinger is so good. It's so fucking good. Croak, croak, ribbit, ribbit. Whew, fuck. God. Genuinely a little bit lightheaded. Folks, it's time. It's time for another bit of content. And maybe if we finish that and I have enough energy, maybe we'll play video games after that. But let's find out. By the way, bad news. Sounds like Carney and the Canadian Liberals lied. They are not making change. Strong Borders Act bill bullshit. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. I'm just glad you guys aren't actively going in a far worse direction. You know, you might still be going in a bad direction, but like, you know, you got time to course correct. It's sad though. Well, yeah, it is sad. All right. Here we go, folks. Is it possible to play games and we watch The Defender? Maybe after I get more established in a game. I'm going to be starting a game, so we'll be seeing what's what. Also, remember, folks, this Friday I will be doing a stream for the Palestinian or Palestine Children's Relief Fund. God, for whatever reason, I keep wanting to say like Palestinian, or it's just like I have trouble with the acronym for whatever, the PCRF. We're gonna be doing that on Friday, and I think you guys are really, really, really going to appreciate the fundraising goals. The last two gifted messages were a two-parter. There was one line that I wish had made it from the book to the movie. Dorothy asks the wizard whether the Emerald City is actually green, and he responds, "My people have been wearing green glasses on their eyes for so long that most of them think that this really is an Emerald City." That would have been really nice. I think that would have been really good. Shimp on Shimp action rated R. Well, I can't broadcast that. Have I heard of Halls of Torment? I'm going to be playing a different game. They sound like rose tinted. No, they sound like green tinted glasses. All right. That's my autism showing. All right, here we go. So, folks, there is a lady named Anna Kasparian, and she has been doing kind of her final goodbyes in the realm of progressivism and left-leaning politics. And I guess her swan song as she exits this particular stage of her life, her final stop was the Blaze TV, where she went on a show called 0 Hour, which I had never heard of before. But you know, it caught my eye when I saw that she was on an episode titled "I'm Done with the Democratic Party," which, I don't know, in 2025 that reads to me kind of like a "Why I Left the Left." You know, maybe we're gonna get some high level ideas out of this particular video. Let's take a little bit of a look-see. Let's take a gander. Let's see how this goes. Here we go.
I'm James Polis. This is 0 Hour.
Oh, that is too fast now. Cool.
She's the host of The Young Turks, a fearless commentator and a woman who can debate circles around just about anyone. Buckle up. This conversation is going to be as sharp as her takes. Welcome, Anna Kasparian.
Thank you, James.
How are you?
So good. So good to be here with you. I mean, I've known you forever.
It's crazy, right?
I know.
Yeah. Fash wave. You know, the Blaze TV. They gotta be palatable to the youth.
I knew you back in the day when you were with Pajamas Media, I think it was.
This is ancient history.
Yes.
They thawed me out from cold storage. No, I remember getting the call or the email, I guess, from Shank, who was on not that long ago, and he's like, "Hey."
Also, again, just in case anyone's wondering what Pajama Media is, or PJ Media, it's a conservative media company. It's a conservative media company that was created by a billionaire. So just in case anyone's, curious about that, that's
She can debate
interesting.
circles around anyone because her arguments never go anywhere.
Bada bing, bada boom. As What If Old Hist would say, it is closed loop thinking.
Hey, Glenn Greenwald says that, like, you should come on. And if we had only known, like, I think that was even like before the whole Snowden thing.
Oh, yeah.
And just
It was such a long time ago. And I
Such a
just
long time.
remember, you know, you've always been to the right of me, but I just remember enjoying hearing you engage in conversation. You just seem like a totally reasonable guy. And then I didn't hear from you for a while, so it's kind of nice to see that you're doing your show, you're doing your
Yeah.
thing. It's great.
Yeah. Well, you know, you have to like be water to swim in media, and it's been a crazy ride, you know, sort of like being MAGA before there was such a thing as MAGA, and being like, well, wait a minute, you know, like, what about this quadrant on the map? Like, why are there so many people here, but none of them seem to have any sort of influence or say over what's going on? So, you know, you guys were sort of like coming at Obama from the left at that time, but the left was like, wait a minute, you know, centralizing everything is bad, corporations eating America is bad, undeclared wars are bad, you sort of, you know, let's not have a permanent surveillance state. All these things that were considered, you know, to the left of Barack.
Yeah, look, if you have to call yourself MAGA before MAGA, like, you're really conservative. Okay, like, I know that that's not like a huge insight here, but like, I just want all of our cards to be on the table here. This guy works for the Blaze TV. Like, he works for a conservative propaganda outfit.
Obama, who's this crazy liberal, are now sort of seen, you know, as being sort of right coded, which is fascinating, is one word for it, right?
I've been thinking about this a lot because, I mean, I'm not happy about it. And so I find myself in this weird, like, politically homeless place right now because you look at the Democratic Party.
Can we just, like, really take a moment here? Like, if you have to call yourself politically homeless, political homelessness is the last stage that occurs before you just embrace the fact that you've completely flip-flopped in your you know, political journey, you know? Like, I don't know, I don't have a good political party that supports my particular brand of socialism, but like, I wouldn't describe myself as politically homeless. You know, you describe yourself as politically homeless when you're in the process of switching from, you know, liberal to conservative.
And both in pathology and in policy, I feel that they've taken on some of the characteristics that were indicative of like the Bush era Republicans.
Right.
And so I've been asking myself, what happened? How did we get here? And I really do think that Donald Trump specifically just kind of came in, stirred the pot, realigned things in some.
True, Jazz Dog. A much better metaphor and a much funnier one would be to describe it as politically between jobs. Which is kind of, I feel like what's happening here is she's kind of shopping herself around to these conservative networks. That's my impression now, especially in the wake of like her take existing.
Some ways. So for instance, he was such a disruptive force that the left in general just really didn't know how to react or respond to him. And I think that the mainstream Democratic Party has kind of taken on the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And so suddenly the neoconservatives, you know, the Bush era Republicans, the so-called never Trumpers were welcomed into the Democratic Party. Nothing made that clearer than Kamala Harris, you know, saying that she was honored by Dick Cheney's endorsement. I was like, oh my God.
Welcomed in right at the top. Not like, okay, you know, but don't tell anyone, but like right in the front door.
I mean, if I were a Democratic candidate and I had the endorsement of Dick Cheney, I'd be like, keep it cool, keep it cool. Don't say that. Like, just let's keep it between us. Also, what am I doing wrong in how I'm campaigning to attract the likes of Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney? So I think the biggest mistake the Democratic Party has made in recent years is this mistaken thinking that if someone or a political ideology is against Trump, that must mean they're good for the Democrats. They're not good for the Democrats. But I don't know if they've learned that lesson yet.
I mean, that's true. Like, those two things aren't
Shouldn't she be
aligned.
asking, what's a girl to do? We clearly need her take.
What's a girl to do?
Is anyone sort of on their way to learning that lesson, do you think? I mean, Gavin Newsom is now like a podcast bro, which is signaling all by itself, right? And we can have a whole sort
Oh, this guy loves the Newsom cast.
of trying to unpack whatever that is. But he's one guy who seems to have some sort of recognition. And it's interesting to me because, people look at California as kind of the petri dish of the left or whatever. But so much of what MAGA is, and so much of just, individual people who are responsible for going from it's the Bush's party to it's Trump
Hey,
party
Gilbertus Maximus.
are all Southern Californians, So like the scene in California is more than meets the eye. And so much of MAGA came from SoCal. And I'm sure that this is not lost on Gavin, especially because of sort of Kim and kind of the whole whatever that is, which is another conversation.
Yep.
What do you make of sort of Newsom and kind of the broader California scene? Is this where that kind of wake up call is going to come from?
Well, before I comment on the broader California scene, let me just say Gavin Newsom is a snake, and he is setting himself up for a presidential run. And as a result, he's kind of presenting himself as like some sort of reasonable, more moderate Democrat. He is someone that you shouldn't trust or believe. I mean,
the issue that Anna's running into here is that I think she likes Gavin Newsom's positioning, but unfortunately personally despises Gavin Newsom from like, him being governor. And so like, I think she runs into an issue here where she's like, well, he says the most wonderful things, but you can't trust him. Even when he's saying like the literal worst shit.
I've seen what his leadership was like when he was, a political leader in San Francisco. Now he's the governor of California, and he has overseen the absolute destruction of the state that I was born and raised in, the state that I absolutely love. He shuttered 4 state prisons, released inmates, including those who have committed violent crimes, into society with no plan for them, no transition for them. Where do you think they ended up? I mean, he released tens of...
Wait, where did they end up? I would actually love to see some data on that.
Thousands of inmates during COVID because of, the prison system being too crowded. The idea was, well, we need to protect them. We don't want this virus to spread in these tightly packed prison cells, which is an understandable thing to want to do. But you have to have a plan. And so he just released tens of thousands of inmates in a state that just underwent a shutdown. No businesses are open. There are no job opportunities. There's no housing. Where do you think they ended up? And then you want to tell me that there hasn't been a crime spike, please. So all of these things, I think, have woken up some Californians. And it was...
the wild thing is that there hasn't been a crime spike. Like, if you actually look at the data, which we have multiple times on this issue, there hasn't been a crime spike. Crime has been going down. Like across the board for the last 2 years.
Reflected in the election results. For instance, Los Angeles County voted 11% more Republican in this election cycle compared to the previous presidential election cycle. And so that tells you something. That tells you that voters, even in the bluest state, in the bluest city, are waking up to how some of these policies have actually failed them. And they want, the economic policies that the Democratic Party historically purported to want to protect. But what they're getting instead is all these social changes that have diminished their quality of life.
Yeah.
Which social changes? Well, I'm very curious. Which social changes are diminishing the quality of life in California? Again, notice how there's just so much vagueness. The vagaries just kind of accumulate. And I would love to hear some specifics. It's weird how they seemingly just kind of, they get close to what they're talking about, then retreat. It's like they're afraid to say what they think.
Yeah. I mean, there's no argument. Like, you're an Angelino. I spent the better part of 25 years in that city. It's worse than it's ever been in its history.
Yeah.
Just overall, which is shocking in its own.
How is that? How can that possibly be true? There have been times in California history where like an earthquake could knock down like an entire city because they didn't have building codes. What are you talking about, man?
Right. San Francisco, you know, that's been beaten to death. We've all seen the poop map. Like it's there's no end in sight to any of this. And so
wait, we have a perfectly reasonable solution to that. How's the homeless? You know, like how's the homeless? Allow them to use bathrooms. Build facilities so that they can take a shit in peace.
So you have to ask yourself, like, why? You know, this is a guy, Newsom, 2 terms lieutenant governor, 2 terms governor, podcast bro, still presenting himself as someone who deserves public attention and who ought to be listened to, and who in some way is more kind of savvy or dialed in than the average Democrat.
Poop map. I believe the poop map is like this app that people used in order to track like the location of just different poops on the street in LA. I don't know. All I'm saying is if like people don't poop on the street under normal circumstances, if they are given an option, they will poop in a toilet. And so I think like framing the problem of people pooping on the street as like, oh, well, it's because of it's because, you know, these people exist and they're inconvenient. No, the issue is that like society has been constructed in a way that denies them bathroom usage.
Democrat right now, low bar, granted.
Yeah.
But why then, if he still wants to play at the top of the game, why govern in the way that he did? Was he actually governing? Was it mostly just letting bad things happen? I mean, how does he expect to run to convert that record into some kind of future?
Well, I think that Gavin Newsom is the perfect example of a politician who wants to be a leader but doesn't have the characteristics necessary to actually be a leader. Gavin Newsom follows trends and he goes along with what he thinks is politically popular at any given.
Archangel, no, I don't think advanced turtle logic is. I don't think they're being serious about when they say toilets don't grow on trees. I believe in the toilet tree.
Given moment. And so when the BLM movement happened, you know, when there were calls for criminal justice reform, he didn't think about it. He didn't implement policies in a carefully considered way. He just went along with what he thought would be popular or what the activists in the state who are not representative of the general public were demanding. And that's the thing that's so frustrating about politics in California. The people who lead the political scene in California are not the politicians. They're the activist groups and they're the nonprofits.
Huh. So you're saying it's the it's people who've dedicated their time to raising awareness of various issues, and nonprofits. I'm gonna ask a couple of questions here, but how is that more powerful than like multi-billion-dollar companies lobbying the state? Like how on earth is like billions of dollars can get you a lot in America, you know? It can buy you the goddamn presidency. But if we're talking about like I mean, if we're talking about nonprofits, I would also just ask, where do nonprofits get most of their money from? Can anyone take a guess? Can anyone want to take a guess where nonprofits get the majority of their funds from? Anyone? Bueller? The public? Donations from people! But not just donations from people. They can also get donations from companies. So, if the nonprofits are taking over the state, wouldn't that really be an extension of corporate or oligarchic power? See what I mean there? Like the Bill Gates Foundation is effectively a front for Bill Gates. He funnels billions of dollars into the Bill Gates Foundation, and like it goes and it does things. It kind of prepares the way for his company to move in and thrive in different areas. Like that's what corporate or billionaire nonprofits do and are designed to do. And so like, oh man, the nonprofits, it's the same people behind like the corporate donations. It's the same people behind the nonprofits.
And they're the loudest. They seem to have a lot of time on their hands. They'll be at every single city council meeting. They will,
Also, this is an excellent example of why you should go to city council meetings. It pisses people who want more corporate power in politics. It pisses them off. You should go to more city council meetings.
harass the crap out of these politicians until they get their way, until they get what they want.
Yes. That is in fact how political pressure works from the public.
In order to survive in a state as expensive as California, you got to be working constantly, as I am.
Unless, I guess you're an activist, in which case somehow you lose the need to have money.
I don't have the luxury of showing up to a city council meeting and having my voice heard. And it's incredibly frustrating when...
I mean, neither do the people who show up at the city council meetings, but they do it anyway.
The vast majority of the population doesn't really have a voice in our local politics, but self-interested activist groups do. And by definition, whatever the activist groups are representing is some niche policy that most of the voters in California are not going to be in favor of.
I just, the idea that like, oh, none of these activists have a job. They're bleeding hearts who have all the time in the world. They don't even need to eat or drink. They're basically inhuman. It's crazy,
And you're starting to see some of that backlash now. But I think what you're also noticing in California, and honestly with the American electorate in general, is the biggest demographic of voters are non-voters.
Mm-hmm.
People who have basically given up on our political system altogether, don't believe that a politician from either side of the political aisle is going to serve their best interests. That's a really big problem.
You look at the activists, you look at the, NGOs or nonprofits, whatever you want to call them.
It's crazy to like point out like most people are non-voters, but then be angry about people who are actually politically engaged. Like, do you want people to be politically engaged or do you not want them to be? Make up your mind. Like you can't on the one hand be like, oh, well, these, most people are politically unengaged, but on the other hand, these politically engaged people suck. Like you can't do that. Pick a lane.
Obviously a huge villain for guys on the right. And they look at these things. They're like, these people cannot wield this kind of influence unless they're just being quietly, lavishly funded by, whether it's Soros bucks or USAID or whatever. What's the story there? How is it that they've been able to be such a prominent, force in California politics and really have a chokehold on politicians? A guy like Gavin Newsom, you're like, okay, sort of like white guy.
Yeah, definitely. The activists have a chokehold on Gavin Newsom. Yeah, the far left activists are really, they're twisting Gavin Newsom's arm to get him to dance like a puppet in the palm of their hands. The activists. Next, they're gonna start talking about how the activists are hypnotizing like the goddamn children or some shit. Like it's gonna like start getting weirder and more specifically anti-Semitic.
He's got to kind of find a way to not seem so much like a white guy in that kind of environment, but it goes beyond that, right?
I think it goes beyond that. I mean, I think that there is a pretty big scam taking place right now when it comes to these NGOs, particularly in a state like California. So I just recently published a pretty lengthy investigative report on something called behested payments in California. And basically, obviously you have campaign finance laws. So in California, there are private companies that receive grants or contracts from local government or state government, they are not allowed to, contribute funds or campaign contributions to politicians, knowing that if those politicians get elected into office, it's likely that they're going to renew the current contracts that these private businesses are enjoying, obviously funded by taxpayer money. But there's this loophole. And what politicians can do once they're elected in California is they can essentially raise unlimited, almost completely unregulated sums of money through a nonprofit that they themselves control.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, they get to do pretty much whatever they want with that money.
Yeah, that's pretty shitty. I agree. That's bad.
Now, there's always a cover story, right? They're raising money for some project that they have in their agenda. And sometimes the money does actually go to that project. But what it's really about is taking that fundraised money and then funneling it to other nonprofits that are supposed to carry out, certain policy goals or part of the agenda that this office holder has. But then you look at the financial disclosures for these NGOs and these nonprofits, and you realize, it turns out this public-private partnership is just a total scam.
Well, so just real quick, if it's a public-private partnership, it's not... My understanding is that a public-private partnership is not done with a nonprofit. Usually, it's a for-profit company. That's why it's a private company, That being said, this is a problem. There is a problem with corporate corruption, corporate capture, all that jazz, right? There is an issue there, and that's why anytime someone pitches the idea of a public-private partnership, I am immediately suspicious, because it's effectively saying, well, you can skim some money off the top by doing something that the government should probably just do itself. So that being said, aside from that agreement, I'm not entirely sure how you come to the conclusion that the nonprofits are the ones behind the biggest scams against the state and not the literal corporations, the literal billion-dollar corporations,
Ask
holy
Cuomo.
shit.
His office was full of pubic private partnerships.
Hey! Let's go.
And they're spending a minuscule percentage of the grants that they received from taxpayer money on what the policy or agenda is really supposed to be about. You look at the salaries, though, of all the individuals working at these NGOs, and you get a better sense of where this money's actually going.
Yeah.
That's how you have a situation in which you spend, nearly $25 billion over the course of 5 years on homelessness, and the problem becomes 37% worse.
Mm-hmm.
It's because the nonprofits who have been given that money, first of all, squandered it. There was no real tracking mechanism to ensure that there was no waste or fraud.
I'll also agree here that this is true. This is bad, in fact. But I will say that the reason it was bad, the reason it was wasted, the reason all of those things existed was because it was torpedoed by neoliberal leadership. It was torpedoed by means testing. It was torpedoed by the fact that instead of the state doing it, we, subcontracted and sublet it out to, these NGOs or sometimes for-profit corporations. And turns out that all makes it suck ass,
Odd of that money. And then at the same time, I mean, it's just not going to where it's supposed to go. It's building careers for the people who work at these nonprofits, but that's about it.
Yeah. Well, and this is how we get to the point where something like Doge comes along, where it's like, okay, it's going to be, 20 guys in a room just kind of combing through everything from the top, because we've had 20, 25 years plus of this kind of scam economy.
I know.
Where a handful of people at the top have just been...
Yeah, because Doge is a totally reasonable reaction to any of these problems, and it will definitely solve them. No, No. It's not going to solve any of these problems. It actively has made things worse.
Really eating the seed corn, just scooping out the inner workings of a society. This is beyond sort of like capitalism versus socialism. This is just a group of people who are just like sort of harvesting all of the value.
It's not beyond capitalism or socialism. It's just capitalism. Like these people are dumb as fuck. This terrible abuse perpetrated and incentivized by capitalism couldn't possibly be capitalism's fault. It must secretly be something else that is just a natural extension of capitalist behavior. It's not like we used to send orphans into the factory in order to earn their keep in the workhouse under capitalism. It's not like literally the worst excesses of humanity occurred due to the profit motive. No. It's clearly a new thing that we've never thought of before.
Out of the political economy and hiding it, or I don't know what happens to it. You look at something like BLM, you know, it was a glaring example where you know, the founders of BLM are like buying houses in Topanga or whatever, half of them.
Patrice Cullors.
Yes,
bought
thank you.
4 separate houses. I mean, 2020, BLM received $93 million in donations. So you have the national chapter, of which at the time, Patrice Cullors is like one of the heads of the national chapter. But then you have the local chapters who are expecting a cut of that money. They didn't receive anything. They were complaining. And that's how we found out that, oh, wow, she spent money on these homes. And then she like did this nonsense about how, no, the whole point of these mansions is to bring people together and to put out, you know.
That was ridiculous. Though I will say again that these examples are, one, from like 10 years ago, and two, that's bad. How does that get us any closer to fixing any of the problems?
I feel like there should be a game show skit called, Is It Capitalism?
Is it capitalism? It's always capitalism. Dun 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 da 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 dun. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
Content, pro BLM content, whatever it was.
Community organizing.
Yeah, right. It was no such thing happened. It was all lies. And, you know, just going back to your point about Doge, look, I don't have a rosy outlook on what Doge is doing. Even though I was very much in favor of actually coming in and with a scalpel, actually rooting out the waste, fraud, and abuse. I don't think that's been happening. I think that, you know, Elon Musk and Doge have just essentially did this like blanket policy of getting rid of probationary federal workers, regardless of what they do, regardless of how skilled or important they might be. You know, there's this thinking that if you're a probationary worker, well, you're brand new. You're considered a probationary worker if you've been promoted to another position, which means some of the skilled people in the federal government that we need were let go. And it's going to be hard to get some of those folks back. There's waste in the Pentagon.
I do, you know, Jess, I have also wondered if Anna voted for Trump. I have also wondered this. That would have seemed insane, but I'm you know, genuinely maybe.
They haven't passed a single audit, and there hasn't really been a genuine discussion about cutting waste in the Pentagon. That's frustrating.
Right. Not since Rumsfeld got up and said, "Oh, trillions unaccounted for," and then 9/11, you know, shocker. Right?
Yeah. And the other thing is, the vast majority of Americans, including Republican voters, want to protect programs like Social Security. Doge deciding to fire 7,000 workers at the Social Security Administration leads me to think that they're probably trying to dismantle Social Security without having to do it through Congress.
Yes. 10,000%. That is what they are doing.
And if that happens, I don't know how voters are going to react, but I hope they rage about it, because that's an entitlement program that we're entitled to because we've paid into it.
It's a sticky situation. I know, you know, lots of people who are hoping for the best with this.
Yeah.
But the attitude is like, we never should have gotten in this mess in the first
Agreed.
place.
Yes, I agree.
And we now might have to like endure yet another wave of like pain and chaos and confusion in order to try to hack our way out. And you sort of back yourself into a corner as a country, and you have to take this kind of Hail Mary in the hopes of just kind of like clearing a space where you can begin to understand. I mean, this is what happens when you have...
Except that we were literally in a decent economic position when the Trump came into office. Like, except for that fact.
When you're printing magic money for generations,
Yeah.
when you have a,
Oh my God,
a budget and then like an off book.
Oh my God, did she just nod along to fucking go back to gold standard bullshit? Are you kidding me?
Books budget that's so huge and so corrupt that even the people at the top can't really be sure what's real and what's not anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think that all of this wasteful spending taking place for so long ended up garnering support for the idea of someone coming in and just cutting things like crazy. And this is where I get frustrated with Democrats and the left in general, because they have lately engaged in this like weird strategy, if you can call it that, of just deny that it's happening.
Mm-hmm.
And if you deny that it's happening, maybe voters won't see that it's happening. No, voters see that things are happening. And they see that you're trying to gaslight them and pretend like these very real issues are not occurring.
Mm-hmm.
And that creates an opening for the right to come in and say, we'll save you.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened with Doge.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened with immigration.
Wait, no, that's not what happened with Doge. Doge literally doesn't save anyone. It was never intended to. The messaging around it wasn't even like, oh, well, it's going to help you in some way. No, it was always about cutting services to people who need it. Like the Doge cutting US aid, that wasn't under any, assumption that, oh, it's going to go to helping, poor people in the United States. Like, no. It was just to be cruel. It riled up the base because cruelty to someone in a position of low power seems like genuine power. Like, oh, you can be cruel. How powerful you must be in order to get away with it. Like, again, Jess, we're talking like we're going into these areas where it's just vagueness, vague illusion. Just be specific with your words. I hate this, like, just kind of tiptoeing around the subject.
Okay,
tackle it.
Well before the election took place, I did stories about how, look, there is a crisis at the border. I am not anti-immigration. I would like to reform our immigration policies. I would like a pathway to citizenship for the millions of people who have been here for decades, who have contributed to society, who have actually paid taxes, but aren't going to get, things like Social Security in return, even though they're paying into the system. I want a better immigration system. However, it was a lie that there wasn't a crisis at the border under Biden. There was.
What is the source of that crisis? Like, if you're going to say that, elaborate on what the crisis is, right? Like, okay, so the crisis is what? The chronic underfunding of our border administration, so that we can't process asylum cases, we can't process immigration proceedings fast enough. Okay, well, that's a problem we can solve with more funding. But like, what she's doing instead is playing defense for a mass deportation campaign.
And since we weren't able to, track everybody and make sure that we were doing background checks on people coming in, some pretty shady figures came into the country and were causing problems.
Like whom? Some pretty shady figures, like whom? Whomst? Explain.
The communities that were impacted by that deserved a voice, and they weren't getting that voice from the Democratic Party. The Democratic
were impacted by that in what way? You're making all of these vague allusions like, oh, well, you know, crime came in, shady criminals came into the country, and then communities were impacted by that. But like, that's a very, very weirdly vague way of talking about this issue.
The party was just gaslighting the hell out of them and trashing anyone on the left who had the audacity to raise these issues through their own platforms like me. And so either you take these issues seriously and have a seat at the table and finding solutions, or you're going to create a vacuum in which the right is going to take over. And guess what? They took over.
They did. And at the same time, though, I mean, politics is not going to go away.
Right.
You know,
like I think she's trying to position herself so she can talk about like, oh, well, actually, Tren de Aragua was controlling all of the apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado. Like, we're going to resurrect this goddamn story again.
There's all endless fear mongering about Donald Trump being not like the others. He's a dictator. This guy's qualitatively different from any president who has ever sat, you know.
Oh, yeah, no. Jazz Dog, that's exactly it. The vagueness gives her plausible deniability. It allows like a conspiracy brained audience to just fill in the blank. 100%. That's exactly why she does it. That's exactly why a lot of these conservatives do it. Because they all get used to a way of talking that's constantly winking, nodding, you know, tapping the side of the nose, being coyly, you know, insert is a certain type of bigotry to their audience or in front of their audience. And like their audience responds to that, unfortunately.
You walked by the White House. And it's you look at FDR. I mean, this was a guy who was absolutely sort of flexing what we would call dictatorial muscles. You know, no, I'm packing the court. No, I'm creating these agencies.
Yeah, that's true.
No,
I wonder if this guy is pushing some Curtis Yarvin. You know, whose basic idea of FDR is that FDR ended democracy, and we've been in a default monarchy ever since.
If I don't get congressional support, I'm going to do it anyway, because things got to a point where the foundations of the institutions were just sort of crumbling.
Yeah,
and
that's
what
a great point.
And what do you do?
Yeah.
You know, and so even though that was all unfolding, politics still existed. All these kinds of different interest groups and pressure groups, and you know, we do still live in a country where even if you have immense power at the very top, which let's face it, we haven't had in a president for some time, certainly not during Biden. Even with that immense power, there's still this kind of big roiling political situation. And I think we're going to continue to experience that. What I'm starting to hear from the right is, you know, kind of this flip of what we would expect on immigration, which is, you know, Zelensky's a bad guy. He's been destroying his own country. It's not these Ukrainian refugees' fault. We can't just send them packing back to Ukraine to be destroyed by the same war machine that it was built, you know, that we didn't want to be built in the first place.
Wow, the right is saying that?
Some people on the right, yeah.
That's
you know,
excellent.
Wow, the right is saying that? Sure, some people hypothetically might.
And I'm glad that they are.
And it's just, you know, it's people's lived experience, which I know lived experience is sort of like a loaded word or whatever, but it is, people are alive. They have experiences. And when the experiences of people on the right who are anti-Ukraine war from the beginning, anti-intervention, they see the refugees show up. These are people who are, you know, not just going directly to the meth or directly to the gangs, you know, lots of them came to my church. You know, I have lived experience too, and it's reflective of that. It's not fitting into those neat sort of left-right binary categories that have been created for us paradoxically by the Uniparty.
That's such a great point. And for people who are really,
you know, you're not gonna touch the Uniparty, just like the casual insertion of that into the conversation. Okay,
paying attention, and I mean, I'm not tribal, so I don't feel loyalty to anyone, or like politically speaking, any one political figure or political party. And so that gives me the space to kind of step back and constantly ask myself, okay, well, I've been voting Democrat my entire adult life. Am I happy with where the party is now? Do they represent me? Do I even know what they represent?
Right.
At
That's
this
the big
point?
question, yeah.
And it's tough, James, because right now I don't have a party that I feel represents me. You know, I'm very left economically speaking.
I wonder where this is going. I wonder where this is going. very left economically speaking. So are we getting the rare, left-leaning economically, right-leaning socially, the rare combo?
Not so much, though. Like, I'm not really in line with the mainstream Democratic Party these days when it comes to some social issues.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you're fiscally liberal, socially conservative. It's crazy. You very rarely see this particular combination.
They're just kind of unreasonable at this point, like on a lot of different things. And no, I don't believe in police and prison abolition. I think that's crazy. It's never been accomplished in any other country. We're like struggling to even get.
Yeah, but like we could take some decent steps that would make things better, like adopting a prison system, for example, or an incarceration system that prioritizes, reducing rates of recidivism. Like that's as opposed to like focusing on it as a punishment. We could actually improve prison, make it less of a torturous experience, and set people up for success. When they leave, it could be more rehabilitative. And I think that would be a good direction to move in. I don't know that it would solve all the problems, but like, I think our goal should be to improve prisons until we like get to a point where we don't really need them anymore. Or at the very least, like improve them to the greatest possible degree so that people coming out of them aren't trying to reoffend,
Get to the Scandinavian model when it comes to criminal justice. What are we talking about here in police abolition? Like those people who had been preaching about those.
Well, there are very different ideas of what prison abolition means, what police abolition means. You'd have to actually like dive down into the theorizing and the different historical examples. I know they exist. I just haven't read those books.
Dumb policy ideas have squandered an opportunity to actually do successful, effective criminal justice reform. So I'm tired of the maximalists on the left. I think that they've destroyed the party when it comes to social issues. And then on economic issues, the Democratic Party has destroyed itself by essentially taking corporate money and siding with the corporate interests that fund their campaigns. So what's left for me there?
Is there like a point? Is there an event or a moment that
What's
is
left
sort
for
of
you
living
there?
in your head where it was like it?
I don't know. Like maybe you just encountered ideas that were at too high a level. You encountered some high level ideas, and now you're pulling the Dave Rubin. It's actually really impressive for how much she purportedly hated Dave Rubin, how she's mimicking his turn to the right exactly. It's crazy. Like, I hope she feels some amount of shame in doing the exact thing she spent years criticizing,
Began to be so over when that happened. Was it Bernie's
It's
heart
the same
attack?
picture,
Was it
exactly.
RFK
Hey, Cross
getting
Crescent
kicked
Creed.
out of the party? Like, what was it?
I remember this moment vividly in 2020 when Bernie dropped out of the race. And I was upset that he dropped out. I thought he still had a shot, but I think because of COVID and because of the fact that, the mainstream corporate Democrats were rallying around Biden, he just kind of was able to read the tea leaves. And I remember talking to my good friend at the time, the late, great Michael Brooks, and he's like, things are going to get really bad. And I didn't realize how bad things were going to get. But yeah.
Man. I never knew Michael, but like I'm not going to make assumptions about how he'd feel, but I feel pretty gross. I feel pretty gross seeing that.
Things got really bad. But I think that was probably the moment when, for people like me, hope was lost with the Democratic Party. I mean, they fought Bernie Sanders. You think Democrats fight Donald Trump aggressively? Please. Yeah. I mean, you want to see an effective Democratic Party in basically destroying someone's political career? Look at how they responded to Bernie doing well, in the primaries in 2020. Like, they'll do anything. I mean, they'll even drop out early on to rally around Biden to ensure that a typical, moderate Democrat, corporate Democrat gets voted in.
I know he blamed it on the heart attack. Do you think there's something more nefarious going on there, that they forced him out in some way?
I just think Bernie, having experienced what happened in 2016, knew that his colleagues on the left side of the political aisle weren't going to let it happen.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, people will ask me, would you ever run for office? It's a dirty game. It really is. And I get upset.
Come on, LA mayor, like the doors are wide open.
I don't know.
Please no. I can't handle that. I can't handle that right now. I mean, it'd be good, but like, please no. Please don't. I don't need that on my plate right now.
No. I just think for those who were fortunate enough to get elected despite how gross our elections are, how could you not want to do right by your voters and actually do good things for them?
Yeah.
I don't get it. I really don't.
Yeah.
Don't you care about looking at the world around you, the community around you, the community that you decided to run in order to serve? Don't you want to see them thriving? And it just shocks me when you see someone like Karen Bass, for instance, in LA, engage in the policies that have failed over several years, continue to bolster those policies, support those policies, lie to the American people, lie to Angelenos about how she didn't cut the fire budget ahead of the disastrous wildfires we just experienced.
I will say, California politicians are pretty shit.
We can see the documentation, homegirl. You cut the operational budget by $17 million. And a day before the fires, City Hall sent the Los Angeles Fire Department a memo indicating that they wanted to cut another $46 million from the budget. And they were looking to shutter 16 fire stations. I see how much money she's spending on these nonprofits who are not using the money to help the homeless. How are you going to justify the high taxes in our city and state, take all that money, funnel it to these NGOs, and tell us that you don't have money for the fire budget? I'm sick of it. I'm so sick of it. I can't take it.
Yeah, the waste is definitely going to like ending homelessness and not in any other direction like corporate welfare, corporate tax carve-outs.
Anymore.
It's disturbing, and what's insane to me is like, the tech guys get scapegoated a lot as being the ones who are like, we're gonna build this secret utopia and it's gonna be off stage and we're just gonna sort of like suck value out of you people and take it over to our little utopia, and one day we're gonna get in our little UFOs and we're gonna fly out there and you're never gonna see, right? And it's like, you don't need to be a tech mogul in order for that to be your master plan, because we've seen it play out over the Biden years, where the people at the top of the establishment have done exactly that. The Karen Basses, the Gavin Newsoms, they've done exactly that without having to found any tech companies, right? And so,
what are you talking about, dude? What in what way is this similar to a tech CEO using a UFO to scoop up people? Like what?
So there are folks who look at Karen Bass, just to stick with that example, and they're like, she's just evil, stupid and evil. There's no other explanation. You got to name it when you see it. Okay, but what's the motivation?
Yeah.
And it's like, you got the scales here. And on one side,
it's money. It is money.
Side of the scale, you've got basic public welfare, the basic common good.
Right.
Do you walk down the streets of your city? How does it look? Are people thriving, or are they struggling and dying and, going to a very dark place? And so that's on one end. And on the other end is something that's off stage that we don't get to see. How much money is it? How many offshore bank accounts is it? What is the payoff for so many of these policymakers and politicians that is causing them to go like, oh, well, I really don't want to impose destitution and misery on my own people, but the payoff is just too good. What is that?
Bribery is baked into our political system.
It's bribery. It's the exchange of favors. It is political corruption. It is the rampant spread of lobbying as an accepted tactic in our political system. It is all downstream of Citizens United.
system.
Yeah.
You know, the Supreme Court has legalized political bribes. But it's even worse than that when you look at Congress and what motivates them. It's not just money in politics. It's the fact that they are free to engage in insider trading based on briefings that we're not privy to, the general public is not privy to, and they're able to make stock trades, individual stock trades based on those closed-door briefings.
Yeah.
They don't get prosecuted for it. There's barely any regulation or oversight of it. They have to, you know, do financial disclosures of their investments, but they're kind of vague in terms of like the dollar amount, right? It's like a giant, you know, it's based on monetary categories as opposed to like exact dollar amounts that they're, you know, contributing to stocks.
Do I think techno-feudalism is inevitable? No.
And even if they're not doing insider trading, if you are a member of Congress and you're free to trade individual stocks, well, you're literally...
I agree. We should outlaw this practice, by the way. Like, insider trading should be prosecuted. That should be there should be legal consequences for that. But we need to go far beyond that. We need to like go to like a constitutional amendment to make sure that lobbying is severely curtailed, if not outright eliminated.
Literally invested in companies that you're going to be making regulatory decisions about.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
You know, so that corruption's a huge issue, and it's created a system where all the incentives are for the politicians to be corrupt, right? To look out for themselves as opposed to their constituency, the people who voted them into these positions of power.
And those who are able to stand up and call foul on this stuff, you almost have to be like a freak and like an ostracized figure. I mean, I went to DC, I did a little mini doc on
like, can we like maybe examine for a minute, like what they're putting out there is that like, oh yeah, your local mom and pop store is buying the ear of your city's mayor, and they have just as much power as like their activist child who shows up to city council meetings. And, you know, then you have the oligarch that's worth approximately $256 billion. All of them exert the same amount of pressure on society. Like it's like watching a portal into a bizarro world, you know?
On just this, filthy rich, got Matt Gaetz, who at that point was still in Congress, and, you know, hugely polarizing figure on the right and the left sometimes, depending on who you ask. But, you know, we're walking up and down the halls of Congress, and he's like, they came at me. I survived. I have nothing to lose. I'm taking you to every office of the prime offenders on, you know, can't really call it insider trading. The rules are a little squishy, but you can look at the printouts. You know, Unusual Whales and other guys have sort of tallied this stuff. And just went to their offices, and, you know, we did a little stand up in front of each of them, and he called them out. And you have to be sort of a fringy person because the center is so corrupt.
Yeah, definitely. I was listening to a recent podcast. Oh, yeah. So I don't know why I was compelled to listen to this, but it was Adam Carolla and Matt Gaetz kind of interviewing each other.
Okay, I think we're done. I think we're done. I don't want to listen to her story about Adam Carolla and Matt Gaetz doing a fun interview with each other. That sounds so cursed. It does sound extraordinarily cursed. Let's listen to this interview with a washed-up comedian who is never that funny, and you know, a child sex trafficker. Clearly, that'll be successful. That'll be great. Good content.
Does anyone really believe Nancy Pelosi has beat the S&P 500 by an average of 15% because she's brilliant?
Absolutely not. It's because they all do insider trading. Like, they all absolutely do insider trading, you know? Hi. But Ryan, thank you for the 10 euros, I believe. Appreciate it. But Jack, if you throw a baseball out into space, it has gravity too, just like Jupiter. These exertions of force are exactly the same. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, this was depressing as hell, and genuinely, I don't think I can watch another second of this. It was that was truly awful. That was I think it made all of us feel like, like that. It made us feel sad and bad and mad. I don't think Bernie does insider trading. I don't think so either. I think most of Bernie's money is from his like genuinely just saving up, and also from his book deals. I think those are the two things that he makes money off of, which is honestly nice. So anyway, that's what Anna Kasparian's up to. She's left the left. I know I keep saying it, but like every time we come back to this topic, she's left the left even harder this time. So good riddance. Let's keep it that way. I guess. Bye. Oh god. I genuinely can't tell which was worse from those two, Phil or Anna, right? God. May the bleach be with you, always. Indeed. Now, folks. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
The more I hear of insider trading, the weirder Bob Menendez's gold bar scheme seems.
Right? That no, but like genuinely that is what made Bob Menendez is like having solid gold bars in the walls of his home and like sewn into fur coats. It's what makes it so goddamn weird, right? Like there are perfectly legal ways to profit as a member of Congress, and like for whatever reason he took the most cartoonishly corrupt. Like by like quite a bit, you know? Let's see here. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, chat. I'm giving you guys 2 options tonight, all right? And I'm just going to go by a visual assessment here. Which game should I start? Should I start Keep Driving, which is a game about driving people places, or should I start Dragon Age, The Veilguard? I'm not playing Minecraft. Dragon Age? Dragon Age? Keep Driving? Dragon Age? Dragon? Okay. We'll do Dragon Age, and we'll do Keep Driving on a new day. I have been waiting to play Veilguard since November of last year, so I am excited to jump into it. Let's check it out, shall we? Let's see here. Man, I hope this game is cool. I've been waiting a long time for it. Are you just starting Veilguard? I haven't played it. Let's check it out real quick. Huh? Love Dragon Age. I put so many hours into the first Dragon Age game. It's ridiculous. When you do play Keep Driving at some point, you'll have a blast. Hell yeah. I'm excited. I've been playing Claire Obscure. I'm gonna play Claire Obscure as well, but I'm I'm so excited. There are so many good games came out at once. I have to put more time into actually getting through games. My plan going forward so that I can relax a little bit while I complete this move is to do like some video games and some politics. I want to do like, you know, maybe 2-3 stories about politics, and then do like a game and stream kind of at the tail end of that, you know? Dragon Age is my favorite franchise. It's one of mine too. I actually have a one of the tarot cards from Dragon Age Inquisition on my wall as just like a piece of art. I really like it. That's some good stuff. I heard Veilguard is woke too. I hope so. I want to be a lady who smooches ladies. Or maybe a man if they have an appropriate level of riz. Was it? I think it was Fenris. Fenris from Dragon Age 2. He was hot. I've tried to get into Dragon Age a few times, but always bounce off of it. I'm really worried that I'm not going to be a huge fan of the direction they took Dragon Age in this time. You know, I'm worried that it's going to be
Oh, Jack, also forgot. There's been a major, and rare, dim win in my state of South Carolina. Keyshawn Scott is the projected winner.
Oh, hell yeah. That's wonderful news. Is it like what I'm not familiar with this race. Can you tell me a little bit more about it, Ulersoth? How do I feel about Solus? Genuinely, Solus was kind of neat. Like I didn't really care for him as a character until like the tail end of Inquisition. Like I found him very boring, but then that made honestly the revelation at the end of Inquisition very very interesting, you know? Like suddenly kind of had me seeing him in a new light. I'm so jealous of people who can play these games back from many years ago. When I had those game boxes like Sega, Nintendo, and Xbox, I loved playing these games, but I don't have any of those anymore. I'm not trying to even figure out how to do game play on my phone. Yes, I'm a boomer. Doesn't mean I can't admire and enjoy watching others play the games. And that's okay. But like, you know, maybe someday you can get like a computer that can play some of these, you know? Especially like older games, like laptops these days can play a lot. Man, I didn't know that this was going to be compiling shaders, the video game. Jesus. I really liked kind of the turn-based tactics element of the first Dragon Age game. And with every subsequent entry, we've strayed further from that, and it makes me sad. But you know, like, there's never going to be just one thing. Is it on an SSD? No. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's probably mad about like the hard drive I had it put on. Yeah, we've been going for 5.5 hours, guys. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit that follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Tell your cat, your dog, your neighbor, get them in here. Gen Z is like a whole generation of little brothers who are made to watch their older brothers play, so their comfort watch is watching people play games. Take care. See ya, Javier. But in a way, yeah, you know? I had performance issues on my standard drive. Man, it's really gonna suck if we have to I mean I can play something else, it's fine. But like, I've been waiting to play this game for so goddamn long. I haven't even booted it up yet. If I had, I would have tried to fix this issue earlier. Not bad. I only have to do this once? Okay. I liked a lot of the aspects of Inquisition, Vaughn, but at the same time, I didn't like the way they kind of leaned towards MMO game design in it. In a way that I found distracting and repetitive. Temporary just chatting stream is fine. Yeah, I'm not upset about it. I like talking to you people. You little gay friends that live in my computer. Beep boop. So, how's Pride Month going for all of you? How many of you have learned new things about yourselves so far? You know, you guys doing all right? You guys doing some introspection, thinking gay thoughts about each other? I should like give you a tech upgrade weekend. I mean, my tech's pretty all right. It's just, you know, a goddamn mess right now. Went to your local Pride on Sunday, had a blast. Hell yeah, Zaron Joy. I want to go to DC Pride for the first time. Wanted to have a date so I can chill. Hell yeah. Still unemployed as hell, but I've been thinking about changing direction in my life a bit. Think I'm going to learn how to sail. That sounds so cool. I've learned that I spend every year that I get, that I forget every year that I have seasonal depression during the summer. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. My Pride doesn't start till the 20th. Fair. Is that like is that liking mask people? Androsexual? I don't think so. There we are. Man, Electronic Arts really enshittified their own logo, didn't they? I know if we just started gaming, but Ohio, if this law passes, it will be illegal to be trans here. Wait, what law? Right now, where is this from? Anti-trans budget update. Right now, the Ohio legislature is preparing to vote on a budget bill that would redefine legal sex as biological sex under state law and has added one of the most restrictive ID bills in the country. If passed, require biological sex on driver's licenses and state IDs, put updated birth certificates out of compliance with federal real ID law, criminalize trans ID holders, gender markers that don't match biological sex would be a misdemeanor. Take action today. Well, that sucks. Boo-boo. It should be HB 96. I'm just trying to find like new news about this. Cuz like I can find HB 96, but I'm not finding new stuff about it. Like all of the results I'm getting are from April. Let's look for it in the last week. Where? Ooh. Okay. Yeah. Being passed in the budget bill HB 96. So this would be like another thing that like would have to go to the courts and be hopefully overturned. Which again I find likely that that is going to be the case even if this does pass, which sucks. But the courts have been overturning different legislation that Ohio has been trying to do, is notably like the trans youth ban that they tried to pull. So I would imagine this effort is pretty doomed on a number of different levels. And so like it absolutely sucks, but I urge people not to not to panic. The trans youth homeless ban is in the bill. I mean, guys, yeah, it's gonna be fucking bad. Like all of these Republican controlled areas, they are going to fucking kill us, man. They're gonna kill some of us. They're trying to do it. They're fucking Ebenezer Scrooges in A Christmas Carol, you know. And it sucks. Like the things that we need to do is that we need to like call these ghouls, write letters to these ghouls. Like unfortunately, like that's kind of the position we're in when it comes to these budget bills. Like our time of maximum leverage is behind us. Now we're doing anything we can, throw in the, you know, the letters in the kitchen sinks, and you know, we need to do our best. If you live in Ohio, folks, make sure you're calling your state senator. Make sure you are writing to members of the Senate Finance Committee. Okay? I'll link it in chat here for folks. Here is a link to your state senator in Ohio. There you go. And you can also write letters to members of the Finance Committee. Here you go as well. It's just every fucking where all at once. It's all good, Lady Raincloud. Bad news be happening all the time. I'm sorry. So literally it tells you, oh, by the way, don't install this on a traditional hard drive. Make it an SSD. All right. So we'll reinstall this, I guess, on a different hard drive. God damn it. Fuck. It runs fine on a regular hard drive. It literally said it was going to disable settings if I run it on a normal hard drive. I have an NVMe I use just for installing games. That's probably a good idea, you know? Must be doing a lot of data streaming then? I don't think so. It's just like I don't know. Fucking making me angry. It's making me angry. All right, I'll uninstall it. And I'll install it again on a different hard drive. It's fine. Ugh. What did I miss? EA is a bad company and should feel bad. It should feel bad. It has squandered the talents of BioWare for years. Well, you need to totally re-download it. That game is huge. Yeah. Oh god. You know what? We're gonna play Keep Driving instead. We're gonna play Keep Driving. Let's see, Keep Driving. Here it is. Welcome, my dude raiders. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What did I miss? Ah, Nothing much. Hello, dude. Hello, welcome to Keep Driving. Please enjoy Christopher and Joseph. Press any key to continue. Oh, this game has style. Streamer mode. Removes a bunch of really good music from the game. I don't need to monetize this stream. Here we go. The summer sprawls out before you as you're about to go on your first big road trip alone. It's the early 2000s. You've recently got your license. You're young, take it easy. You have time. Hell yeah. What's your name? My name is Riverboat. Relationship with your parents? It's kind of okay. A good relationship with your parents will help you in a pinch. Fuck you. What's your occupation? Part-time mechanic? What is carefree? Wanderlust restores 1 additional energy. Car savvy. Whenever you restore durability, restore 1 more. Student. Start with 1 skill point. Gain a skill when you read. I like that option. That option sounds nice. What are you bringing with you? Mom's care package. My tools? Guitar and beer. Mom's care package. Oh, I can select my car. A truck? Oh, they're not available. Okay. A sedan. Here we go. 1 skill point. Brake pedal. Press to close any open menu and pause the game. Energy. Resting or through items. Cash. Oh, I have like a little inventory in here. That's cute. Duct tape, chocolate. Okay. Gas, full. Durability, full. Click and drag items from your home into your trunk. Click and drag. Okay, you can also shift-click items to move them instantly. Okay. Aspirin. Banana. Bandage. Jerry can full of gas. Chocolate. And the mysterious letter. Cool. Whoa. Click on the car to open the menu. I got nothing to do. So... Alright. We're going to Tim Tales. Oh. Let's go to Tim Tales. Yes. festival this year? I heard you got a new car. Fun! Buy a ticket in any big city. Kind of a long way, but you'll make it. Don't forget to sleep and fill up when you're low on gas. I was stranded once or twice. Not too bad if you have some money. See you in a few weeks. Road event. Okay. Cool. Okay, yeah, it is a bit loud. There we go. I think it'll be a bit better if I turn it down a little bit. Another tractor. Well, hello, Mod Day. What's this game? It's on Steam and it's called Keep Driving. Hey, you're going on the road. You better be prepared. Gotta have a journal to write stuff down in. Oh, and a music player is necessary. Wait, no. Okay, there we go. Let's see, let's get some rope. And makes you immune to the stressed status. That sounds good. Chewing gum, fruit candy, matches. Should get a Coke. And actually, a flashlight seems like a good idea. And a fruit candy. There we go. And matches. That just seems like a good thing to have. Woo! Here we go! Rainbow. Oh, stop for a hitchhiker. Hell yeah. Get on in, bud. Oh. Hi. Thanks for stopping. I just quit my job. I missed the bus. Mind taking me to the next town with an unemployment office? He looked so sad standing there in his unkempt suit. I couldn't quite tell. He looked like he was 50. He was probably in his late 30s. Said he quit his job and wanted to get back out of town, but didn't have a buck for the bus. Let's go! Welcome, hitchhiker! Great car. Haven't seen one of these in a while. Oh. Okay. You can click on the portraits of your passengers to see their skills. Oh. When you use a swift skill, you automatically gain an extra turn. Oh, nice. Okay. I get to level up. I get to level up my hitchhikers. That's cool. Got skill points. Don't forget though. Oh wait, I have skills. Oh, this game's cool. This game's cool as hell. Oh, there we go. Oh, I don't have enough money to buy gas. Fuck. Well, okay. Welcome to the garage. You can install upgrades and customize your car here. Cool. Rimmed wheels. I don't have money. I guess I was able to buy that for 0 money, so I have a spare tire now. So that's good. Well, let's just mosey on by. Major city. We need to find a place that has an unemployment office. Oh, here we go. Work. Thrift store. Oh, that place. Okay. Wait, I don't know where we went. Fuck. Okay. Vague lanes. Oh no! This feels very chill. Oh, another hitchhiker, everybody. Wouldn't you know it? A young road tripper, how lovely. Would you mind taking me to the base of the mountain? I got a big hike planned. Got a bit distracted, of course, one might say. I could tell he liked my old car. This was a good start, but he was so sweaty. Must have been hiking for a few days before he got onto the road. It was kind of funny. Couldn't get rid of the hiccups. Uh-oh, potholes, everybody! Brace for impact! Oof. Night falls. It's okay, I drank a lot of Coca-Cola. Oh no, I'm a distracted driver! Oh shit. Well, we're taking a real okay. Well, awesome. We took a huge detour for no reason. All right. I can't go to work here. It's all right with you. You know, I really needed this. If it's all right, can I tag along with you a bit longer, just for a week or so? I'll be out of your hair after that, I promise. Explore. Oh, this is a neat little game. You light up the cave with your flashlight. Found an item. Return to starting position to claim it. Oh shit. I did not, okay. You claimed the items. Huzzah! I don't know how to exit the area. Well, fuck. Out of energy? Well, okay. I got a bandage, I got some fruit candy. Got a chocolate. I'm gonna eat some chocolate. Eat a banana. Eat more chocolate. Oh, okay, I found wild berries and mushrooms. And, yeah, what could possibly go wrong? You know? Just gonna pop this up here. We're just gonna throw a bunch of these into our, back of our car, because why not? Cool. New skill tree, hiking. Cool. Oh. Okay, I see. I see how this is. I have 3 skill points. Let's unlock another one. Remove 1 threat for each skill used this event. Cool. Oh, I see. There we go. That's neat. Nice ride, kid. Heard the great race down the Pine Raceway? You should check it out. Oh, god damn it. Alright. There we go. Warm welcome to the annual weekend-long driving competition at Pine Raceway. Bring your car, and if it passes our qualified service check, you are good to race. Simple as that. Big first place prize. Godspeed, Pine Raceway. No location. Check map. Cool. All right. We are actually going to head to the base of the mountain, which is right here. Oh, you know, let's go this way. To a campsite. Let's go. I have berries. I don't need food. You're really gonna want to hit that orange pin. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Nobody knows my sorrow. Roadkill. Oh. Sad day. Okay, nailed it. Final boss is a Cybertruck tailgating you. That'd be so funny. Oh, wait. Oh, I can make the playlist. That's neat. Tired hitchhikers. Time to hit him with the gum trick. Level up. The suit has reached level 2. Check out their new skills. Cool. An abandoned car, you say? This game is a real vibe. Undershield. Ooh. And scrap. Don't mind if I do. Can you put things in the back seat? I don't think so. You can read that letter? I already did. We made it to the campsite. Okay, time to snooze. Plus 10 camping. Aw, yeah. I can actually put seats down and get more storage. That's really useful to know. Cool. Got something hot to drink? I don't think so. Right, don't play fair. I really like the user interface for this game. It's really well made. Be in the car, my worst nightmare. The bee is still in the car, damn it. Get it out of here. Get out of here, bee. Go on, get. Be gone, bee. I watched a 2-hour mayoral debate in New York, and I don't live in New York, and now my brain is tired. Hey, welcome to our lives. Introspection. I wonder when my parents were doing at my age. Probably just studying. I don't think they really had a chance to travel much. Must have been so much easier to go out on road trips those days. I don't think they really got a chance to travel much. Or they just won't tell me about it. I can imagine it was kind of wild back then. A speed camera. There we go. Let's go. Oh, we're hungry, are we? Well, I've got just the thing. A bunch of berries and mushrooms in the woods. Huzzah! All right. Protects against sunlight. A beer case. Cool shades. I want them. Bandage, a hot dog. Look at that hot dog. Steering wheel. A lottery ticket might be a useful thing to have. Okay, you know what? Let's move that to the back. Let's get the lottery ticket. There we go. Multi-spray. Okay, let's this there. Let's get that multi-spray. There we go. Makes you immune to the stress effect. Sure, fine. Might as well. And we are really okay on gas. Wait, a save mart. Oh man. A nice pepperoni pizza. Remove. Oh, I should get I should get toilet paper. That should be a thing we have. Yeah. Fuck it. We're gonna buy pizza. All right. Let's customize. There we go. And there we go. And okay. Shop. Carjack allows you to switch tires anywhere. Well, that'd be pretty good if I had $25. Okay. Those look like the same tires. They are! I have a spare set! How do we keep getting bees in this car? Stop it. Stop it, bee. Just gonna take care of that real quick. We did it! Level up? Hell yeah. Oh, I need to eat a banana or something. Did you invite Barry? I think so. What game is this? Keep driving. Maximum uses. No! Okay. Is it like a strategy street racing game? It's more like a strategy road trip game. About vibing, which is nice. Oh, I got a flat tire. Ho, ho, ho. Wait, what the fuck? Why didn't my multi-spray help? Weird. Oh no, I'm tired! There we go. Nailed it. We did it, everybody. I got a new skill tree for driving. And I have 4 skill points. Acquire all basic skills. I'm a working class hero. When you use a basic skill, you have a 50% chance to become inspired. Wait, this costs $10? If you get a perfect with this skill, restore 1 use to all skills and gain... Oh, and gain $10 in cash. Okay. Sure. Now let's open this up. Let's fill up. Oh, our jerry can is empty. That's not good. I'ma buy a soda pop. Keep up my energy on the road. Okay, Hanwood. A thrift store. Ho ho ho. Is it like Chill the Oregon Trail? Yes. Hitchhiker argument? Oh no! Oh god. I don't have $10 to spend. Oh no. Okay. Whew. Jeez, my back is hurting from these seats. I wish I had some painkillers. Ow. Stop for hitchhiker. Boy, howdy, do I want to do that. Help me out, brother. Been running for 5 hours straight. My legs can't hold up no more. I'm innocent. You gotta trust me. Probably should have acted on the saying, don't judge a book by its cover when stopping for an escaped prisoner, but I did. Besides his stressed out demeanor, there was a cool kindness hiding in his eyes. Cool, he has a skill called pay up. They don't want to sit next to him, okay. There you go. We'll take you in, buddy. It's okay. Do I think Kat Abu is gonna win? Yeah, she's in a safely blue area. She has no opponent in the primary. Like, things are... And I think she's running a great campaign. High-ord. All right. I need to drink this drink. And I need to move these painkillers here. And I think I'm good on everything else. I don't think I need gas, though. Oh, but a thrift store, though. A nice guitar, a sleeping bag. I don't become cold when resting in the car? That sounds nice. A knife! I should probably have one of those. What if I sold these mushrooms that I don't really need? I think I should probably do that. A book. Ooh, I'll take a book. I'll buy some books. A tambourine. That's neat. A rooster with a jacket as a lucky charm. Ooh, a CD. I should buy the CD. Hell yeah. El Huerto. Cool. Let's also get this knife, because that seems like a thing we should have in the car for survival. And you know what? We'll sell this and buy a book. Cool. Read! Thrifty. Oh, that's right. I have two skills now. Infinite uses. Oh, cool. Yeah. Next, ooh, a mystery location. Sure. Let's go to the question mark. Fallen tree. Oh no. There we go. Nailed it. This is really fun. I'm enjoying this a lot. Fixate on keeping your eyes open. Slap yourself in the face. Ouch, you're awake. Fallen rocks. What? Oh, my character's wearing cool sunglasses. That's awesome. Why are the rocks not dying? Oh, the matches don't always work. Okay. Cool. Level up! The matches just don't always work. Ooh, new skill trees, social. What does this do? Restore 1 use to each hitchhiker skill? Hell yeah. Ooh, if you get a perfect with that skill, get 1 gas, that's cool. I think I'm gonna save up these skills. What's this place? The ocean, both calm and violent. I wonder how long this lighthouse has been standing here. Imagine being a lighthouse keeper. The stormy nights would be so scary. I really appreciate you taking me with you, but I've been thinking, I have to go back to my daughter. I can't do this anymore. Could you take me to the nearest town? I'll get a bus back home. I have to fix this. Yeah, bud. We'll take you back home. But we do gotta sleep. You know what? Let's drink one of this guy and take him to the nearest town. I love the scrolling effect. Ooh, a hitchhiker argument. Oh no, one of them's a convicted felon. No! Ooh, I can use the event escape without taking any damage. Okay. Okay, I have 25 bucks now. You mean the parallax effect? Yeah, it's great. I should think of something to think. Think. It's been, I don't know, the car. Oh man, I hurt myself by thinking. You know, I'm just gonna speed out of this. I'm gonna use dad powers. Dad powers activate. Would I play Deadly Premonition? Absolutely. I've played part of Deadly Premonition and I've always really enjoyed it. Let's get another soda. And that's good for now. Juice makes you tired. Oh man. Well, I'm broke now. If anything I can sell that'd be useful? I don't think so. I want to keep all my stuff. Alright, so we're heading up the mountain. I'm digging the shoegaze. Isn't it nice? I like that it incentivizes you to just kind of explore around to unlock music. Insect swarm! My biggest enemies are bugs! Aw, damn it. I could have avoided damage. Fuck. It's fine. You know, I'm really glad this escaped convict hasn't tried to kill me. Oh, damn. Oh, shit! My cool shades saved my ass. Let's go. Use crafty items. Oh, items are considered swift. I don't know what that means. There we go. Let's see. There we go. Nailed it. Oof. Valentine, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, folks. Hope you're all having a good time. Joker Roker, how you doing? Hanging in there? That's very fair. Hello, hello, Valentine. Oh, that's a lot of stuff arraigned against me. Okay. We're gonna do this, and we're gonna do that. Swift means the items give you an extra turn, even if it's not a perfect match. That's great. Okay, and now, ba-bam. The convict reached level 2. Hell yeah. Let's see here. All right, I've got skill points. Time to level up a little bit. See. So I've got 4 skill points. And I've got a lot of my hiking skills done. Let's see. Gain 2 armor that is swift. That's cool. 2 uses. Cub Scout. Gain 1 armor for everything removed with this. It's interesting. Okay. Eco driving. Cower. No. What about this one? 1 use to each hitchhiker skill. No. Okay. There we go. Got another one of those. What's this one? Teamwork. Become happy whenever you use a hitchhiker skill. This event restore 1 energy. That sounds great. I'm gonna replace this one. There we go. That's nice. Okay, we have 10 whole dollars. How about this guy? I've been thinking. Let's go to the sea, okay? I know this guy. He's a lighthouse keeper. He's got a boat. He can get out of here last. Can't go back to the fucking sadist cops. Anyways, let's keep moving. Do we have anything interesting here? We've got a hula dancer. I don't think any of this is gonna help me though. Yeah, alright. Let's just fill up on gas. There we go. We have $1 left. And a full tank of gas. Let's go! What are we playing? We're playing Keep Driving. And I actually need to take a quick break. Let me put on some tunes. And we'll see how this goes. BRB. Ah. streamer. Hello? Sweet Vince's beautiful dream would fit in this game well. It would! Oh god. Okay, this game is hard. I like it. Looks like a lot to manage. There's no time constraint though, so you can just kind of take your time and figure out what you're doing, which is nice. What am I doing? Shouldn't I be looking for a job or something? That can wait, although some cash wouldn't hurt. Something on the roadside. What's that? Increase car speed. What's in here? Ooh, a full jerry can. Don't mind if I do. And a book. Hell yeah. Inheritance? This is your grandmother's physician. There's no easy way to say this. She is dying. As of now, the cancer is completely metastasized, and she is left with only a couple days left before total body failure. Come by the treatment center as soon as you can. My condolences, Dr. Vaswani. I need to visit Grandma. Oh shit, it's we're almost there anyway. Okay. We don't have any money, however. So it's time to explore the woods. find something in here. You use your rope to climb over the rocks. What's in here? What's that noise? Found an item. Huh. Oh, what's this? You found an item. Let's go. It's spooky in here. Use your rope to climb over the rocks. Found an item. Found an item. I'm gonna make a fortune selling all these mushrooms. Okay. Claimed all the items you're carrying. Receive all claimed items when you exit exploration. Ah, there we go. Ooh, a crowbar. Okay. Getting rid of those basic wheels. I don't need them anyway. I don't think. Hopefully. Thanks so much. I'll manage from here. I'll never forget what you've done for me. Cool. Let's see, we could get a jack. A jack might be really useful. I do not have $25 though. That is a problem. Huh? Oh, just checking on some stuff. I can never really seem to get away from it all, no matter how much I try. Huh. We going to the mountain or what? No bloody reception there. Actually, let's take a swig out of this bottle here. I'm sorry. A junkyard. Oh, let's check out the... Oh, that's probably where I can sell my goddamn scrap. Ah, damn it. Oh, well. Let's take this guy to his mountain home. Oh, no, a cop. Oh, fuck, I have a prisoner in my... Oh, fuck, I have a goddamn convict in my backseat. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Whew, all right. Okay. Here. That gives me 2 shields. Protects from 1 point of damage. Cool. Okay. Whew. Whew. It's close. Another bee in the goddamn car. Why am I not surprised? Just made a helmet to switch to advanced turtle logic. Congrats! That's a big victory. Looks great. Look, it's great being on the road, but I really miss... being alone in the morning, running hot water on my hands, just staring into the bathroom mirror. That actually sounds really bad. Getting up, making some tea, and listening to music with the sun on my face. Fallen tree. We got this. Uh-oh. Okay, well, we are well and truly out of energy. Okay. Cool. Mechanic items. Haha. Flat tire. Aw, jeez. We're almost done. We're almost to our destination. Let's go. Feels like some parts of the world have better clouds than others. I hope I find a place with really big clouds, thick, illuminated, majestic. We did it! Think. We're hungry though. We have to eat food. Look at all these berries we have to eat. Or this hot dog. Okay. New journey. Greetings, nature lovers. Is it the calling of freedom, the fresh, chilled air high above the clouds, or simply a moment of peace with the great mountains and boundless lands of vast forests that call you to an unforgettable hike? Whatever the reason may be, we have what you are looking for. Stay with us at the base camp accommodation. Get yourself ready for an adventure like no other. Optional, get a jerry can. Optional, get a tool. Ooh, I can scale the mountain. I want to scale the mountain. I want to do that. Okay, get a jerry can. I got jerry cans. I don't have a toolbox. Have a good road trip, buddy. Catch you on the other side. Cheers! Oh good, he gave me super wide tires. That's cool, that's neat. And an additional jerry can full of gas, which is also pretty cool. Especially because, as we've learned, gas costs money. We're just gonna fill up on gas here, and well, we have $8 left. And well, let's see, shop, customize. See, if we add this, we just get extra. Okay, so we get extra armor at the start of an event, which is nice. We can repair for $3. Might as well. It now looks all nice. Now we'll just fill up our can here. That's too much. Let's try that again. Cool. Now I have no idea. Well, actually I could drive into town. That's probably a better use of my time. I'm going to drive into town and see my grandma. And I am very tired, but I think I should probably go into town. That makes the most sense to me. All right. But it's so late. We'll rest here. We'll rest here. It'll be fine. Okay, now we're dirty. Hitchhikers gain less XP. We can't have that. You use some toilet paper. And then we're going to set up these seats. And go. There we go. Let's go. Let's go. Right? We're going the right way? Yes. We'll come back to climb the mountain, chat. A muddy road ain't no thing. Let's go! You played Pong in an arcade when it was new? That's dope as hell. Behind a large truck. The worst case scenario. Yeah. I have a level 3 convict in my car. Didn't I just pass this car? Rub your eyes. I must be getting tired. cyclist. Oh no. Cyclist looks awfully sweaty. There we go. We made it to the big city. Hello. I've got your ticket for the festival here. Employment office. Needs workers in construction. Pays 60. 60 is pretty good. Bartender, game tester, cool. Hello, hi. You're going to the festival? You should totally check out this band that's playing there. Oh fuck yeah. Yeah, no, we're putting that in immediately. Cool. Yes. It's amazing how adaptable humans are. If you only sleep on hot surfaces, you'll get used to it, and eventually you'll start to love it. What's this place? A beer run. We need beer for a party. It's in 4 days. Okay. Garage. Explore. Let's... Wait. I can sell things here. Huzzah. Okay, cool. Just sell all my mushrooms. Of my ill-gotten gains. My little forest treasures. Go. Oh, the city hospital. Oh, hi, dear. I'm so happy you made it. You're looking well. How was the drive? The doctors told me I have an inflammation in my lungs. They said the lungs have begun to fill up with liquid. It's not looking good. Anyway, I brought this back in the 70s. My dream was for your parents to build a house there and live a good life. I think it'll have to be you now. Beautiful place. I want you to enjoy it. Have a family there. Give the land love. Wish you all the best, my dear. Give me a hug. Hi, dear. Thanks for coming by the hospital. I'm always happy to see you. I love you with all my life. Land is out in the country. Take country roads and a dirt path until you see just beyond the heath a patch of land with a little cottage. That's it. It's yours now. Lots of love forever, Grandma. Oh.
but I don't see you around now. Kick to the curb, I'm a goddamn rat. I'm a little bit old, but darling, you'll be
Oh, 0 energy for me to work 16 hours in construction. Let's go.
I can't get enough, baby, I can't get enough of you. I can't get enough, baby, I can't get enough of you.
Dirty and tired? Hell yeah, I relate. Okay, I have $100. Let's maybe buy some food or sell an empty jerry can, I guess. Let's see, what can I get? I need to like figure out a place to get like a tent. Where can I get a tent? Get chocolates? Beer run. Shop. There we go. Strong liquor. Jar of eggs. Beer pint. Chicken wings. Okay. A toolbox I do need though. Okay. There we go. Oh man, that feels so much better. Okay, I got a toolbox. Maybe I can explore and find like a tent? Maybe I'll... You threaten the muggers with your knife! Holy shit! Amazing. I wasn't able to get anything from the muggers though. Can I mug the muggers? There was literally nothing over here. Okay. Pry open the gate with your crowbar. I can get anywhere. I can do anything. Any crime. I found an item in a dumpster. That's right. I'm fucking badass. The dog. Oh, a snarling dog is blocking the way. I can't do anything about the dog. The dog's too scary. Found an item. Cool. Out of energy? Okay. Wait, did I not get any of that stuff? Fuck me! Fuck. Oh, did I already get that stuff and it's just like wasted? Fuck, man. That sucks. Yeah, alright. Damn it. Okay. I have a cheap roof rack, adds extra inventory space. A portable stove. Makes certain items edible, that's cool. A Thermos keeps your hot beverages hot. CD, yes. Hell yeah. Okay. So I've got an electric guitar, which is cool. I could buy that. Dashboard. I need... I guess I can get this portable stove that can maybe come in helpful at some point, somehow. The main thing I'm looking for, though, is the goddamn tent. Maybe this tent roof rack. Okay. Fully restores energy when resting in car. That sounds really good. Carburetor, whenever you remove a random amount of threat, damage one more. Okay, that's kind of neat. Car stickers. Tow hook does nothing. Okay. Okay. So, I think... I think I want this thing, right? Okay, so I can't have that, but maybe I could sell some stuff? I need 87. I need $20 more. Fuck. Where do I get the $20 more? I can sell a pizza for $8. Because I have plenty of berries. I can sell this for 20. That should just be barely enough. There we go. Now... Wait, what? I'm really confused by this map. Why can't I... Why? It seems like it's glitching? Why? Visit a garage. Okay, I'm at a garage. Why is it doing this to me? Customize? Trunk upgrade. Oh, thank you. I'm so sorry. Okay. There we go. Tent roof rack done. Okay. That made me feel really stupid. Okay, I have $1. Get a jerry can. Got those. Get a tent. So wait, I bought the tent thing, but that didn't count as a tent? God damn it. Here, we're gonna go do more jobs. Okay. Oh, I'm drunk. Oh no. Okay, I shouldn't drive. Here, let's sleep. Let's sleep it off. Okay, cafe staff needed. Yeah, fuck it. I'll just do all the jobs in this town. Okay. Buy that. Gonna buy... I'll buy this little fruit candy. Oh wait, I already have one of those. Fuck me. Buy another soda as well. Wait, I can, no, I can explore, it's just all gone. Okay. Yeah, you still don't have a goddamn tent, though. Wait. This is car part shop. We don't need a car part shop. We need a place that is actually willing to sell us I need camping supplies. Where can I get camping supplies? Where the festival is. Oh, maybe I need to go... Yeah, we can try, like, 1 over, I guess. The other option is just driving up here, which... Okay, out of curiosity. Racetrack is way down there. Festival's way over there. Fuck it, let's just go here. Why are kids playing on the highway at night? Why on earth would you do that? What? Why? This is awful. Sometimes it doesn't hurt, sometimes it really does. Jesus Christ. Can say those words to you, lost on you. Someone could burn me down, still I feel so cold. I guess I'm going down. Well, babe, I don't know. You have to kill them? Jesus, chat. The bloodthirst is really real. Feral highway kids. Oh no, I'm hungry. Honestly, it wouldn't be that bad to have a job this summer. I was pretty good at it, and they liked me. Good day. We're writing to inform you from the Employment Office. We have taken notice of your diligence in finding work recently. If you'd like, you can offer you a permanent position. The pay is great, but you'll be required to relocate immediately. Come by the Farmouth Employment Office if you're interested. We got beer. Got an apple. Let's get some chewing gum. And you know what? Sure, let's get a case of beer just in case. Hostile.
Back in the day, we fixed things instead of buying new ones. Eventually, you get really good at fixing things up. You just gotta keep at it. Gas delivery. My favorite band got stranded without money or gas. Please bring up some gas. It's urgent. Help a band in need. We need to get to our gear to the show. Cash? Oh, $70? All right. Okay, all right. I got room in here. There we go. Whatever happened to rock and roll? Nobody dances. They just hit each other now. Before the accident, we'd always drive across the country looking for a dance hall. It's sad. Kids these days never experience that joy. I mean, I'm driving across the country looking for a goddamn tent to buy. And now, money, because I'm all out of money. Cool. They come give those kids their equipment. It's all gonna be good. Do you have to pay for gas? You have to pay for gas. It's just the right thing to do. A rainbow? Fuck yeah. I absolutely can't see it though. At last, I got the fan set perfectly, good strength, not too loud, and in all the right directions. Leave it, please, just leave it be. You put your hand up to the fan, and then hover over the controls, but refrain. Potholes! Oh no! There we go. We got the band their goods. We got our gear. Yep. Oh, I have 9 skill points. I should probably use those. Acquire all social skills.
Okay. Chicken wings. We got soda. I don't think we need any of this. Potatoes. You'll need to cook these. It's my old car. What happened to it? Ah, jeez. All right, let's just fill up on gas. Damn it. Go. Okay, I have a full jerry can. Sleeping bag. Okay, skirts. I don't need a skirt. I don't need a subwoofer. Seat beads? A servo. Whenever you lose 2 energy or more during a road event, trigger the effect of your wheels. Okay, that's cool. Okay. Oh, okay. I need to get him to that. I need to get him to that lighthouse. Okay. Oh, fuck. It's that lighthouse that I already went to. Fuck me. Behind large truck. I need to eat some berries. Good night, Big Hook, Big Hook. I'll probably follow you to bed soon. Gotta call my parents soon. Not only when I need sleep. Oh, I miss them. they're not worried about me. Maniacs? Oh no. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. Boom. I have the social status. Now I can take out any of them. Take them out. Hey, we got him. Whew. That was stressful. A flat tire? Aw, oh, jeez. Oh, if I'm social, this costs nothing. Okay. Okay, I see. There we go. Let's put some more tunes on. Okay, we're hungry, we're tired. Eat some berries. There we go. Got $2.50. $2.50. Let's go. Roving pub. What's this? Drive around with our advert for Warrior Energy. I can do that. Need a black car for shooting a movie. Got one? I can. Except that I only have $2.50. Fuck it. I need to go and like do more job work so that I can actually like buy things. fuck. Oh boy. Fuck. Well, we have no skills that are useful for this, so... I think we just have to run. Makes more sense. Here, let's drink one of these. Become hungry more often. Sugar addict. Oh man. I'm not doing so hot, guys. A hitchhiker? Hop on in, friend. Oh, hi again. So much for a second chance, huh? Seems like everything reminds him of his daughter now. I don't think he really wants to be here. I overheard him on the phone saying he was coming home, that he'd get his job back. I heard him promise. Probably doesn't count for much. He's uncool. Alright, cool stuff. But he can get me money, which is pretty neat. Almost there. Don't go too fast, Brown. Take it easy. I think I can do this. Birds that won't move. Oh man, if this is what ends my journey, I'm gonna be so upset. Ooh, escape without taking damage, though. We're gonna do that. Hey, Lefty McLefterson, this is Keep Driving. And hello, that one American. This is also Keep Driving. Gas is low. Now let's just, let's just take a nap. All right, skills restored. Let's eat some food. All right. Got a tent for me in here somewhere. I do not have the money to do that. I just remembered. You there. I need to be doing this job. Okay. Toilet cleaner. Let's go. Janitor work. Okay. So I fueled up on money by doing these jobs. I think I could do one more, but I'm going to eat something here. There we go. Okay, I'm drunk. Let's go. Just gonna buy some matches if they have some. Doesn't look like they do. But now I can refuel my car. There we go, 3 full jerry cans. And then we're gonna get ourselves this, because that has always been helpful. And we will also use some toilet paper to clean ourselves up. We are short on staff and need someone to deliver pizzas. Wait. Gas delivery. Our favorite band is Stranded. 1 skill point. I don't want to do a thing for skill points. So psyched for the festival. Black paint. Black paint. There we go. Customize. There we go. I have a black car. Let's do a full repair on the car as well. Cool. Okay, we can buy a new CD as well. Fuck yeah, I got a tent. We got a tent, baby. Hell yeah. And I'm gonna get this portable stove. There we go. So I've got a bunch of beer. Portable stove. Got some bandages. I'm drunk as fuck. Apparently. Let's move that. There we go. Go. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let's see if I can cleverly arrange this so that I can still lift the car, or the one of the seats. So that'd be pretty sweet. There we go. Nailed it. Thermos. I don't really need a thermos. Camera. Grants you access to change camera filter options. Interesting. Let's see. Got a tent. I need some change for a bus. Yeah, here you go. Thanks. God bless. Military camo, improved brakes. That'd be nice. Air conditioning, that would also be nice. Okay. Nope. Nope. Okay. Also don't need this. Okay. What about this food place? Instant ramen can be cooked. There we go. We have a food we can cook with our cooker. Oh, we can get some soap. That'll be nice. Also buy new toilet paper. And put that down for now, and we'll buy some potatoes as well. And you know what? Fuck it. We'll buy some ravioli. And some instant ramen. Okay. Okay, I finally have all of the supplies I need. Let's take a look here. It's journal. Nope, wrong journal. Calendar. Great Escape. We need to get there. Advertisements. Drive around for Warrior Energy. Film extra. Get on set. And where is the set? Oh, it's at the base of the mountain. Perfect. Let's go! Oh, I forgot. I'm driving drunk. Don't do this at home, kids. If I had a bar, what would I call it? What's that pub called in Ulysses? That'll be good. Whatever. All I know is it would have taken an arcade machine in it. Are you guys enjoying the chill stream? Tailgating car. The worst. Yeah, you guys are enjoying this? You're digging it? All right. Oh God. Oh God. You know what? We're just gonna drive out of here. Whew. Also just gonna eat some food. Cool. A window cleaner? No! Oh God. Okay. Drunk. You shouldn't be drunk. You shouldn't be drunk driving. It's true. Well, fuck.
Well, fuck me. Oh no, I'm sad. Oh, I see. Oof. Oh, there's a pretty rainbow, though. Special ability. Skedaddle. There we go. We did it. Wow, that's just the kind of car we need. This movie will be so amazing. All right. We'll fill up our car. And take a little rest. And then we're gonna climb this mountain. Although it's saying it's gonna take us 34 hours to get up there. 6, 3, 4. Wait, what is the date? Oh, I have 2 days. Yeah, I gotta get this guy to his lighthouse. Okay. I'm sorry, fella. We'll get that done. You like the paint job on the car minus the advertisement? Oh, you know, we're getting things done. Yeah, we'll do the lighthouse, then the mountain. Oh shit, we're lost. Sex 699. Oh man, too good. Wish mine was better.
share. Don't let anything, never ever gonna feel it all. Feel it all. So let me breathe again. I am trying. I am trying. Let me get a space. I am dying. I think I'm dying. Tell me something new I can relate to. I always wanted to.
Are you moving with people, or are you just looking for a quick studio? Good question. I feel like after one pint, I'd get tipsy. There's no way I'd drink and drive. Ignore what I just did. Good night, Mabs Alicorn. Ah, the nightly insect swarm. Go. Got to a cafe. It's closed. Let's see, what do we got here? Exploration. Oh, a tambourine. A porn magazine. Fender. Already have a flashlight. Some scrap. Additional scrap.
Can say those words to you. Lost on me. Someone could burn me down. Still I feel so cold. I guess I'm going down. Well, babe, I don't know. I'm poison in my lungs and I can't get it out. I don't think you.
Let's put this fender on our bad boy. Oh, wait. Durability by 2, durability by 2. Oh, we already have a... Okay. Wait, we could just sell this. Hell yeah.
gotta drive through the night. We gotta make sure this convict gets away safely. I don't know if he's innocent or not, but he's got kind eyes. Kind of eyes you could just get lost in, you know? You ever play those? Oh, I'd love the Life is Strange games, that one American. I wonder if they'll ever fall deep into a grilled cheese addiction again. Kind of jonesing for one right now, to be honest. Buttered pan, fluffy toast, some cheddar cheese. Man, good thing I'm just finding berries all over the place. Ooh, a hitchhiker. Hello, I'm going towards the mountains or like a bit into the woods. I'm not in a hurry. Ways are better than my friends to ride. I got weed. She has her thumb out like she has done this 100 times before. Confidence was astounding. Makes sense in a way. Incredibly beautiful. Couldn't quite see her eyes, but I heard some rock music from her headphones. Okay, we need to get rid of a lot of stuff here. Honestly,
when everything is gone, when all the things you worry about are long, long gone, there comes a time when all the things you hate and all the things that trouble you have passed away, there comes a time.
Whew. All right. Time to leave. Right there. We need to go here. Okay. Yes. We're almost there. We've almost gotten this convict free. A hitchhiker argument. Oh no! There we go. Nailed it. Making money on the road. Did I forget saying bye to my best friend? No, we said bye a few days before. Nah, we're good. Sorry, bud. We're full up. Hell yeah. Okay, cool. Junk shop. Porn mag, scrap. You know, I'm gonna sell this. Oh no, I'm gonna sell this beer case. I accidentally drank it. I can buy this. Unlock new music. Let's go. And we're gonna buy this sleeping bag. And maybe this book too. Here we go. Here, let's read while I'm tipsy. I'm still tipsy? Jesus. Okay. Let's sleep. There we go. We just need to make it down here. There we go. We'll have saved this guy. Something on the roadside. Mysterious indeed. Hey, let's go! Oh, a thermos! That's delightful. I don't need this. I don't need a old thing of cigarettes. A thermos would be nice.
Let me just take this side of the road thermos. Oh god, an insect swarm. Not again. Not the bees. Nailed it. Here we go. We fucking did it. Thanks for trusting me. It's been good knowing you. Wish me luck. Arrivederci. Oh, Chat, he gave me his gun. Better not get caught having it near cops. Oh, okay. Hopefully you'll never have to use it. He was such a good guy, Chad. All right. Cool. Sweet. All right. There we go. I got a gun. Cool stuff. Love that for us. Love that for me in particular. Now I want to climb this mountain. That's how I want to end this stream. I want us to climb that mountain together and eat that horse. Oh God.
Who thought this game was going to go on for a couple hours? Someone did. Couldn't say who. Hey, you know, we'll just drive past this. There we go. I'm starving now. Do we have anything tasty in here? Little tasty treat. Got some matches. We got some chewing gum. The multi-pass. Okay, let's get. Let's get a coffee. Oh, cures 1 stack of tired. Nice. Oh, and I can buy stuff here. Okay, alright. A pedal board. Cool, 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 cool. Oh, look at that. Oh fuck. I don't need toilet paper. I need music. I need soul. Fucking werewolf asso. Toilet paper in here? No? Okay, that's fine. Can't change skills on. I have 11 skill points. Holy shit. I can stop for a hitchhiker. Hello. Shit. Good thing you came along. I was thinking I was gonna miss the show. That is the big fucking apple. Hey,
You having some food with you? I think she's hungry. Kid was standing on the side of the road with his dog, a purebred Borzoi. Couldn't even tell he was looking for a ride. Doesn't pay to try, was written on one of his pins. Looks a bit like a junkie. Oh, sorry, bud. Yep, we're abandoning you. Sorry. Don't got space for a dog. A majestic falcon? Wait, we should stop and watch it. We should get some beers, or maybe some gin. Can't you drink with me? It's no fun drinking alone. You're a good driver. It'll be fine, please. Just a little. I guess it's a quest? No, I'm not gonna do that. A former milkshake. Ew. We're buying something to take up space so she can't ruin it. Come on, how deep are you gonna pick your nose? Don't you know we can see you? Thing is, I kind of need to do it too. You subtly pick your nose. Oh. I threw away my toilet paper. I can't clean myself up. Oh no. A hitchhiker? Hello. You're a child. I'm a little lost, I think. Maybe I took a wrong bus from my dad's. The man at the station said take 607. I did. Maybe it was 705. Could you help me out, please? I don't think it's far. She's looking oddly optimistic. She seems to think she took the right bus, but it dropped her off here. I asked her if she wanted to call her mom, but she couldn't remember the number. Okay. She's 6. I can't in good faith abandon a child. Oh, this car is so crappy. I'll call it Ducky. A flat tire right before we reach our destination. Fuck that. Had fun with that? Oh no. Probably don't need 3 jerry cans full of gas. It's taking up a lot of space in my car. Let's go to the scrap yard and then I'll hit that up. I can sell the scrap. Starting in a little snacksy. Who says snacksy? Just say snacky or hungry or anything else. P-break. Wait, that child has killed more than one of your runs? Fuck. I am playing music with the 6-year-old in the car that says "fuck yourself." Oh no, I'm a bad parent. I didn't even think about it. I didn't even have a second thought. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Time for a pee break. A biker gang? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. You've become stressed. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, it turns out having a gun really helps when a biker gang attacks you. Holy shit. It just automatically used. That was great. Holy shit. I still have the gun too. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Oh, interesting. Damn it. Nice. Okay, that is too many things. Lucky Charm, Lucky Jesus, Converter, a spilled coffee. We're getting rid of that. Gonna grab this scrap. Gonna drink this coffee. We're gonna drink this Coke. We're gonna eat this ramen. We're gonna buy this groovy Jesus. Like, there we go. We did it. Oh, I don't have room for this. All right. Now. Let's head up to this grocery store. Wait. Yeah, we'll head up to the grocery store. It'll be less hot. Let's see here. those clouds are incredible. Looks like an Olympian castle. I gotta stop. Decide to stop the car and just watch the clouds go by.
Someone could burn me down, still I feel so cold. I guess I'm going down. Why, babe, I don't know.
Shouldn't we take her home? Yeah, probably actually. That's a really good point.
You said that I was wrong, but I never seem to be. Sometimes it doesn't hurt, sometimes it really does.
I'm literally driving in the opposite direction. That child is gonna climb this mountain with us, okay? Something on the roadside. What did we get? Some wine? Hell yeah. There we go. Completing a quest.
Someone could burn me down, still I feel so cold. I guess I'm going down. Well, babe, I don't know. I'm poison in my lungs and I can't get it out. I don't think you and I will ever.
Don't do this at home, kids. A pee break. Here we go. We did it. Okay, a jerry can full, I don't need that. A beer can, don't need that. I need food. That's what I need. Let's get Here's starving. Fruit candy. Some nuts. And we'll get some chips. There we go. Another pee break, huh? I got a little bladder, Banana Brains. I got a tiny bladder. Hell yeah, Bastion. I love this game. It's really cool. Hurricane has now reached level 3. Cool. Customize. Yoink. Cool. Wait, shoplifting? Why am I shoplifting? I don't want to do that. You're kind of cool. I got the address from my friends now. You gotta come. Here's the postcard. Oh shit, I got invited to a party. Bring the Hurricane, bring beer, get to the cabin. Hey, you're with the Hurricane, right? Come to the party at the cabin. It's gonna be great. It's kind of in the woods, so it'll be hard to get here without some good tires. Bring whatever you want. Yeah, Beeb. Take care. See you soon. Where did I put my adventure hat? I'm pretty sure I packed it. Okay, I have enough money. Let's see. Okay, let's sleep it off. Climbing the mountain, babies.
gotta think about how many people live and work driving on these roads. Plus all those truck drivers and bus drivers that drive all around the world. It's be really cozy at times, really quite lonely as well. A pee break, I did not think about these. Well, fuck. Some fallen rocks. Oh man, I might not be able to make it up there. Who is hitchhiking on the mountain? Fuck you. Shall we tell Jack children shouldn't ride in the front seat? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I've become a vegetarian. Cool. Good night, Alan Smith. Okay, I think I might be like halfway there. Shimp together strong. Shimper-fi, everyone. Good night, Zaron Joy. I know that this is not the usual content for my channel, but I've been very much enjoying this. An insect swarm. Disgusting. Let's see here.
say those words to you, lost on me. Someone could burn me down, still I feel so cold. I guess I'm going down. Well, babe, I don't know. I'm poison in my lungs and I can't get it out. I don't think you and I will ever work it out. In bed, just trying to get a little less lonely now. It's not forever, so it doesn't.
Hey, Marco Polo. Goats! Some mountain goats! Playing it all for the 9 hours, Liz Galahad. We did a lot of politics earlier. Yeah, this game could very easily be a background game, you're right. But I'm very much enjoying it. I did not think it would take this long to get up to this mountain, though. A deer! Sorry, bud.
I have toilet paper. Yes. Okay, we're almost there. It's been a long, grueling adventure. Of abducting a child. Fun. Did I ever play this war of mine? Yes. God, please. Please let this be something I have the tools to solve. Otherwise, my journey ends on the side of this godforsaken mountain. Okay, escaped. Flat tire on the mountain. Fuck.
Here we go. Let's go. We're getting so close. Insect swarm! Oh, we're there! We did it! Hell yes! Scale the goddamn mountain. Hey! Take this CD. You should play this in the car sometimes. It's my favorite. Okay. Yo, we beat the game! It's incredible how majestic this world can be. A grandeur too great to not invoke reverence. There were many moments in life where you stopped to take it all in, but none of them had the same impact. It was the first time you saw a mountain range stretched so far that the white tips became but hands clasped in a 100 million year long prayer. Keep driving. Cool. What a cool ass game. What a cool ass game. Ugh. That was wonderful. That's so cool. I like that it records the events of your adventure in like a little note. That's wonderful. So there's also an ending called Failure, the Festival, Jail, the Great Race, Hard Worker, the Cabin, Inheritance, and Rehab. Jesus. Well, that was fun as hell. There are multiple destinations. Yeah, it's an open world game. You just go and explore the surrounding area. That was a joy to watch. Yeah, like I really liked playing that because I just need you all to know you can all have very different experiences from what I had playing that game. That was really fun. Hello, Story Girl. I'm doing all right. I'm also very, very tired because it's 3:30 in the morning. I did not intend to stay up this late and play this long, but you know, sometimes it's just really nice to play a video game on a live stream. You know. Dragon Age Veilguard next? Yes, I just have to install it on a suitable hard drive. I didn't realize it'd be so angry being installed on an HDD, you know? All right, folks. If you enjoyed the show, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit that like button, do the things you know you got to do, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everybody.
Oh, take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and the law was undone, and the fever of the people was breaking. We don't need any hand-me-downs. We're not looking for charity. We've been fooled, we've been jerked around, and there's only so much we can say. No, we won't go away. Oh, the time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. There's another day just about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold, when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Oh, 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 the time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine.